Hey, say what's good down below. Vivian, how are we doing? Vivian, you were literally always in here at the start of the stream. Same thing with you, G. What's going on, Telma? What's going on, Marisol? What's going on, Emerald Fox? What's up, Liv and Emma? How are we doing, GG? Ivory says, what's good? Isabella says, hey, what's up, Isabella? Hello, Butterfly, Sophia, Amy. What's going on, Noah and Madeline and Serena? Welcome in and welcome in. All right, folks. Well, we already have over 2,000 people connected to the stream for the day. That is, quite frankly, fantastic. We're going to go ahead and put the rules up on screen just so everybody knows precisely what they are. They're sitting real pretty right in front of my face there. So they're very simple. The rules are very, very simple. The rules to join are you got to be 18 plus, American Maga. Rule breakers will be permanently banned, and there's absolutely zero exceptions. So if you are in the queue, make sure that you are following these rules, or else you'll get permanently banned from the live. You know, I hate permanently banning people. I don't have to do it to you, but I certainly will if needed. What's up, Christian? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, did you hear what happened?
What happened?
The ISIS thing?
Are you talking about U.S. troops?
The three U.S. people who were.
Yeah, I think I saw a headline about that. I didn't read into it at all.
So, by the way, 2001, January 14th. But do you think Trump should or shouldn't react?
Well, I mean, I think it depends on what the reaction is.
Okay, so this is where we get in.
Well, see, so I think this is where I say I'm not a geopolitical expert to the extent of understanding what a appropriate counter response would be to the attack that took place, and especially considering the fact that I'm not familiar with the specifics of the attack because I haven't read anything about it outside of seeing the headline. I would argue that I'm not quite knowledgeable enough to know what an appropriate response would be.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about that?
Well, I mean, I'm down to talk about it, but I'm just going to be honest when I'm not knowledgeable. I just wanted to know what an appropriate response would be.
I just know because you don't.
I think that we need to seriously promote the idea that if you're not educated enough about something, that you shouldn't hold a stance on it, right? I think that we seriously need to promote that idea. Okay, I think that it's all too frequent. We all just want to jump to claiming that we know something. Even when said knowledge is backed by very little to no reason. So, Christian, have you been up here before?
No.
Okay, and are you a big Trump supporter?
I was in the. I don't want to say his name because I know you don't like him no more. But the, you know who I'm talking about.
You can say Harry's name.
Yeah.
Rai, thank you so much for the whale dive, and I appreciate you so much for that kindness. Shout out to you, Rai. Thank you. All right, Christian, I remember you, man. You have been up here before. Don't know why you'd lie to me. We're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're following the rules. They're very, very simple. They're, in fact, right on your phone. So take a good look at the middle of your phone screen. It says you got to be 18 plus, American and Maga. Rule breakers will be banned. Take a good look. And we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up here right now, y'all. Once we get that first Trump supporter loaded up in here for the first debate of the day, we'll go ahead and start that live stream over on YouTube. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dingo! Go! I just mixed it up.
Block? Confirm.
Please, Dad!
You are banned. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got one slow R1 loading up into the box. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up, man? Yeah, I do. What's up, Dean?
You do. How old are you?
19.
19? All right. And why do you support Trump?
Well, first, I want to say, how you doing, bro? What's going on?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Real busy. A little bit tired today, but it is what it is. So why do you support Trump?
That's cool. Can I ask you a question before I answer that?
Give me a general idea of why you support Trump first.
Okay. LeBron or Michael Jordan? Who's better?
And that's why I'm happy that I asked, sir. You are banned because you're not following the rules. Guys, we only go live on YouTube once we get that first Trump supporter up here. And I've started to do my checks to ensure that the people that we're bringing up as that first guest of the day are actually here to debate. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello?
You
Yeah, I
are.
support.
You're driving, sir, so I gotta ban you. I gotta boot you out. Follow the rules. They're on top of my face right now, or you will be banned. Patsy, see you in that chat. Welcome in. Hello, what's going on? Do you support Trump? And they're already gone. Mods, go ahead and retroactively ban them. Moving on to the next guest right now, we got Amelia the Conservative connecting to the live stream as we speak. Everybody, hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. But so I was actually going to debate you on abortion if you're okay with that.
How old are you? Hello, you left the live. How old are you?
Oh, okay. I'm 19. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna keep it real. What year were you born in?
2006.
I'm looking at your account. You look 12.
But I'm 19, dude.
Is that you on your account?
Yes.
Dude, I don't know what. Let's. Okay. Do you have a? I'm not gonna ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when you're driving on the roadway, and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line, and you're on the side of the solid yellow line, what does that mean for you as a driver?
I can't turn. So only the solid. So where the dotted yellow line is, right? They can turn into the area, but I can't. Right. So.
I mean, arguably, right? Like, if you were the age that you look, like 12, I'm so sorry. I don't think that you would have been able to answer that question. We're gonna ask you just one more question, and then I think we'll be good to go. I'm very close to trusting you, but you just seriously look like super duper young. So you said in your bio it says that you're in a TP USA debate club and you're 19, so you're in college?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, so
I'm going to Texas A&M.
really? Wow, that's cool. I was down there not too long ago. Tried to bait Charlie and he ran away from me. So, okay. How about this? How many credit hours are you taking per semester?
I don't think. I think I'm taking 15. I'd have to. I don't really remember, but I think I'm taking 15.
Okay. Okay. One last question. What's your major?
My major is political science.
What's shorthand for political science?
Politics. Being able to learn more about politics, being able to.
Like what? So finish the sentence here. Finish the phrase. Poly.
Poly. Would you elaborate a little more for me, yo?
I don't trust you. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Yeah, she kind of threw with not knowing how many credit hours she's taken per semester and not knowing how to finish that phrase. It'd be poli sci. Poli sci majors, of course, know that. So I'm gonna have to lean towards the side of not trusting her. Now she's in the chat saying fucking 19. Why do I want to trust her? Maybe she is her bio says radical Trump supporter. Her bio does say radical conservative. Okay, you know what? Yeah. You know what? Here's what I'll do. Feel free to hop back in that queue. We'll get you up here. I'm gonna give you grace. I'm gonna trust you for now. And if you give me an argument that's wow, I feel like this is something like a 14-year-old would say, then I'm gonna have to kick you. But I'm just, from the way that you're speaking, I for right now, this is a very this is a hard call. I'm gonna trust it for now. But do you just swear that you're not lying?
I swear that I'm not lying, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and start the live stream over on YouTube. Just hang out with us here for a second while we get everything going here. Then as soon as we do, we'll hop into the debate. Just give me a moment.
All right.
Hello and welcome into the stream.
I would like to have a debate with you.
You got it. Just 1 second. Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody tuning in on YouTube, and for those of you who have already joined over on TikTok. I really do appreciate you guys so much for being here. If you've never been here before, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to get them from the wrong side of history to the right side of history. The right side of history, of course, being the side of the aisle that rejects a tyrannical wannabe dictator serving as the president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth. And every single day before we hop into those debates, we actually have the first Trump supporter of the day loaded in over on TikTok. Her name's Amelia. But before we hop into those debates, we always like to go over the breaking news. If you were watching the live stream yesterday, then you would know that yesterday a subcommittee in Congress released 95,000 new images of Jeffrey Epstein and many people like Bill Clinton, Steve Bannon, and even Trump. There's a handful of images released about Trump standing with a lot of women, Trump standing with victims, so on and so forth. And the breaking news of today is that Donald Trump crashed the fuck out when asked about these photos inside of the Oval Office. He gave the same response that we have heard many times before and from many other powerful people associated with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the I don't know anything about them. You know, Jeffrey Epstein was everywhere, associating with everybody in Palm Beach. Everybody was taking pictures with him. And honestly, I think that this raises a big question in my mind. If nobody knows anything about Jeffrey Epstein, if nobody was too good of a friend of Jeffrey Epstein's, then why was everybody jumping to take a picture with him? Okay? Right? Well, like, imagine that you're a billionaire, you run a tech company, and you're like, well, here's this guy, his name's Jeffrey Epstein, I don't really know who he is, but God, I need to take a picture with him, and then I need to take another picture with him, and then another picture, but I know nothing about him, I don't know what he does for work, I don't know anything about that island, but I just really need to take all these pictures of him. Oh, and then Ghislaine Maxwell, no clue who that is, but, you know, her name spelled out kind of sounds like Ghislaine, so, you know what, why don't we just throw her in the picture too? Donald Trump did this. Steve Bannon did this. So many people did this. And now today they've all denied having any knowledge whatsoever of Jeffrey Epstein, didn't know him. And I just think it makes no sense whatsoever. But anyways, we have our first Trump supporter loaded in over on TikTok. Their name is Amelia. Now, I'm a little bit unsure about Amelia because Amelia looks really fucking young. However, Amelia told us that they're 19, gave us the correct birth year, is reaffirmed that they are 19. They were able to kind of sort of answer a question right about the rules of driving on the road. And so, Amelia, I'm still like really hesitant and believing you when you tell us that you're 19 years old. And the way that I think I'm going to go about this is by allowing you the opportunity to make an argument for why you support Trump. And if I think that that's an argument that a kid would make, then I am going to assume that a kid is making it, and I am going to kick you. Okay?
All right. Give me just a second. So, yeah, my argument why I support Trump's policies. I don't really. I personally do not like his character.
Actually, I'm gonna have to interrupt you there real quick. Thank you so much to my Discord investigators. You are on the official TPUSA Texas A&M account on Instagram. So you are 19. Wow. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, anyways, as I was saying, yeah, I do not like Trump's person. So. But yeah.
Sorry.
You're actually here though to debate abortion with you.
You're cutting out. Everything that you just said, it cut out big time. And she's leaving it live.
I'm here to debate you on abortion, mostly, not really Trump.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to kick you because there's a lot of background noise. I can't really, I want to make sure that we're having productive dialogue here, and I just don't really feel like that's too possible with you. Plus, like, I'm really unsure on her age. She literally looks so young. But we're just going to move on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you're in the queue over on TikTok that you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We'll get you loaded up in here. You know, you just got to be at least 18 years old. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and how old are you?
19 years old.
You're 19 years old, big Trump guy. What year were you born in? Let's just go to get a confirmation on that age, then I'll pass you the mic.
2005, but my 2005, but my birthday is on the 26th of December, so
Oh wow! All right, yeah. So
I haven't
that
turned 20 yet.
that would make you 19. That would make you 19. So all right, we're gonna go to pass you the mic, man. Tell us how the hell you still support this wannabe dictator's president. I mean, I think that Donald Trump has given us all more than enough reason to never support him. Flipping our burgers into McDonald's, and definitely more so serving as the president of the most powerful world in the history of the earth and humankind. The mic is yours. Tell us why he's a
Most
good
powerful
president.
world of the history of the earth.
Is that what I said? I said what I meant to
most
say.
powerful-
My apologies. The most powerful
Yeah.
country in the history of the world. So, my apologies for the blunder. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I would say a multitude of reasons. I would say foreign policy. I would say immigration. I would say economics. I would say that, there's a range of issues. I wouldn't just pinpoint one issue. I would say that there's a multitude of issues why I support Trump.
Well, I mean, I think that Donald Trump's economics, quote unquote, goes hand in hand with his immigration policy, because I think his immigration policy is destructive to the economy. Our GDP went down in the first quarter. Feds are telling us that it's going to go down again. According to the American Immigration Council, undocumented immigrants pay in 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars to the GDP per year. So you kick them out of the economy, of course, our economy is going to grow at a slower rate. And I think this hurts our industries, more specifically our manufacturers, because there's 8.4 million undocumented workers propping those industries up, and 11 million of them consuming their products and buying their goods, expediting their growth. You remove them from the market hurts. The market feels that pain.
Yeah, but it helps every individual American because these people are net beneficiaries. They don't bring into the federal government. I think the top 50% of taxpayers, pay for the whole federal government. They pay about 97% of the whole federal government. These people are not in the tax bracket of the top 50%. They're net beneficiaries. They take all these governmental services, and even though they're illegal immigrants, we're talking about legal, illegal, or both.
Well, we're talking about undocumented
Illegal
immigrants.
or-
So I reject that undocumented immigrants are a net drain on the American economy. I think that this makes common sense. It's just common sense that they're not. But then, of course, when we look at the studies that would argue the contrary, they're always misleading. Undocumented immigrants, according to the IRS, pay over $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. Meanwhile, they don't qualify for a single federal benefit outside of the rights they have under EMTALA to access emergency resources. And then they only qualify for limited benefits in 10 of our 50 states. So I think it's really hard to argue that they're quote-unquote net beneficiaries, which just means a total net drain of the taxpayers' funding. I think that's incredibly hard to argue. In fact, I would hard press you to give me a source to demonstrate that what you're telling us is true.
Yeah, no,
But
I'll
the
love
source that I want you to give me, ensure that it doesn't classify U.S. citizens as undocumented immigrants, because I've seen sources from from the Heritage Foundation, and every single one of them will argue that the citizen children of undocumented immigrants that are having their education paid for in K through 12, they are just draining our economy. And then the Heritage Foundation classifies that expense under the drain of all undocumented immigrants. The citizen children of undocumented immigrants in some scenarios, may, be eligible for particular benefits like Medicaid or federal food stamps. And then the Heritage Foundation will include that expense under the umbrella of undocumented immigrants. But guess what? Citizens aren't undocumented immigrants. You can't classify them as such.
What's a gawk? Everyone's in the chat saying gawk.
Yeah, don't
Do you
worry
know what
about it,
that
my
is?
friend. Don't worry about it.
I won't worry about it. But what I would say is I'll concede that they are, they do pay more into the federal government. But when you look on the local and state level, they do not. For example, I live in New York City. 5% of New York City's budget had to be cut to deal with the illegal immigrant, the migrant crisis. So that means 5% less go into healthcare, 5% in all agencies. And you can go look at this in 2023. You can go look at this in the New York City budget. 5% had to be cut of these agencies to deal with the migrant crisis, and you can look at this through multiple towns and stuff. I can give you a CBO.
Well, I do
shows
think that there's a
also-
quote unquote migrant crisis in New York City, but I think it's the fault of our own government, and it also has nothing to do with undocumented immigrants. It has to do with asylum seekers, and I just want to make it clear: I'm not blaming this on the asylum seekers. I'm blaming it on the shitty system that created the crisis, organized by our government. So our government, is the body that, ensures that asylum seekers have to wait in this country for 12 months to 16 months before their asylum claim is processed. Our government is the body that ensures while their claim is being processed, they legally can't work, which then, of course, results in the natural consequence that our government has to therefore pay for, all of their needs, including expenditure on food and housing. So that's an issue. But the way to resolve this issue is to expedite the time that it takes to get an asylum claim processed by a judge in an immigration court and ensure the moment asylum seekers come into this country, they have the ability to work if they want. And that's actually something that the Biden-Harris administration tried to do with the bipartisan border bill. They wanted to spend an additional, $20 billion to hire more judges for more immigration courts to expedite asylum-seeking claims faster. But then Donald Trump turned around and told his people in Congress to vote it down. So it's funny because the president that you're supporting, in some sense, is culpable for the continued issue of asylum seekers waiting way too long without an ability to work to get their asylum claim processed.
Yeah, can I respond to that? I would say that look, the bipartisan border bill was a joke. I mean, it said, oh, we need a threshold of 5,000 to 6,000 to be able to close the border. It was pro assimilation. I mean, not assimilation, pro amnesty. We don't want amnesty. These people are not going to be net beneficiaries in their lifetime.
What about the bill is pro amnesty?
It expedited. It gave Afghan refugees amnesty in the bill, and it gave it was easier for judges to allow asylum, and asylum is completely abused. It's an abuse system. These people are abusing asylum.
Well, so hiring more judges to expedite the asylum process would actually reduce abuse of the system, because the way that individuals are able to quote unquote abuse the asylum process is because they could just apply for it and stay in our country for like a year or two because the process takes so damn long. So if you want to reduce the amount of people that are incentivized to do so, the very obvious solution is to make that process take a shorter period of time, which is, once again, something else that Bill wanted to do. And you were also like whining and complaining about the fact that that bill gave the president more authority to shut down the southern border. No clue why you'd whine and complain about that. Super weird. But the value that I found in that bill, the value that I found in that bill was once again expediting the asylum seeking process to reduce, crises that we see now developing in cities like New York City, where these people can't work because they're not legally allowed to. So then the government has to pay for their needs, and then they're just sitting there for 12 months in this legal limbo area before their claim is approved. Okay, we need to expedite that process.
Even if they worked, and a lot of them do work, I would say that this idea that none of them are working, even if they do work, they don't reach the threshold for tax bracket. They're going to be net beneficiaries. They're not going to be able to afford housing. At the end of the day, you're bringing all these people that don't have high school educations.
If you care about net beneficiaries, then you wouldn't be a Republican, because guess what? Vast majority of red states are net beneficiaries from the federal government.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Because you took all our industries away. That's why we're bringing tariffs back, so these small communities can actually bring manufacturing back.
Well, no, because guess what? When we look at blue states, the opposite is true. You know that California subsidizes the fuck out of states like Tennessee. California subsidizes the fuck out of states like Alabama. You got the blue wave to thank for that, my friend.
No, I blame you guys because you guys signed all the free trade agreements. Yeah, no shit, Kansas isn't making any money.
Oh yeah, trade's bad. No, I know. Trade is super bad. Comparative advantage, just throw it out the window. Let's be more like North Korea. Let's isolate ourselves. Let's ensure that our economy is less productive and we're focusing on producing the things that we're bad at making. Let's ensure that we reduce our real median wages, because now we're having a larger percentage of the labor force focus on less skilled labor. I think that would just be great for America. We need to be more like Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, we do need to build stuff. Absolutely. I mean, our economy is a complete fucking joke.
It definitely is under Trump.
China.
Donald Trump is preventing America from building more. Under Biden, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, we had skyrocketing numbers every single quarter, just growing and compounding, of more and more money being invested into American manufacturing. The moment Trump is elected, and every single quarter under his economy since, it's been going to hell. I mean, you could go on
Biden
Google, type it up, look it up. It is called real fixed private investment into American manufacturing. Every single quarter under Biden went up, it exploded, but then Donald Trump walks into office, then all of a sudden it starts going down. Not to mention the fact that so far this year, according to Business Insider and MSNBC, we have had 1.1 million layoffs. Okay, 1.1 million American workers have lost their jobs. That is single-handedly the most layoffs in a given fiscal year since the peak of the pandemic, when people were losing their jobs because of business shutdowns in 2020, when we had the highest level of unemployment we have in 100 years at 14.8%. So explain to me how, okay, America's excelling and the economy's doing great. It's an A++++, as Trump would say, when we're having the most layoffs we have in forever. Individual confidence in their economic outlook and performance is at a low since the early 2000s, including the recession of 07 through 09. We're seeing a crash in real fixed private business investment. We saw a crash in the GDP the first quarter. Feds are projecting another one in this quarter. The jobs report in October was so bad that the federal government literally refused to release it. Obviously, you can't convince me, you can't fool me into thinking that this is the makeup for success. I mean, things are going downhill, and America is failing under the adjudicated rapist that has boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls, that's best buddies with a prolific child sex trafficker, and sending him letters depicting the naked bodies of little girls with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret."
Well, everyone can see you're using your ChatGPT talking points. It's cute. It's funny. And I would just say that Biden
ChatGPT
kept all
talking
the
point.
embargoes-
Where'd that come from?
Oh my God, is my mic working? Hello?
Yeah, your mic's
holy
working.
shit,
What
I
does
just
that
let you
mean?
go on for 30 seconds about
Sure.
multitude
I'll
of points.
I'll
were
ask
not
you
even
afterwards.
staying on one topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say Biden kept all the embargoes, he kept all the tariffs, and we're still under the Biden economy plan. The big beautiful bill, a lot of provisions haven't been added yet. I don't think the individual tax rate has been adjusted yet. I don't think that no tax on tips have been adjusted yet. I don't think the corporate tax has been adjusted yet. So we got to wait a few years. We got to wait till 2026 until a lot of the provisions of the big beautiful bill come in. And then obviously if you have lower taxes, you have lower corporate tax, you have tariffs with that, that's going to create domestic industries. So I'd say we just got to wait till the end of 2026, and I think we'll see a great turnaround, to be honest.
I think that this is cope. This is just so obviously cope. No, if you want to see the Biden economy plan, go look at every single macroeconomic data point 12 months ago, and then compare that to where we're at today, which is in the shitter. If you want to see the Biden economic plan, like I told you, please pull up. And guess what? Gas prices aren't a macroeconomic data point. Holy shit, this guy. If you want to see the Biden economic plan, go look at the data that I've already referenced, like real fixed private investment into American manufacturing. And no, trust me, on Liberation Day, quote unquote, when Donald Trump signed his broad sweeping blanket tariffs onto every other country in the face of planet Earth outside of Russia, which is quite weird. And then we saw a same day crash in the S&P 500 by over 700%. Sorry, 700%, 7%. I think it's real stupid to then turn around and blame it on Biden. Real stupid. Real stupid. And I think that you're actually contradicting what Donald Trump has said, because Donald Trump has claimed that the Biden era of terrible economic policy is over. Donald Trump has claimed that this is his economy. Donald Trump has claimed that right now we're living in an economy graded quote unquote A++++++ because of his leadership and his economic policy. So not only am I disputing that the reason why the economy is the way it is today is because of Trump, not only am I the one arguing that, but so is Trump. Seemingly the only person that wants to blame the terrible economic outcomes that we've seen in the last 12 months on Biden is you.
Well, what is Biden's economic plan? We can go through Biden's economic plan.
Because you don't want to talk about Trump's anymore. The one that Donald Trump has been taking credit for.
Again, I told you a lot of the big. Look at the Tax and Jobs Act is one of the most successful bills ever. We can look at his first term in 2017.
Absolutely not. The tax cuts and
3%.
Well, I mean, actually, according to a study done by two Harvard economists, one right leaning and one left leaning, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only contributed around 0.04% GDP growth per year. So. When we isolate specifically for the bill, we just don't see that same outcome.
I can go give you Yale professors. We can look at the GDP data.
Then do it. Give me a study done by two Yale professors on the outcomes of the 2017 tax reform bill, the TCJA, that demonstrated that it led to a GDP increase of more than 0.4% per year.
Give me the Harvard professors. And who are these fucking guys? Two random Harvard professors?
I don't know. I think that random. One second. I just want to clarify. I think that random and Harvard professors is a little bit of an oxymoron.
Yeah, give me these guys' names. What do they qualify in? What do they?
They're two economic professors. One's on the right. One's on the left.
Who are these guys? and then overall, we can just look at GDP numbers. Look at the GDP when Trump inherited office, and look at the GDP in 2019 after a year of the Tax and Jobs Act passed. I think when Trump inherited, the GDP was around 1.8, and in 2019 it was around 3.1.
Do you know what a correlation
that-
causation fallacy is?
Well, why else would the GDP grow?
Just please answer. Please answer my question.
Yes, I know.
So what is it? Answer my question. What is a correlation causation fallacy?
Just because it correlates, just because the big beautiful bill, the Tax and Jobs Act passed, and GDP went up, doesn't mean it correlates. Yes, I know that.
So
But what
I
other
think that
economic
you're getting a
policy-
little. I think that you're getting a little bit flustered. So I'll try to help you. A correlation causation
No.
fallacy. One moment. Is when
I
you
just
attempt to
explained it
assume
perfect.
that because two variables are associated, that therefore one variable caused the other. Okay, and obvious.
economic
so
policy
so
is
sir,
passed?
sir, I understand that you're
explain
crashing out
GDP
because you're
numbers.
getting destroyed. I would really appreciate it if I could just allow myself to continue to speak without you interrupting me. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Good. So once again, a correlation causation fallacy is where you assume that two variables that are associated with one another are causing one another. In all reality, the only counter argument that I need to demonstrate that your position here is lack of good reason would just be calling out the fact that it's a correlation causation fallacy. But I'm actually taking it one step further by proving that your assumed causal relation between the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and 3% GDP growth is wrong by giving you the study done by two Harvard economists. So you asked me for their names. Their names are Robert Barrow and Jason Furman. Robert Barrow is a professor of the practice of economic policy. Same thing with Jason Furman. Jason Furman is a Republican. Robert Barrow is a Democrat. And you could find their study online by going on Google, typing in Harvard Kennedy School. The macroeconomic effects of the 2017 tax reform, they only attribute around 0.04% GDP growth per year to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
And I'm looking it up right now. Do you trust the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, or do you trust these two Harvard professors more? Who do you think you would put more faith
The
in?
Federal Reserve doesn't do like quantitative economic analysis on if a policy were to cause an outcome. They just track the raw data.
Yeah. So they actually did upload the raw data. I can give you the paper right now. The paper's called "Did the Tax and Jobs Act Create Jobs and Stimulate Growth?" It said that implies that. Let me get you right here. Let me read it. The researchers estimate that the Tax and Jobs Act tax equivalent to 1% of GDP led to 1.5% points higher in GDP growth. So that led to 1.5% more GDP growth. That's the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas that used raw data to explain that. So
Do you want to
trust
do?
the Federal Reserve?
So how about we do a comparative analysis on the methodology?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So what's the name of your study?
Did the Tax and Jobs Act create jobs and stimulate growth? Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas.
You said St. Dallas?
No, just Bank of Dallas.
You just lied to us all. Why did you like intentionally lie?
Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas.
Anyone can find this. Go on Google, type in what he just said. Did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act create jobs and stimulate growth? Federal Reserve Bank of St. Dallas. We all just heard him say that the estimate suggests that the TCJA tax cuts equaling 0.8% of GDP contributed to a 1% point stronger job growth in 2028, creating 1.5 million jobs. But he said not that it created 1.5 million jobs or led to a 1% point stronger job growth, but that it led to a 1% stronger GDP growth and that it increased the GDP by 1.5%. So we're reading the same thing. I don't know why you would intentionally change the percentage figures associated to job growth to GDP growth. That's really, really terrible. And thank you so much for a collaborating study to show that estimates from the Federal Reserve.
Go pull it up.
Buddy,
Go pull it up on your screen.
it
GDP
says
growth.
that it equaled around 0.8% GDP growth, not 1.5%.
Nearly 1.5 percentage points higher GDP growth over the two following years the law changed.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to show you
We
this.
can read
then.
the whole thing.
I'm just gonna have to, dude. Like, this is your source. I don't know why you're trying to lie to us. It's just bad faith. And I don't know why you don't think that I could just pull this up on my screen. Incredibly bad
Pull it
faith.
up.
Incredibly bad faith. We read this.
That's the old paper. You got to go look at the updated one in 2023. Go open up the.
So I'm
article.
looking
Don't
at the
Google
I'm looking at the
Gemini
wrong
it.
paper.
Don't Gemini it. What, like you're using?
Wait.
AI.
This was revised. This was revised in April of 2022. I'm looking at the updated paper.
No, it was revised in August 2023. That's when it was revised.
Okay, so there's a third revision. Where can I
There's a
find the
third
third
revision.
revision? Because right now I think I'm looking at the second revision.
Did the Tax and Jobs Act create jobs and stimulate growth? August 2023 revision.
Okay, where can I find it?
Do you want me to give you a link? I can give you the exact link right now.
Yeah, because I mean I just pulled up a source from
Did you just search?
Federal
did you
Reserve
search
Bank
up
of, Bank of Dallas, and I mean that's what I got. So
Yeah, can you search up 2023 August revision?
1 second, I found it. Okay, so and Anil Kumar, by the way, don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. Says that it led to a 1.5% percentage point higher GDP growth over the 2 years following the law change. While the estimates are imprecise, the overall pattern suggests that the TCJA stimulated some economic growth. So this same guy gave an estimate of 0.8%, and then the next year said 1.5%, and then the next year when he revised it to 1.5%, said that the estimate was imprecise. So can we agree, right, that the GDP growth that we could attribute to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was definitely not 3% per your original suggestion, and
No,
somewhere in between 0.4 to 1.5.
I said GDP growth when he inherited office was 1.8, and it was around 3% in 2019.
You said that the
So
Tax
that'd
Cuts
be-
and Jobs Act increased the GDP by 3%.
I didn't say increase the GDP by 3%. I
Yes,
said the
you did.
growth
That
of
was your
GDP
original
was
argument.
3%. We can go rewind it. I said the growth of the
Do
GDP
you
was
remember when I
3%.
asked you what a correlation causation fallacy is, and then you like argued
Yeah.
that what else could have caused it? You were arguing that the
I-
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused the 3% growth in the GDP.
I said the GDP was around 1.8% when Trump inherited
Listen,
office.
we're
and it
gonna
was
see if
around
you're
3%.
honest. Did you argue that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused this increase in the GDP?
I argued that it caused the increase in the GDP, but I didn't say it rose by 3%. I said that when Trump inherited
Yes,
office,
your
it around
argument was
1.8.
is that it increased the GDP by 3%. That was your argument, bro. If you can't come clean about this, I'm gonna kick you and move on. All right, I'm here to like try to find people that are like at least somewhat good
Everyone
faith.
can see you're losing. You put on these two Harvard professors. It said the GDP growth by 0.
How are you going to sit here and tell me that I'm losing?
And then
when
it
I,
was actually-
how are you going to sit here and tell me that I'm losing when I quoted you two Harvard economists, and then you quoted me one guy that changed his mind 1 year to the next
the
year,
federal
and then when he
fucking
changed his mind, he said that it was imprecise. So if you're going to say, right, that this guy is more likely to be correct than the Harvard economist, then you also have to say that his claim that the GDP growth that he attributed to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, that claim is also more likely to be correct. Okay, right? And obviously you're losing the debate because you're trying to cover up your own lies. You attributed 3% GDP growth to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That was your argument. You said that the GDP rose by 3%. We could attribute that to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Rewind. Everyone can see that it was 0.004%, and I can give you all the other sources too. The CBO that said it growed more than 0.004%. The CBO says it grows around 0.8. That's huge numbers. If we're talking about 1% of GDP.
Wait.
those
So
are
I
major
I said 0.4%. So now I just want to clarify here that you're now
No, you said
saying
zero-
you're now saying if I said anything else, then I misspoke. My apologies. So now I just want to clarify. Now you're now saying that the CBO is corroborating the estimate put forth by him the following year in 2022. So in 2022, the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Dallas, or sorry, I don't know why I keep on saying St. Dallas. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Dallas said that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act attributed 0.8% GDP growth, and then the next year they revised that to 1.5 GDP growth over 2 years. Over 2 years. Fuck. Why didn't I catch that? What's 1.5% divided by 2?
0.75.
And what's 0.75 rounded up?
0 point. Yeah, and that's still tremendous.
Fuck!
job growth.
God! Okay! All right. So the source that I'm giving you says that it increased the GDP by 0.4%. I'm pretty sure that I did say 0.04. I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure that I did say 0.04% earlier. I misspoke. My apologies. So in other words, we now know that according to Harvard, it increased the GDP by 0.4%. And according to the Bank of Dallas, it increased the GDP by 0.8%. But the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas says that these numbers are imprecise. So we now know that the attributed GDP growth to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is somewhere in between 0.4% and 0.8%, contrary to your original claim that it was closer to 3%. Concede.
Again, I never said it was. I concede if I did say that it grew by 3%, but I'm pretty sure we can all rewind it. I said that the economy grew from 1.8 to 3% under Trump.
So
I don't think it's it.
But are you attributing that growth to him? Because now, according to like both of these studies, right, we could only attribute around 0.4% to 0.8% growth to him.
So what's 1.8 plus 0.8? That's about 2.6, right? So maybe there's another 0.4% that maybe grew on just
I'd argue I'd argue that I'm increasing the GDP by 0.4 to 0.8% on a bill that cost us close to $2 trillion isn't too impressive.
Yeah, what did the infrastructure bill cost us? How much did that grow in GDP?
That was a $1 trillion bill that Donald Trump is taking credit for today.
The American Rescue Plan caused us. The American Rescue Plan.
The American Rescue Plan, which was, by the way, $500 billion less than the COVID stimulus check signed by Trump in his first term. And according to the Committee for a Responsible, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Donald Trump spent $8.6 trillion. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only spent $4.6 trillion. And when we look at the big beautiful bill. So what I'd say about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is I'd rank it a C minus. But then when we look at the big beautiful bill, I'd rank it an F. Okay, because I think that the big beautiful bill is just objectively destructive to low income Americans. I think that the big beautiful bill is terrible. Okay, why? Because according to the CBO, the source that you just gave me to try to justify your point, meaning that you think they're reliable, the CBO tells us that over the next 10 years, 10 million low-income Americans are going to lose access to Medicaid because of Trump and his bill. I think that is absolutely atrocious. I think that all low-income Americans should have access to Medicaid, and I think that's incredibly important.
They're going to extend the Obama subsidies. I mean,
this isn't even talking about the subsidy. So the increase in the premiums under the subsidy, that's going to impact everybody that's still on Medicaid. I'm saying that 10 million people are losing it because the big beautiful bill cut Medicaid by $900 billion and increased and introduced new work restrictions. And I'd say that the Republicans are not going to extend the ACA subsidy. So they did promise a vote, but they had that vote 4 days ago. The Democrats wanted to add an addendum to a bill that was going to be passed to extend that subsidy, and the Republicans voted it down. So the vote that they promised has already been held, and the likelihood of the Republicans hopping on board to extend that subsidy are only getting more small and small every day that passes. But just keep in mind here that I'm specifically referencing the 10 million low-income Americans that lost coverage under the big beautiful bill. I'd argue that that is a travesty, and that alone rejects the notion that bill should have been passed at all. I don't think that 10 million low-income Americans should go without Medicaid. I think that that's very evil.
Well, they still have emergency Medicare, and a lot of them do need the work. I mean, we're tired of people being lazy, and a lot of these people that are lazy are probably second-generation illegal immigrants that don't work, that don't really do anything, that don't really affect society.
Undocumented immigrants are more likely to actively participate in the labor force than citizens.
Second generation.
So the children of undocumented immigrants. I mean, I just think that you're trying to find like literally any way here to just like further demonize immigrants. Like when I'm bringing up the fact that Donald Trump is literally going to kill people by taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, instead of just like addressing that point head on, you just say that the children of undocumented immigrants are lazy. Like, come on, bro. Like, no, address the meat on the bone here. And you brought up 2 points. You brought up that, well, maybe they should work and that they still have access to emergency resources. So not everybody that goes into the emergency room lives. Wow, fucking crazy thought. And we could really prevent a lot of the individuals that will inevitably go to the emergency room to die by ensuring that they have access to preventative health care through Medicaid. Mind blowing, right? Completely mind-blowing. And then in response to your first point about not enough people working and the fact that we want more people to go to work, I agree that our government should incentivize employment. I agree that if you're an American adult and you're able to work, that you should work under optimal working conditions. I just disagree that policy to incentivize employment should be coupled to policy that saves lives, essential social programs. For the same reason that I want to put a work requirement on calling the police, even though that would sure as hell increase employment, is because I think that calling the police is an essential social program. And I'd say the same thing about Medicaid.
Well, I would think that I agree with Medicare. I think that Medicare should be, but when you mention the police, police affects everything. I think it affects. I would consider that life threatening, and I would consider that crime statistics affects neighborhood values. So that affects everyone in society. I don't think Medicaid appointments really do affect everyone in society. And overall,
we know that the more limited access to healthcare you have, the shorter your lifespan is, and the more unhealthy you are on average. So, because access to high quality healthcare makes you live longer and makes society as a whole better off, I'd say that we should start by just ensuring that healthcare is offered to low-income Americans. And you're arguing that the reason that you're okay with everybody having access to the police force, regardless if they're employed or not, is because it's available to everybody in society. Are you arguing that if we had universal healthcare, that you'd be okay with unemployed Americans being on it?
If we had universal healthcare, I don't think that we should. I don't think that the healthcare should be government run. I think that us having private healthcare has done tremendous wonders to the world. We have the most medical innovations when it comes to pharmaceuticals, when it comes to machinery. So no, I don't think that we should have.
So then even when we try to connect the dots and parallel your logic on healthcare, all of a sudden you still reject it too. So what are the specific reasons why you think that there should be a work requirement on Medicaid?
I think this is just where society is going, and I know that you're not.
Could you give an argument for why it's a good thing?
It's a good thing that we should, is because the amount of money the federal government continues to spend on healthcare and a lot of these social programs, it's not sustainable. It is just not sustainable, and the top 50% of taxpayers pay 97%. That gap is only growing. The population's getting dumber. People are getting lazier. Gen Z is like the laziest generation I ever met. We don't live in a fantasy world where everyone gets free healthcare and everyone gets free housing and stuff. This is just the way the world's going to have to work. And people are upset about it, but it's true. Only 2 demographics in the United States pay into the tax system. The rest don't. And sadly, as the country gets more diverse, it's going to cause more fractions in that issue. So I think it has to be everyone.
Do you think that America should be a less diverse country?
I think that we should have more cohesion in our society, yes.
What do you mean by cohesion? Do you think that we should have racial cohesion?
Not necessarily racial.
Drew, thank you so much for the downward squish. Wait, so then what do you mean by diverse? Because we typically, when we talk about diversity, we're talking about racial diversity, we're talking about ethnic diversity, we're talking about linguistic diversity.
I would say diversity in ideas and ideology. I would say diversity in,
Right. And then, by the way, I just want to make sure. Do you think that $1 trillion per year to the DoD is sustainable?
Yeah.
yeah, man. No, totally.
Yeah,
so let's spend $1 trillion per year on the DoD. That is sustainable. But then the moment we spend, so a couple $1 billion on food stamps just to ensure that children don't starve to death, that is totally unsustainable.
Wait,
and by the way, I would argue here. Yeah, of course I support Ukraine, and so does Trump. By the way, he resumed funding to them on July 14th. So bad point that you're about to make there. What I wanted to bring up here is if you want there to be more ideological cohesion, then we need to reject nuts like Trump. You understand that Donald Trump interrupts ideological cohesion in America by normalizing virtues that are in opposition to what should be ideologically cohesive. Like, for instance, when Donald Trump goes on Truth Social and calls for the deaths of Democrats, when he says that they should be executed, reposts somebody that says that we need to hang them, that serves as a threat to ideological cohesion. Because a core American value, right, is that in this country we have free speech, we should be able to say what we want, we should be able to exercise our First Amendment, and we shouldn't, face the death penalty because of what we believe. But now Donald Trump is interrupting that cohesion that we've experienced, and he's now saying, listen, if you're a Democrat and you think that the military shouldn't take illegal orders from me, then you need to die. I think that he did the same thing with January 6th in the 2020 election. When he tried to argue that, I won this and now I'm going to try to steal it from Biden. I think that interrupted ideological cohesion by corroding our civil electoral practices written into the Constitution. Same thing with his attack on the Constitution in general. I feel like we've seen some level of cohesion from the different working parts of our government to, try to stay on track with, conforming to the supremacy clause of the second article of the Constitution, ensuring that all federal law, withholdings, executive orders, so on and so forth, are not in violation of the Constitution. Donald Trump is interrupting that ideological cohesion because now he's just intentionally and belligerently attacking the Constitution, like he did with Executive Order number 14160, his first day in office, when he said, I don't like the 14th Amendment, therefore I'm going to pass this executive order to try to terminate it. Same thing that he's suggested rhetorically with the First Amendment. He says, I don't like it when people criticize me in the media, therefore now it's illegal. Same thing he's done with the Second Amendment. I don't like trans people, therefore I'm going to direct my DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans American citizens. So in opposition to the Second Amendment that even the far-right NRA publicly spoke out against him. So once again, if you care about ideological cohesion, you'd never support somebody like Trump as president for those reasons. And in fact, I would really appreciate it if you could engage in the specific reasons that I just granted you. I would really like to hear your response to Donald Trump calling for the deaths of Democrats. I'd really like to hear your response to Donald Trump attacking the Constitution,
Can you let me respond to that right now?
with his attack on the 14th Amendment, so on and so forth.
So first of all, the Democrats, what they did was treasonous. They challenged federal supremacy. Literally, George Washington would have them hang too. I mean, that's ridiculous.
They
They're
didn't
saying
challenge
that.
federal supremacy.
You shouldn't follow military orders if you don't think it's right. That's challenging federal
they
supremacy.
didn't challenge federal
That's
supremacy.
challenging that is challenging. The Illinois governor.
Can I ask you a question?
Not working
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
What is the supremacy clause of the second article of the Constitution?
That the federal government reigns supreme. That they have the ultimate decision.
No, that the Constitution reigns supreme.
The federal government reigns supreme.
No. The federal government must operate under the confines of the Constitution. Can the federal government legally pass a law? One second. Answer my question. Can the federal, and also don't pivot to the Illinois governor. We're talking about the Democrats in Congress who Donald Trump called for the death of. So let's just go one topic at a time here. When the federal government passes a law, does that law have to be in obedience with the Constitution?
Yes.
Why?
Because the federal government has to follow the Constitution. Yes.
And why?
But
why does the federal government have to follow the Constitution?
Because of the clause. Yes, I get
Because
it.
of the
So
supremacy clause. That means that the Constitution reigns supreme over the federal government, contrary to your last suggestion that the federal government reigns supreme on its own. And now, specifically, what did those Democrats in Congress say?
They said that if you don't like the orders that the military is giving her, you think that it's unconstitutional not to follow the orders. But the orders...
That's not what they said at all. That's not what they said at all. What they said is that if you are given an illegal order, if you are given an unconstitutional order, then you don't have to follow it, which is, by the way, just simply repeating the oath that members of our military have taken since George Washington was president. So not only would George Washington not hang them, but he actually helped in cooperation of the framework, right, that our military has operated under since he was president, where they take an explicit oath to follow the Constitution and to disregard any order by their superiors if it is in conflict with the law.
Yes, but they knew what they were doing. They were trying to question if the president's actions in Venezuela and other battles or other orders were illegal. They knew what they were doing. They were.
Wait, so now you're saying that you should be sentenced to death if you question the legal basis of an order given by the president?
Oh my God, you're such a fucking idiot.
No, that's what you said. I'm literally quoting you.
If you're
funny.
calling for
I just want to point this one out. It's funny that you're calling me the idiot when I'm literally quoting you. I think that tells me everything.
They know what they're doing. Everyone can see what they're doing.
So you're basically saying, you're basically saying when they said that if you're given an illegal order, you don't have to follow it, that they knew what they were doing. They were implying that Donald Trump is making illegal orders, and because you think they made that implication, they need to be sentenced to death.
I don't think they need to be sentenced to death, but I have no issue with the president saying that because if they are challenging the federal supremacy, then they should be
I thought that we
death.
just agreed that there's no federal supremacy. There's constitutional supremacy over the federal government.
But if they're questioning the president's action, they're telling soldiers not to follow the orders, then I think that they should be sentenced to death.
Okay,
yes.
so then you think that every single member of our military should be sentenced to death because that's the oath that they explicitly take when joining the military. By the way, you're a fascist because you think that your political opponent should be sentenced to death.
Yeah, ironic from coming from you guys that killed. Do you support the killing of Charlie Kirk? By the way,
No, but you do. Because apparently, according to you, it's okay to kill people if they politically disagree.
Yeah,
with you.
you're the same guy crying on the
yeah,
day of.
yeah, you're gonna criticize me for crying because you wish I was celebrating instead.
No.
Yeah,
Then you
no.
ask your Discord,
You know,
hey, is it okay that I cried? Is it okay that I cried? And I didn't cry because I thought it was bad. I cried because blah 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 blah.
So
you made these bullshit excuses.
Oh yeah.
You don't
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I was just honest, right? I never asked if it was okay that I cried. I never fucking asked that question. Thank you. But I was honest that the reason that I cried, right, wasn't because I'm in love with Charlie Kirk and I'm pregnant with his child, but rather because I have a sensitivity to gore and my best friend was standing less than 30 feet away. That's not an excuse. That is that is a description of my mental states. And it's funny because now you're getting pissed because you're getting absolutely destroyed in this debate that you want to derail and talk about my reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's how I know that I won the debate. That's how I know that I won the debate. So I want to ask you a question. Oh yeah, now you're gonna accuse me of what? Moving the goalposts?
Yeah, that's all you do. You move the goalposts.
And which one of the two of us is the one that pivoted from talking about Donald Trump's attack on the Constitution to my reaction to Charlie Kirk's assassination? You or me?
Well, you brought up political violence, so I brought up the one of the biggest examples of political violence.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, just all connected. It all connected. Yeah. So like my description about why I cried when Charlie Kirk was assassinated was relevant to the topic of conversation. That topic of conversation being the fact that Donald Trump wants to kill his political opponents. How? Silence. You can't tell me how it's relevant because it wasn't.
No, sorry, the thing was echoing. He wants to hang them. I don't know what's your point here. I'm saying that you believe in political violence. You cried about Charlie Kirk crying, but then you felt bad for your Discord, and you say, "Should I have cried? I didn't mean to cry."
I never said that. That's just not true. I never said that.
Yeah.
Give receipts.
You did a poll on it.
You're talking about what older millennial posted, asking if Charlie Kirk deserved it.
I don't know exactly what poll it was, but yeah.
You know that never happened. You know that, right?
I don't know if it was from older millennial, but
you
kept making excuses.
So now I know. Well, listen, I'm actually gonna prove something to you. Now we all know that you definitely believe things without evidence because there's no evidence that I made any poll in my Discord.
You did make a poll. You did Discord.
What's the evidence?
Was it okay that I cried?
What's the evidence?
And I didn't mean to cry.
Okay, then give us the evidence.
I need to bring more diverse voices.
I think I'm gonna be hard pressing you for the evidence, my friend.
You're a complete cuckold to your Discord, and it's sad.
Yeah.
And you're a sad guy because it's okay I cried, and it's okay this, and I'm gonna bring Corey on, this fucking idiot who doesn't know what she's talking about because I need to bring more diverse voices.
Yeah.
You're a fucking cuck, dude, and you're fucking beholden to your Discord. You don't believe anything.
Yeah. So
I bring up immigration. I bring up that hey, these people are net beneficiaries. And you go, well, right.
Can you give any evidence that I started any type of poll in my Discord?
Yeah,
any evidence whatsoever?
I brought up that these illegal immigrants
whoa. Don't move on. Give me a shred of evidence that I started any poll in my Discord, because it never happened. You're making shit up as you go, just like older millennial.
Yeah, go ask your Discord. Let's ask people in the Discord. You did do a poll.
So do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence whatsoever? What is your evidence?
I didn't screenshot it, but there's people in your Discord.
So you have no. So does anybody have an evidence does anybody have any evidence that I started a poll?
It's right there. Comments saying you did, and there's multiple comments saying you did.
Wait. So somebody named Josh in the comment section is saying, yes, he did start the poll because older millennial posted a video saying that I started a poll with no evidence whatsoever. And then that's the evidence. So basically what you're saying is if a group of people agree on something, if a group of people all say the same thing, then it's true. Then why? By the way, this just makes your argument even more difficult because now there's other people. Because now there's people outside of yourself that are also repeating that I started a poll. No one could give any evidence. Like this is like literally. I think that this is like literally. I think that this is like literally the best expose ever of this.
Yeah.
Oh wait, actually, check this out. So you're in my Discord, right?
Discord.
No. So you're in my Discord, right? Yes, you are in my Discord because you told me.
You did?
So earlier you told me that you were in my Discord and you saw this personally, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna direct this to you, Josh, and all the other conservatives watching the stream. The link to my Discord is in the link tree in my bio. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that there's already a bunch of y'all in there
deleted
because
it.
there's over 20,000 members. everyone, I want you to go to my Discord and post evidence of me starting any poll in response to Charlie Kirk's assassination. You don't have any evidence. You already admitted to that. Nobody in the
Everyone's
chat
saying
has
you
any
deleted it.
evidence. They
You deleted it, little bro.
wait. So you're telling me that hundreds of thousands of people watch me start this poll, but nobody has any evidence?
You're telling me hundreds of people in the chat are just saying you started the poll?
Wait. Are you saying that I just deleted?
You did do a poll.
Oh, wait. Are you saying that I deleted it right now?
I don't know when you deleted it. You could delete it a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Today?
Why
I
does
don't know.
no one have any evidence of this?
Because people.
Like,
I don't
no
know,
one.
I guess they didn't screenshot it. They didn't think that you'd be a snake and delete it.
Wait, but like
Everyone remembers this
thousands,
poll. You're saying,
thousands of people?
Is it okay that I cried over Charlie Kirk?
Oh my God! Wait!
No, I didn't cry over
Yo,
Charlie.
want to know some crazy shit? I've actually never, I've never taken a moderation action in my Discord. Never, not one. I don't moderate
Yeah,
my
you
own
listen to
Discord.
your Discord.
Check this out.
You
check
had
this
a
out.
whole live
Check
about
this
your
out. No.
Discord.
Check this
You
out.
were
Check this out.
tearing and
So
crying.
here's the audit log of my account in my Discord. Hey, tell me, is there any moderative actions?
No logs yet. You could be on a different moderator.
Yeah.
You could be on a different moderator.
Oh yeah.
be on a different monitor.
I made a second account to go into the Discord
make-
to
you could
delete the
make a
poll.
multiple. Yeah,
Yeah.
you could be on a-
Do you see how you're just engaging conspiracy theory? Do you see how like you were just bold face engaging in
We
conspiracy theory?
remember
right now?
you talking about it
No.
online. crying
You
about
don't remember me talking about any poll in my Discord. You don't remember me talking about any poll in my Discord. You saw a video posted by the older millennial. You are coping so hard and it's fucking beautiful. Thank you for exposing that Trump supporters believe in things with no evidence.
There's voices on. Please, Discord, please stop.
Hey, watch this. So, Josh, I'm going to need you to listen very close to me. I'm going to pass you the mic for as long as you want it. I want your prerogative to be any evidence that I started a single poll in my Discord. Achieve that prerogative. Go.
Let's ask the audience. Did Dean have a poll asking if it's okay that he cried, or is it okay to mourn about Charlie Kirk's death? And did he backtrack when he first cried because people started giving him judgment about it?
So now you're asking the audience if I started a poll in my Discord. No. Looks like the audience is saying
You
no.
did. No, now you. got
Damn,
your
that one
fans.
backfired.
And-
That fucking
and
backfired.
now-
Holy
you got
shit,
your-
that one backfired.
No, well, your audience is on your
Dang.
side, but
Dang.
you did.
But your prerogative is to give any evidence for that.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
No,
You're
take your
laughing,
time.
but-
Take your time. How much money do you want to bet on this topic? I will bet you $5,000 that you will not be able to produce any evidence whatsoever of me starting a single
I don't
poll
have any-
asking
I don't
people if
have
Charlie
any
Kirk
power
deserved it.
Cash App, so I can't do that bet. I only have
Right.
Venmo.
Right. Oh, I
mean,
Venmo.
not Venmo. I have Zelle.
Okay.
I have Zelle.
Okay, I could send you my Zelle information.
I will bet you $50.
$50. Okay. Bets on. I'm
Yeah.
betting you right now. Let's just
And
clarify.
I
let's
will
just
DM you.
clarify. Let's just clarify on what the bet is. I'm specifically betting you $50 that you will not be able to produce a shred of evidence that I started a poll in my Discord asking people if Charlie Kirk deserved it.
You're gonna have to DM me though, because I need to give you my number because that's the only way I
Well, I'm
So you are
gonna.
gonna have-
Yeah. So once you lose the bet, I'll DM you.
Okay. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yeah, just produce the
fair?
evidence.
Is
Stay
that
on the
fair?
live. Just stay on the live and produce the evidence. Gotcha, girl. Thank you for the 50. You can take 5 minutes. Thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Gotcha, girl. Let's get 500 Gotcha, girl W's down below in that chat for the $50. Who says, I know quite a few Gen Zs who work, myself included. The people who claim we don't want to work probably don't work themselves and are living with their parents. We live in a different world and it's hard to maintain financial stability with this administration. Yeah, like honestly, if you're in Gen Z, right, you know that like you got to fucking work, okay? Like the economy that we live in is fucking terrible, okay? The amount of people that are existing in a perpetual and persistent existential crisis because of how much everything costs, most notably housing, is just about everyone. I'd also like to thank Michael. Thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Oh my God, dude. Let's get 1,000 Michael W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $100, my friend. Michael says, tell him Trump's tax plan and amendments to his tax plan are retroactive to January 1st, 2025. They're already in effect. Yeah, get pushed, buddy. Get fucking pushed, buddy. Thank you for the $100, Michael. And then Molly with the $5, who says petition to bring Gawk up today. Need some real entertainment. If they stop by, we might bring him up for a minute. I don't know. I would also like to thank Hannah for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, as a food stamp recipient as a child, and now as a six-figure earner, ... and taxpayer, I reject this guest idea that people who get assistance are lazy. Yeah, it's because he's spewing shit out of his ass. Thank you for the $20, Hannah. And Libby, thank you for the $15. Thank you. I really appreciate you, Libby. Libby says, if you ask Grok if you condone political violence, Grok says no. Yeah, look at even Elon's AI is agreeing with us, right? So thank you for the $15, Libby. Let's get 150 Libby W's. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Isaac with the $1, and then Kel with the $6.66. Who says, can we please stop mocking people who live in their parents' basement? I'm not less than because I can't afford outrageous rent. Oh, well, you're not less than at all. The way that I read that donor's message wasn't mocking everybody who lives in their parents' basement, but specifically mocking those who will live in their parents' basement and then argue that people who are reliant on programs of assistance for help because they don't are lazy. I think that was the guest's point. And then Anna, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, I want to join your Discord if possible, but I don't know how. Well, the Discord join code is just my name. It's Dean. And then Lisa, thank you for the $10. Lisa didn't attach a message to her love, just sent the dono. Thank you. And then one more person over on Super Chat, Leah, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, it's insane how we let a convicted felon, adjudicated rapist, predator, etc., and all the things he's done in office, and so many people are still defending him. So many unconstitutional orders, statements, just absurd. Oh my God, no, yeah, we literally live in the movie Idiocracy. We live in the movie Idiocracy. It is fucking crazy. Thank you so much for the $20, Leah. Thank you, everybody, for your support. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this guy, you like what we do here, and you want to support it, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. It's also right there at the top of the screen, and it's in the pinned message over on YouTube. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love. What's up, Deja? Do you support Trump? Deja? Deja's not here. We are going to go to get somebody else up in the meantime, just while, this
Someone
guy's...
said Jasmine on your chat on the day at 5:29 p.m. said, are you serious? Are you actually using a Discord poll to decide if a man's life deserved to be ended? What is wrong with you? Someone named Jasmine posted that in your chat at 5:29 p.m. on September 10th.
Yeah, probably because every single user in my Discord has the availability and access to start a Discord poll.
Nah, I think she was talking about you, buddy.
How do you know that?
I think she was talking about you because every.
Come on, think about the likelihood that that is true.
Everyone's not allowed to start a poll on your Discord.
In my Discord, that option is available to everyone.
Everyone can start a poll.
Yeah, anyone can start a poll. I forget the name. I forget the name of the bot. Anyone could start a poll, or at least they could at the time. Okay, what's going on, Thorkus?
Well. First of all, I want to say shout out to my cousin Micah Unruh.
Never mind. We changed.
Free
we changed
WD-40 for everyone. Release WD-40. Give it to everyone.
Oh, you changed it. You conveniently changed. Yeah, there we go.
Oh wait, never mind.
WD-40.
Look at the chat
for everyone.
Wait. You're on Discord. Look at everybody in the Discord chat right now. Kazi says we used to make polls all the time. Fisk says we used to. Macy says everybody could start a poll.
We used to.
Look at everybody in the chat. Are they just all lying? They hate me. Come on, bro. My Discord's like on my fucking ass. You brought that up earlier. You said that I was a cuck to my Discord. Okay.
WD-40 on top.
Oh wait, shit, dude. Look at the screenshot. Oh my God. Wait, you just got cooked. You just got cooked by somebody in the queue. You just got sorry, not in the queue. You just got cooked by somebody in the Discord. Here, I want you to take a poll. I want you to take a look at the screenshot.
WD-40.
Yo, shut up, Thorkus, just for 1 second. Take a look at this. What's the title of the poll there?
Did Charlie deserve it?
And right above the title of the poll, what does it say?
Disabled. And
it says deleted. You should. Above. Above means on top. Above means on top.
Multi-select says disabled.
That's on bottom. That's below. What does it say on top of did Charlie deserve it?
Poll deleted.
And what does it say on top of poll deleted? What on top of what does it say on top of poll deleted?
Dot Jackie.
Am I dot Jack?
That's not Jack. That's not how you spell Jack.
Am I
don't
dot
know.
Jack
that could
C?
be your second account.
Is that me?
That could be your second account.
And what's your evidence of that?
Well, you're homosexual men, so you're probably in the guys. You probably hooked up with the guy named Jack, so you could have named your Discord server. Discord.
$50 is what you owe me.
I told you, you got to DM me, man.
Okay, if I DM you right now because I have a second device so that I could do that off of, are you gonna pay me on live?
I can't pay you on live.
No, I think that
I
you'll.
promise you.
So,
I promise you by tomorrow. I promise you by tomorrow you will get your $50.
Good boy.
I can't pay you on live though. That I can't.
Good boy.
But you have my word.
He called you good boy. You're a good boy.
Yeah, good boy. Wait, is this Thorkus?
No, I'm a fan account.
You're a fan account of Thorkus? Oh, get out of here. Yeah, all right, we're gonna move on to the next guest because good boy down here got cooked. Everybody, just do give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up in the live, guys. If you happen to be in the queue, make sure it's because you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please, 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 please make sure that we're following those rules, everyone. Dude, concede publicly. Somebody in the YouTube chat says. I mean, he basically did. He said that he would pledge to send me the $50. So. Let's go and move on to the next guest. Yo, AJ, appreciate you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, hey, Dean, I love watching your streams and hearing you prove how these people just are uneducated. Question, what was your most memorable debate and why? I hope that you have a wonderful day. My most memorable debate. I don't know if I have one. I'm going to think about that, AJ. I'll come back to you with an answer. What's going on, Debate God? Do you support Trump? You're muted, my friend. I'm going to send you an invite to unmute, and while I'm doing that, we are going to get somebody else up here in the meantime. If we get a response from somebody else before you start speaking, I am going to go and kick you. Okay, Debate God's not here. Maga Warrior, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Dean, you have to unblock me at some point, mate.
It's Farm Sid Kid. Banned! Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Breezy? Hello? All right. Obviously, the people inside of the queue are not following the rules. So this guy's literally sleeping on live. So we are going to go to put the rules back up on the phone screen. Take a good look at the middle of your phone. If you want to know what the rules are, you got to be 18 plus American MAGA. All rule breakers will be permanently banned, and there's absolutely no exceptions to the rules. What's up, Maddie? Do you support Trump? And Maddie automatically left. That's a good thing that you left when you did, Maddie, because you were about a split second away from being permanently banned. We will also be permanently, retroactively permanently banning the people that load up in here and then quickly leave just because, you know, you're still wasting some of our time. Like that guy. What's going on, LRO? Do you support Trump?
Yo. Shout out, I support Trump. Okay, then shout.
Okay, one second.
Can I see your hair follicles?
Okay.
Can I see your balls? I want to see your big ball sack.
Yo,
it's really jiggly.
Yo.
Okay, LR was permanently banned. James, what time is it?
It's 10:30.
Okay, you're also permanently banned because you're not in America. Banned! So we just got two of the rule breakers out of here. That's what's happening to the rule breakers today. It's really easy to understand what the rules are because you could just, you know, look at your phone screen. Literally, super simple. What is going on? Trump is real 23. Do you support Trump?
Go fucking kill yourself, you horrible...
Wow, you sound very angry. What's going on? Anti-liberal, do you support Trump? Anti-liberal Ace, do you support Trump?
You have to unban that kid sometime, though.
Okay, also not a Trump supporter. Dude, every single person who's joining our live right now, this is like a mass exodus. Just everybody's getting banned. This is awesome.
I do.
Hey, what's up? You support
1973.
Trump?
1973, I do.
Hoorah!
How could you not? How could you not?
How could
Listen to me. No, wait, just hear me out. Just hear me out. Give me a second. You're looking for the best reason to support Trump, and I've got it. Ready?
1 second. I'm not ready yet.
Get over. You don't need to worry about it.
No, I'm ready.
It's because everyone that controls our media tells us that it's okay to support him. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Sergey Brin, Sylvester Stallone, Kiss and Gene Simmons, Jeffrey Epstein loves him, Bill Gates loves him, all the pedophiles love him,
yeah, you're true.
Jesus loves him,
you're true.
All of the Christians love him. So how can I not support him?
Thank you. Thank you for your service, sir. I think he was a vet. We're going to move on to the next guest here, guys. For now, I'm not going to ban you. However, we are banning everybody that comes up here that breaks the rules. Okay? Everybody that breaks the rules is going to be catching a ban. We're going to put the rules back up on screen right now. You got to be 18 plus American MAGA. All rule breakers will be permanently banned, and there are 0 exceptions. Hello and welcome in. Oh, mods, get them. They came up here and then they left. Ban them. Ban them. Guys, ban them. Ban them. Okay, we're banning everybody who's in that queue that's not supposed to be there. I honestly, I want like accidentally joining the queue to be legitimately scary to everybody that is not following the rules. O2 Films, do you support Trump?
I shot Trump.
And you're banned. And you're absolutely banned. Mods, find his house. Blow it up. I'm just kidding. Moving on to the next guest, guys. But seriously, banned. Here we go, guys. Hello, do you support Trump, Jonas? Or are you banned? 5 seconds. 5 seconds, buddy. The clock is ticking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Banned. Mods. Same thing that you did to the last guest. Do it to him too. Long range ICBM missiles. Okay? My mods got that. They got that shit. Okay? They got that shit. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only Hoffman's out of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Kayla, okay? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm sorry.
You're fucking cooked.
Sorry.
You're so fucking cooked. You're absolutely fucking cooked. Get the hell out of here. Moving on to the next guest right now, guys. Hello, do you support Trump? Okay, and you're banned. Listen, guys. Okay, real quick. I know that we're having fun and whatnot. I am going to go ahead and just drop a little bit of a truth on you guys.
Oh, dude. Oh.
Jesus Christ. I'm just going to go ahead and drop a little bit of a truth nuke on you guys real quick. In all reality, the reason why we can't find any Trump supporters, regardless of the fact that we have the rules in the middle of the phone screen, is because there's none left, guys. And those that are left, they're terrified of me. Like, I'm literally a Trump supporter's worst fucking nightmare. Before I went live today, I spent 30 minutes MAGA hunting. I was actually able to join another Trump supporter's live, and I stayed on her panel for 25 minutes, individually asking every other Trump supporter on that live if they would join my stream and debate me as the first guest. They all had a lot to say, but none of them wanted to debate me. I then hung around. I was like, yo, do you have like any MAGA friends that are watching the live right now? Because there's a bunch of people chirping from the comment section that'd be down to have a debate with me. No one would come. No one. 0 people. That's why we could have a live with 12,000 people with an overlay on top of the phone screen that says rules to join, be a Trump supporter, or else you get fucking banned. And our queue is still only full of trolls. That is why, guys. They're terrified of me. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I want you to educate me.
Dude, you're breaking the rules. Guys, look at the middle of your phone screen. Follow them, okay? I'm done with the trolls. I'm not gonna lie. I come on here for debates. I don't come on here to just talk to kids. It's really irritating. Really irritating, okay? Very irritating. We're gonna move on to the next guest now. What's up, Carly? Do you support Trump?
Does little bro think he's tough?
Oh my God, you are little bro. You're like 4. Moving on to the next guest right now. We have TikTok God connecting. Follow the rules. This is not a goddamn daycare. God. Moving on to the next guest, okay? Moving on. Okay, TikTok God doesn't want to join in. We're gonna get that person up. Guys, just let us know in the comment section if you're a Trump supporter. I mean, this is just fucking unreal. Account
Hello,
67.
Dean. I am 18 plus. I swear I was born in 2001. I'm 23.
And do you support Trump?
Dean.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, Creed, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Shut up. Yo! Cat! Thank you for the lion! Oh my goodness. I know that y'all couldn't see that over on YouTube, but Kat just dropped the second largest gift on TikTok on the stream. Kat, oh my, Queen Kat is back in the building. Everybody, thank you so much for your kindness, Queen Kat. While we're hopping into the debates, show some love to Kat down below in that comment section. Deja, get back on this stream. What month were you born in?
I was born December.
What day?
23rd.
Okay. Okay. And why the fuck is that your profile picture?
I like that profile picture.
Because it's you and Parker.
Okay, I think that you're a troll, Deja. I'm gonna go and kick you.
I swear to God, I'm not a troll, Dean. I swear to God.
I don't trust you.
Can you turn your comments off already? They're already starting this already.
What are they doing?
Are you not reading it? I mean, I deal with this every time I try and debate.
They're all just spamming Phil.
Yes, and I know what that means.
That's your name, right?
What? No, like, dude. Oh my gosh, no. My name is not Phil. I've already been through.
I thought that last time you came up here, you clarified that that's your name.
No, I clarified that it's not my name actually. And will you please? Can you turn the comments off while we try and debate?
Because they're referring. Oh, geez, I'm sneezy today. Because they're referring to you by your name?
That it's not my name.
No, what's your name?
My name is Creed.
No, it's Phil.
No, who are you to tell me what my name is?
Because you clarified on this last time, and you said Dean.
I never clarified nothing.
You said Dean. My real name is Phil, but I'm really embarrassed about it, so I go by Creed.
I never said that. You're
and
putting
then once
words in
everybody
my
started
mouth.
calling you Phil, your real name.
No, I didn't.
Right?
You're putting words in my mouth, buddy.
No, I'm just simply repeating the words that came out of your mouth the last time you were on the stream.
No, dude. Do you want me to go?
Jesus Christ.
My name is not Phil.
Can you stop fucking crashing out? You are embarrassing.
Nobody is crashing out.
You are raising your voice.
I said something I didn't say.
You are getting mad. You're getting hot and flustered.
No, you're saying something I never said.
You're literally painting yourself to be a 4-year-old child. Can you have a little bit of self-control?
I have plenty of self-control.
Then why are you acting like a baby?
Because you're calling me by not what my name isn't.
So you admit that you're throwing a temper tantrum like a child.
No, I'm just.
But I just asked you why you're acting like a baby, and you said because. You didn't say I'm not acting like a baby. You said I'm acting like a baby because.
I'm not acting like a baby.
Yeah, I think that you are. You're acting like a baby, Phil.
That's your dude. Like, you're doing it. You're doing it. You are doing it again, Dean. You're doing that.
Dean. Okay, I'm gonna thank a couple people here real quick.
No, I don't want thankings. No, stop.
What the fuck is the problem with me thanking my donors?
Because they're gonna be donating to you and saying crap about philosophy and Philly cheesesteak and all this stupid crap that you guys always do every single fucking time. And I've been through this multiple times.
I just want to make it clear. If you didn't say anything and you were just like, okay, Dean, thank your donors, I probably only would have had like 3 people to thank. But the chances are, now that you've made it clear that you're pissed off and jealous about the donations and you don't like what
I'm
the
not
donors
jealous
say,
about your donations. I don't care.
And you're pissed off about what the donors say, right? Now I'm more likely to get a whole lot of donations through the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, top of the phone screen, and pin message on YouTube. Okay, I won't read them. Tell us why you support Trump.
Because he is the
Benjamin, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo.
Will you stop? You won't let me get into the debate, Dean. You just interrupt me.
I just told you I'm gonna thank my donors. I'm gonna thank my donors.
Why do you support Trump?
No, I didn't. I said I'm gonna thank Benjamin for the $2. Just calm the fuck down. Okay.
I'm calm. I am calm. I am very calm.
Your mom is knocking on your door because of how not
chill.
Calm
I gotta
you are.
go for a second. Hold on.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, while he's doing something, let's go and make sure that we thank the donors over on Venmo. Juliana, thank you for the $1. Says tell Phil to relax. He definitely does need to. Jojo, appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Says just want to say hi, Phil. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Says what is a Philistine? Bethany, thank you so much for the $10. Who says will you debate my brother? Yeah, just tell him to request. Thank you for the $10. And Allison, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Allison W's. He says quote unquote no, my name is Patrick. Eric, thank you for the $15 who says if Phil goes to medical school, he could be Dr. Phil.
Dude, my name is not Phil. How many times do I have to say it?
Thank you for the $10, Sonny, over on Venmo. Let's get 100 Sonny W's down below in the comment section. Thank you so much for the love, Sonny. I really appreciate you so much for the love.
I don't care. I'm screaming because this guy's a psychopath.
Oh my God, your family's yelling at you, dude. Calm it down.
Yes, because they're crazy.
Just
because
give me,
they think I'm crazy.
Just give me a second. Take a breath. Eli, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says 13-year-old vet here. We're under oath to deny unlawful orders. Yep, and indeed. Morgan, thank you for the $1 over on Venmo. Violet with a $1. Hannah and Andrew, appreciate you guys both for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then Austin with the $5 on Venmo says poor Phil can't stop crashing out. Kendall with the $5 says is bro real? Mega crash out. Brian, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says Phil needs to take a chill pill? Crashing out so fast. I know his family's literally screaming at him. Thank you for the $25, Brian. Can you thank Brian for the $25? Can you?
All right, I'm back.
Can you thank Brian for the $25?
No, I can't thank nobody.
Okay,
that's like 4 Big Macs, bro. It's not a lot of money.
Bad boy. Matthew, thank you for the $20 over at PayPal. Appreciate you so much for the love. Okay, thank you for the $5 who says, can you ask Phil what he's eating for dinner tonight? Is it a Philly cheesesteak?
Dude, my name's not
Joshua,
Phil.
thank you for the $5. I wish Phil was on our side because I feel like he'd make a great philanthropist. Dude, thank you so much, Lords, for the $1. Madeline with a $1. Tommy with a $10 who says, stop using our cult fees plus tax to blow up little British children. Tommy, dude. Thank you for the $10. Phil? Phil?
Dude, will you stop? Can you guys stop calling me Phil? Please.
What just happened?
Don't worry about it. Can we get to the debate?
Yeah, we could get to the debate. I just have like 3 more.
Yes, and here comes Santana. Oh my gosh, will you get this guy out of the live?
$1.50 on Venmo. And Nika, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you guys. Thank you both so much.
You done had my dad bust in my door because you guys just come on.
Okay, all right. So why do you support Trump?
Because he is the greatest president of my life.
And why is that?
Because of the stuff he is doing with ICE and deporting all the illegal aliens out of our country.
What is one way that mass deportation materially benefits America?
Opens up more jobs for the Americans who are searching for them and are taken by the immigrants.
No, that's actually not true. It reduces the overall amount of job opportunities in this country because companies only offer jobs when they need more employees to increase their productive capacities, right? But the thing is when we remove 11 million undocumented immigrants from America, we're also deporting the 8.4 million laborers that help make those goods, and then the 11 million undocumented consumers that buy those goods. According to the American Immigration Council, this would reduce our GDP by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion per year if they were all removed tomorrow, which of course would reduce overall job opportunity in the country as well.
But ultimately, over time, the loss that you would take because of taxes or whatever would ultimately go down. So yeah, it'd be.
We don't take a loss on undocumented immigrants because of taxes. In fact, we take a loss in taxes if we were to remove them. They pay over $100 billion.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Once they're removed, of course it's gonna, go down or whatever. But over time, it's gonna go back to normal once the people get the jobs.
Listen, Philly, are you a bit chilly? I think I hear your AC.
Dude, oh my gosh, bro. Dude, Philly, are you kidding me right now?
Hey,
dude,
Phil.
we were in the middle of a debate and dude, stop calling me.
Wait,
dude,
I'm done. Listen,
no, I'm actually done.
Wait, I came up here for a specific reason. I have a question.
What?
So you and we've known each other for a little while, right? I mean, you came on my live and we've spoken, and I know when you actually originally started. There was a lot happening and even just now, right? The interaction with your family, that was a lot. I guess the only question I have is how does your family feel about you having such big feelings?
Dude, you're purposely doing this. You are purposely doing this for no reason. Dude, feelings? Are you kidding me? Do you mean feeling? Dude, like, okay, bro. Yeah, nah. I can't even debate people no more because you guys are crazy. I mean, you guys are crazy. I mean, you guys are actually insane. I mean,
I'm not sure what's happening. It's just a question. I was just wondering.
No, you're purposely saying feelings and crap. Dude, I can't. I really can't with you guys.
Oh, okay. I mean, maybe.
I can't.
I don't know.
You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
I just want to say you might want to breathe because you're raising your blood pressure. It's not good for you, especially at your age. You're a young man. You don't want to stress yourself out too much.
I'm not stressed out, and
I mean, you never know what you might end up doing with your life. I mean, you might become a philanthropist and do more for this world.
You're doing that again. You're doing that again. You're doing it again. Really?
Do you see?
You know what you're doing.
Do you see the baby next to your profile? Is that lined up on your screen?
You know what you're doing.
It's behind him.
It's behind him. Yeah. Oh, this is.
I'm not a baby. If that's what you're trying to refer.
This is.
That's not me.
That's you.
What is that? What is that? That's a demon. That's demonic.
That's you.
They get that off my screen. What is that?
That's you.
That's not me.
Yeah, it's you.
That's not me.
That's you.
That's not me.
That's you.
That's not me.
It's a real photo, Phil.
You're calling, dude. Oh my god. Dude.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, that's Phil. That's not Phil, right?
Yes. Okay. The person, that picture might be Phil, but I'm not Phil.
On the screen, that's Phil. This is not Phil. All right, not Phil. So you were telling Dean about what you actually. I'm sorry, not Phil. Remind me of what your
stop calling me not Phil. Just call me Creed, okay?
You just said your name was not Phil.
No, I said I'm not Phil.
Yes, you're not Phil.
Yes, I'm not Phil. Yes.
Exactly. So not Phil. Can you remind Dean as
I'm
far
not,
as
dude. Just call me by my name, okay? How hard is this? And
I'm not that. Your name is not Phil.
Screen. That's not me.
I'm so confused. Not Phil.
My name's not Phil.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
My name is not Phil. My name is not Phil.
Wait. So your name's not Phil?
My name is not Phil.
Oh, okay. So that's a double negative. So two negatives means it's a positive. So your name is Phil.
Oh my gosh, you're a psychopath.
Am I wrong? Dean, isn't that how it works? That's a double negative.
You're a psychopath. You're a psychopath.
That's a double negative.
Oh man. Oh,
dude, it's not funny. It's not funny. You guys don't.
That's pretty funny.
Stop knocking on my door.
Okay, Phil. Wait, sorry. I actually called him that name because I'm not even doing it for the bit anymore. It's just like, okay, we need to help you calm down a little bit.
Stop! Get off my door!
Dude.
Oh my gosh! Calm down!
Dude.
I told you! Stop!
Dude, Phil. Todd, fuck, that's not his name. Okay, what? Creed.
It's not Phil. Well,
Creed.
It's one of the two.
Creed. Okay, we need to make sure that you're good. All right.
I'm fine. I am fine. Just, dude, can we? Okay.
We don't want Papa yelling at you.
I agree, and I also agree with the Benjamin. Thank you so
We're
much
fine.
for the Benjamin. Just sent a $2 donation, and he
Nobody,
said, "Just calm down."
Nobody cares.
No,
cares.
seriously, this is good advice. He
You can't
said,
even
"Just
buy a
calm
large
down."
Coke.
He said, "Just calm down." He sent $2. He said, "Just calm down and think of peace-filled thoughts." And I agree.
That's not funny, dude. Are you you guys are crazy? No, I'm done. I'm like,
okay, bye. Brian, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, can we get Phil's mom on here to confirm that his name is really, quote unquote, not Phil? Thank you for the $25, Brian. Dude, can you thank Brian for the $25?
No, you're not.
Do it. Thank Brian.
No.
Say thank you, Brian. Say thank you.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Thank
No.
you. Say it. Say thank you.
No.
Oh, can you say thank you to Emily for the $50?
No, I can't.
Thank you for the $50,
No,
Emily.
actually, I can't.
Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Emily W stuff below that chat for the $50.
Get outta here.
Oh my God, Phil knows pissed. Yo, Phil.
My name's not Phil.
I didn't call you Phil. I called you Phil now. Emily with a $50 says my toy broke last night. I think I need a new Fildo. Thank you for the $50, Emily. Show some love to Emily down below in that chat. Colin, thank you for the $2. He says, take a chill, Phil. Yep. Kristen, thank you for the $10. He says, this is the best bit yet. Thank you for making my car ride home more entertaining. I'm Phil of Delight. Thank you for the $10, Kristen. Oh my God, Tom. You guys are laughing. It's not cool. Oh my God, stop interrupting me. Tom, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Carla, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents dollars over on Venmo. Sarah with the $10. Oh, Sarah comes up with something new. Philip.
Not funny.
Is your name Philip?
Nope.
No, not Philip?
Nope.
What about Phil?
Kill.
Nope.
Why do you get more pissed at Phil compared to Philip?
Nope.
Why is
because
Philip
it's super formal? It makes him sound dignified.
Nope.
But W's in the chat for Kel, who sent the dollar donation, saying that his dad is gonna fill him if he doesn't stop. I mean, like I wouldn't want anything to actually unalive him.
I will laugh at that. We don't laugh at that.
You do laugh at that actually. You laughed at Charlie Kirk, so you do laugh at that actually.
Dude, I laugh at the AI fucking slop about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I seen the TikToks.
Okay. I'm gonna play the song, and I want you to listen to the song without laughing.
No, I don't want to hear "We Are Charlie Kirk." I don't want to hear it. Can you stop?
I just want you to listen to the song with a straight face on.
I don't want to listen to it. Yes, I can listen to it with a straight face. It's actually that's not the real one.
That's not the real one.
You're being disrespectful. The song's actually great, and then people turned it into a meme. I respect the song. Yes, it's actually a sad song.
Okay, I want you to listen to it.
Okay, I'll listen to it. This song is good.
Why are you trying not to laugh? That's actually disrespectful. Dude, it's not funny. How is that? How do you even find that funny at all? It's not funny. You're disrespectful.
That's not funny. You're laughing at a dead man. That's not even funny.
We're laughing at a song.
No.
Victoria, thank you for the one, Phil. Yeah.
I don't know who you're talking to. My name's not Phil. So.
Yeah, Jojo, thank you for the 5. Great to see you. How are you feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. It's been a good day.
You guys are purposely trying to do this, but I don't care anymore, so keep on going.
Well, sure, but listen, Ricardo sent a $2 donation saying Creed equals Phil equals not Phil equals not Phil equals asshole Phil.
Okay.
That is a lot.
Listen. I'm just, Karen, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo says, I'm not Karen! Thank you for the $10. Appreciate you for that, love, Karen. Logan.
It's actually a valid one.
Yeah, Logan, thank you for the $4. Who says, I love the streams, but I think I've had my fill. Yeah, honestly, I think we too at this point. We may move on. Rachel, thank you for the $5. And Danielle with the $5 who says, this is filkin' hilarious. Love you, Dean. Love you too, Danielle. Thank you for the $5.
That's not funny, dude.
And Eric, oh my God. Thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love,
Nobody
Eric.
cares about
that
$50.
$50 is a shit ton of money. What?
No, it is not.
What the? Show me a band right now.
Phil equates things in like, what did you equate them in Big Macs or something? Which one? In Big Macs or McChicken or something, like he equates
Big Macs,
how
yes.
much
Yes. And that was one time I said it. It was
he said someone sent me like a $5 donation. He was like, "Oh, you can't even get one Big Mac with the $5."
Yeah.
And you can't.
That's
that
how
was an example.
Wait. Big Mac.
So I have a question. So Eric sent $50, but then Carion sent $30. Says, "Please call me Kai." Kai, thank you for the $30. Who says Phil needs to take a chill pill? Chill Phil.
Not funny.
5 of them.
I've already heard that so many times. It's not
because
funny,
he needs to take it down just a little, but he can't help the way he feels. Dude, that was fire, Guy. Thank you for the $30. And then Melissa, thank you for the $10. Who says Phil sounds like he drinks Monster energy drinks and then immediately punches holes in the drywall afterwards. Yeah, maybe the reason why he doesn't think that $50
I don't punch
is a whole
holes,
lot.
but what's wrong with Monster Energy?
I think maybe the only reason why he doesn't think that $50 is a whole lot of money is because that maybe covers like one of the 4 holes that he'll punch in his wall per day. And then Cameron, thank you so much for the $10.
There's only one hole in my wall.
Thank you so much. But seriously, Kai and Eric, I appreciate you for the $50 and the $30. That is fucking outrageous. And then Mulaney, thank you for the $25. Who says we are not Phil. We carry the flame. Thank
Not
you for the
funny.
$25
Not
for Lady.
Phil either, so yeah, I agree with that person,
Then Shandi, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And then Lori with the $5 who says, why isn't he feeling the love? No clue. Jared
Not
with the $2
funny.
says, this guy's
Not funny.
unbelievable. Caroline with the $5.
funny.
Appreciate you so much for the love. Says, Phil really tripping out about the amount sent to you not being much while he is living with his parents, afraid his dad's going to yell at him. James, thank you so much for the $5 over
My
on
dad
Venmo.
doesn't
Victoria
yell at
with a
me.
$1. We heard him yell at you. Colin with the $2. Thank you
That
so much
was
for the love.
not- that was
and then
me.
Philip, thank you for the $10 who says, hey, we have the same name. Appreciate you for the $10, Philip. Okay, so let's go ahead and
What are
try
you
to get
talking
back on
about?
track.
He knocked on my door.
Okay.
I have a quick
Did
question.
not
though.
yell at me.
How many Big Macs was that Dean just got?
What are you talking about? How much money did he get?
Yeah, it was a bunch. I want to know how many Big Macs he was just able to get.
Didn't hear them out, and I don't really care because
How
I'm
about
not
this?
talking about. Big
Thank you
Macs.
for the Sydney for the 2. Thanks for the laugh. Really needed it today. I know Phil is unserious. Thank you to Benjamin
Dude,
for
you
the
guys
2.
call it like I'm about to.
I'm
Dude, I'm
skeptical
just
of his
done.
argument.
You guys are so
I'm skeptical his
disrespectful.
argument will be success. Phil.
Like, you guys are so,
Debbie's in the
like,
chat
and
for
you
Rebecca for the
purposely
2.
read
Thank
those.
you. I'm glad of being caught up on Phil.
Hey, Phil. Fucking womp womp. Leave.
Are you talking to me? I know you're not talking to me, buddy.
Yeah,
I
listen,
know you're not.
Listen,
talking
buddy,
To me.
I'm gonna find your replacement right now in front of you. Okay, check this shit out.
Okay, then do it. I don't care. You guys are
oh.
disrespectful. You don't know how to
Actually-
debate, and you're a bum.
Actually,
You're a bum.
I did find your replacement. Welcome in, champion.
Okay, cool. You're a bum.
Hello, champion.
Oh fuck! I'm gonna come. Oh.
Yeah, that's my replacement. Okay, yeah.
It's just about the
Yo,
same.
W troll, right? I put in the work, bro. W
Just
troll,
about
right?
the same. You think
I
that
was in-
that's just about the
I was-
same?
Yo,
Okay,
shut
yeah.
up, Phil. Shut up, Phil. I was in the live.
Shut
Wait,
Phil.
Phil.
You ignorant.
Yeah, I was in
piece
the
of
live.
dude.
I was in there live. W troll.
This isn't actually champion.
Oh fuck no. Fuck
Damn.
you, Phil.
Stop. My name, dude, and that guy.
Well,
You hurt. Like,
so
stop getting people in the box when I'm in the box.
So your replacement just ended up saying "fuck you, Phil."
I don't care. I don't care. And he also was. You know what he was doing.
I
You
didn't.
didn't kick him immediately.
I didn't. No, I thought that was the same person I was talking to earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna continue to try to find your replacement right in front of your eyes.
No,
Go ahead and hop
no,
in.
you're not.
Go
Nobody. I'm
ahead
not
and
getting replaced.
go ahead and hop inside of the queue of Yappa to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Ren, do you support Trump?
No, I don't. I just wanted to say that I love you and that Phil is a dumbass.
Oh,
Stop, Paul, dude, you call, dude, get these people at the box.
I'm just
right
looking
now.
for another Trump
Get 'em out the
supporter.
box.
I'm looking for a Trump supporter.
Get him out the box.
Extra kudos to you, Dean.
They're
if
all
you
gonna
can
come in
find,
here and just get me.
a Trump
Dude, they're
supporter by the
purposely gonna
name
do.
of Phil
Get off
in the
my
request.
door!
That'd be great. That'd be great.
That would be amazing.
Yo, Rudy, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Stop. He's gonna do it.
no.
Stop.
You don't support Trump?
No, but I wanted to tell Phil to calm down.
Stop, Paul, dude. Dude, get these people at the box.
I'm looking, dude. I'm just looking
Get
for
off
a
the
Trump
door.
supporter. Oh, listen, we ban rule
'em out the
breakers,
box.
dude. Mods, ban them. I'm so sorry.
Yes, ban 'em, yes.
I'm sorry that this is happening to you, Phil. We're just trying-
You're the ones adding them into the
No,
box.
I'm just because I'm
You
just.
have to calm down, Phil.
I am calm.
We're just
You're
looking
not.
for a
You're-
Trump
you're still
supporter.
yelling.
Get him out the box. I know what he's gonna say. Get him out the box.
Yeah,
No, I
Jamal,
just
what's
want
up?
to say fuck the niggers and kill all the niggers,
Jesus
Santana.
Christ.
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. You see how? Yeah.
W's in the chat for Valerie. Thank you for the 10. Phil is called Phil because he's always filling the
My
room
name's not
with
Phil.
my opinion, with opinions that no one asks for. Exactly.
Maybe you should stop trying to get people in here in the box, purposely trying to get them to call me Phil.
Why were you more pissed off at the people that called you Phil compared to that last guy that said "fuck the hard R's"?
Mm-hmm.
He's not calling me. I mean, that's disrespectful, and I don't support it. But yes, it's bad. You really, Santana should be crashing out on him. Santana.
Wait, hold on. You think I should crash out because someone said the N-word? Phil, do you know how many times I've been called the N-word? You think I'm gonna crash out because some random person says it to me one time? I'm literally a 38-year-old black man from the South. You think that was the first time or the last time? Fuck out of here. Why would I crash? If I crash out, I would be crashing out every single day. Literally. No point in that.
Can you get this person out the box? Because I know what they're gonna say.
Stop chewing,
I'm not
Phil.
gonna say anything.
Yo, Gunner, do you support Trump?
Should I?
No, you shouldn't. Okay, guys, we're just looking for a Trump supporter. Only join in the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please. Please.
I'm right
dude,
here.
genuinely,
Debate me.
Shut the fuck up, Phil.
Yeah, you're running. Yeah, you're running.
What am I running from? A 14-year-old with attitude problems? Jesus Christ. I'm running away from that
I
shit.
don't have attitude problems, first of all, and second of all, I'm not 14 years old, buddy.
You act that way, bud.
Gretchen,
Phil,
what's up?
you need to calm down.
Stop, dude. Get her out. Get her out.
Dude, Phil, bring it down.
She thinks she's funny.
Bring it down a level.
I am down a level.
You were about to call
it down two more.
You were about to call her a bitch.
No, I'm not like you guys.
That was gonna be the next. You held yourself back from calling her a
Phil,
bitch.
I just stuffed a labubu in my pussy, and it was
her out. Did you not just hear what she said? Get her out. Stop putting these people in the box.
I'm looking.
He's literally just looking for a fill-in for
supporter.
I'm right here. I am right here.
I'm looking for a Trump supporter to debate.
Okay. Yeah. And all they want to do is just call me Phil. So yeah, get the next person in here. How much you want to bet they call me Phil? They're disrespectful, just like you two.
Just calm.
I am calm. I am calm.
No.
Yo.
JJ,
and here's JJ McCarthy.
Do you support Trump?
You should low-key just kick him and actually debate people. That's
boring. What I'm saying. No, don't kick me, but debate me.
Well, JJ, we're looking for another Trump supporter to replace him with. Is that you?
I don't really care about politics.
And why are you in the request, bud?
Cause he's trying to tell you something that I've been trying to tell you. Other than the part of kicking me.
Be respectful.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. I'm actually going to give you a follow. This guy, the first time I have...
Creed, you are honestly being, you're out of control, but they're fucking losing it calling you Phil. Like, that's
exactly.
Respectful.
Like, I might be wrong also,
listen,
but they're
Phil,
the
I don't
ones
know
engaging
who
in it.
you... Phil, you went and got this guy to come up here and help support you. What's your name, friend?
No, I didn't. I don't know this JJ McCarthy.
JJ, do it.
No.
Do it, JJ.
I already thought it, please. JJ, don't. Actually.
Do it, JJ.
He won't. He's not disrespectful like you.
You want some
He's
roses?
Different than you do.
You want some roses, JJ? Look at that. That's 171 points. Do it, JJ.
I don't care.
There's one right there. Look at me.
He's not disrespectful like you.
You want more? Yeah. Do it, JJ.
Now you're paying people to call me Phil.
Do it, JJ.
You're paying people.
Do it, JJ. You want 100? You want 100? You want 100 roses, JJ?
You're trying to pay people. 100 roses is 100 cents. You're not that. I know, dude. You can't be that down bad.
Act like an adult.
I just want to say. Thank you to Creed, who sent a $1 donation saying, I'm embarrassed to say it out loud, but I do prefer Phil. I'm just reading this off.
Okay. Yeah, we kicked them. We're gonna get back to the debates, folks.
Yo, Dean.
What's up, man? You support Trump?
Yeah. Debate me, bro.
I'm gonna let you enjoy this. I'm gonna get out of here, bro. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you for coming up. Have a good rest of your day.
Yo, I got a question for you, bro.
Asuka, you got a question for me? What is it? For me,
yeah,
Santana.
Dean. Why are you such a grifter?
Wait, is that for me or Dean? I'm not a grifter. Also,
no,
I
that's
just in the
Dean.
chat for Susan. Thank you so much for the 20, Susan. You're awesome.
Yo, why are you such a grifter, bro?
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Santana. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
I'll see you, bro.
Yeah, Asuka, before I tell you why I'm a grifter, I just want to thank people for supporting that grift. Nathan, thank you for the $50 and the 10 cents over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Nathan. Nathan with the $50 says, calm down, Phil. Yeah, he's calm now. We kicked him. Thank you for the $50, Nathan. Let's get 500 Nathan W's down below. Can you thank Nathan real quick?
Me?
Yeah, say thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Nathan.
Good boy. Alyssa, thank you for the $1. Maga cries, appreciate you for the $2. That's incredibly kind of you. Then Samantha with did you just flush your toilet? You're shitting on live? That's weird. What the fuck are you doing? Wait, hold on. I have like a couple more people to thank, but why did I just hear the toilet flush twice at like 30-second intervals?
What are you talking about?
What a weirdo. What? Okay.
You're talking about...
Yeah, just 1 second. We got like a couple more people to thank that'll pass you the mic. Mark, thank you for the $10.
You want me
He
to thank
says,
them?
thank you so much. No, it's okay. Mark, thank you for the $10. Mandy, thank you for the $4. Yasina with the 2. Jared with the 2. Amanda with the 5. And Benjamin with the 1. And Tammy with the 2. Appreciate you guys so much for all the love. We're all caught up. And you asked me why I'm such a grifter. Why do you think I'm a grifter?
Yeah, bro. I don't know.
Got it. Okay, so in all reality, what it sounds like is that you just don't like me. Not everybody who you don't like is therefore a grifter.
Yo, hold on.
Was that like the first?
I flushed the toilet again.
Okay, this guy's being.
But here, let me explain.
Okay, by the way, so your bio says that socialists are illiterate.
Remember when Charlie Kirk died? The first thing you do is you go on live and you just bawl your eyes out.
So that wasn't the first.
And
thing.
then now here you are.
I just thought I should correct you. That wasn't the first thing that I did, right? In reaction to his death, I didn't start my live then. I was already on live.
No, well, you still were bawling your eyes out, weren't you?
Yeah, I fucking cried. I have a sensitivity to gore, and I was scared for my friend who was less than 30 feet away. It's a very, very human
and then
natural reaction.
A month later, here you are, making jokes. Like you weren't just crying because of the event.
Could you tell me specifically what I'm making jokes about?
I think you know.
I'm specifically making jokes about the AI slop "We Are Charlie Kirk" song. Did you know that an AI slop "We Are Charlie Kirk" song is different than Charlie Kirk being assassinated?
It still is poking fun at his assassination.
No, it's not. It's poking fun.
Here you are laughing at it.
It's poking fun
and
at
you're
the
trying
idiot
to defend
who
that.
made the AI slop. We are Charlie Kirk. Gonna handle the flame, carry the flame. You know, like, come on. How could you not laugh when you listen to that?
You think I don't laugh? I mean, I'm neutral on it, okay? People are gonna laugh at what they want to laugh. But it's just, you're hypocritical. You're a grifter. You're crying, and then you're just laughing.
What's that? I couldn't hear you.
No, you're funny.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, play it. Yeah. Aren't you a grown man?
Yeah.
Then you are a grown man.
Yeah, grown man.
And you're giggling to yourself.
Yeah. Grown men can't giggle? Yeah, you're fucking fun, police. Bet you're fun at parties.
No, well, I think you're a pussy.
Oh, God, wow. Spell that word.
Why?
Well, okay. Well,
you think I'm illiterate?
Let's just... Actually, your bio says socialists are illiterate. Spell socialists.
What is my comprehension?
Spell socialists.
Okay. I'll humor you. Okay, SOCIALIST.
Good job. I'm proud of you, buddy. And how many continents are there?
7.
And what are their names?
Dude, what is this? What are we doing here?
It's an intelligence test.
You think I don't know my own intelligence? Are you insulting me?
I'm just saying.
Like, you think I'm dumb?
Well, yes.
Oh, I do, because you know me personally, right?
Well, I think we already know enough about you to form that conclusion. I'll prove it in a debate. Why do you support Trump?
And what are you basing this off of? Tell me.
Yeah, so the first tenet that I'd be basing the formulation of this conclusion off of is the fact that you cannot tell the categorical difference between somebody laughing at Charlie Kirk being assassinated and somebody laughing at an AI slop song that was made following his assassination of Trump supporters.
That's a pretty weak
literally
justification.
Calling themselves Charlie Kirk, arguing that they need to carry the flame. Then the second tenet that I'd argue that would make you pretty dumb here is the fact that you are using the bathroom on live. You've used it 3 times in the last 5 minutes. The third tenet that I'm using to call you dumb on live here is the fact that you called me a grifter, but then when I asked you why you think I'm a grifter, you were literally stun locked. You didn't know what to say. And I continued to ask you, why do you support Trump as president? That's the topic of the live. And your only response was to call me a pussy, so.
Oh, that was my only response. I didn't say anything else.
Well, I mean, you said everything else that I brought up, but that was your only response in relation to the question, why do you support Trump?
Okay. Well, I'm not going to lie. I don't support Trump, so you can kick me, but do whatever you want to do.
Your bio literally says socialists are illiterate. The truth isn't hateful. What do you think the truth is?
Probably everything opposite to what you believe. I think that's the truth.
Okay, well, opposite to me believing that Trump is a bad president would be that Trump is a good president. So you do support.
Okay, well that's an exception. There are exceptions, all right.
Well, can you give me can you give me like a specific example?
Abortions.
So you think that abortion should be banned?
I think the issue is more nuanced than what you say.
The word is pronounced nuanced.
Nuance. Tomato.
Exactly. Tomato would be the a different pronunciation of the word than tomato. I think that it's not pronounced tomato.
Okay, well this is irrelevant, so move on.
So why do you think that abortion should be banned?
Because I think life begins at fertilization.
Okay.
I didn't say that I think this should be banned. I just think the issue is more complex than how your stance on it.
So I guess we'll just ask you why you think it's wrong. So why do you think abortion's morally wrong?
I just said I think life begins at fertilization.
So that's a scientific fact, not a moral argument insofar as why people shouldn't do something. So why is it
white people shouldn't do something? Is that what you just said?
Why? Why people shouldn't do something. So the question is, why is it morally wrong? We agree that biological life begins at the moment of conception, or as you said, fertilization. But why does this make the action morally wrong?
Because if that's human life, and you're killing it, so that's why I think it's morally wrong.
So you think it's wrong to end human life?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't think that we treat that as a universal principle. For instance, we don't think it's wrong to defend yourself from a home intruder. We also don't think it's wrong to like pull the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital, even though they're biologically human and alive. Are you shitting on live?
Wait, can I bring something up?
What is that sound in the background?
What sound? Can I bring something up?
You're shitting on live. Dude, get out of here. He's taking a fucking shit on live. Moving on. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Jesus. Hey, Stephanie, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. Benjamin, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. And Suzanne with the $3. Thank you. Then Emma with the $5 on PayPal and Ella with the $2. Thank you, guys. What's up, Hunter? Do you support Trump? Hunter, I'm going to give you 5 seconds here. Oh, that is a child.
You hear me?
If you're in the queue, you got to be at least 18 years old, folks. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely going to bring this guest up. Their profile pictures, AI Trump and MLK Jr. Hello.
What's up, man?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course.
And your profile picture is Trump with MLK Jr.
They both were major adulterers, and they got mad pussy, so yeah. Perfect grouping.
Oh, okay. So.
Yes.
Oh, and well, there he goes. So it looks like the only people that are interested in coming up here, just want to use slurs. A small brain. I mean, I think that this live really goes to show something uniquely interesting about the right. That is that they're pretty fucking racist. Tell me why we've had more Trump supporters come up here and scream the N-word than Trump supporters that would want to just try to give a reason why Trump is a good president. Like if you're a fence sitter and you're watching this live, you're one of the 13K people on TikTok, 4.1K people on YouTube. Ask yourself why I'm the only one that is seeking out genuine, productive dialogue with individuals that politically disagree with me, but everybody else just wants to come up here and tell us how much they hate black people. What's up, Mark? Do you support Trump? Okay, Mark is gone. Moving on to Jordan. Jordan, what's up? Do you support Trump? Like I just said, guys. Like here I am basically saying, if you politically disagree with me, come up here. Let's have a genuine, productive, good faith dialogue, right, about why you think that Trump is a good president. I think I could bring up some compelling points why you're wrong. And all the Trump supporters want to do is come up here and tell you that they hate black people. Okay? Right? So there's no question the right is racist.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Exactly. They're either they either coming up here to say that they hate black people or like they're underage. So moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you're in the queue, you're following the rules. Jordan, do you support Trump?
I do.
And how old are you, Jordan?
I'm 29.
So do you hate black people like all the other Trump supporters so far today?
No.
No, you don't. Okay.
No.
All right. So why do you support Trump as president?
I mean, I'm probably not as versed on everything politically as you, but I did vote for Trump because of the fact that he was a businessman, and I respected that. And I do agree with shoring up our borders and stuff like that. So
where do you want to start? Because if we want to start on the basis that he's a good businessman, well, obviously, none of that great business acumen is corresponding to his economic policy. The economy is being ran into the ground right now, and Donald Trump's ignorant to it. He's graded our economy as an A++++. Meanwhile, this year we've had 1.1 million layoffs, with the only year that totals higher than that in modern American history being 2020, when businesses were shut down because of the pandemic. Investment in American businesses is crumbling, per the Federal Reserve. We also see the fact that GDP growth is slowing. In the first quarter, it went down. So, I mean, how could you possibly sit here and say that he's good when it comes to business, but then he implements economic policy that destroys your economy, and then he turns around and says that the economy is great?
I mean, can you tell me a president that did amazing with the economy?
I think that the economic policy of the Biden-Harris administration was amazing.
Okay, all right. I disagree with you. I mean, I think the economy was really downhill after Obama, and then.
What's an example? What's an example of economic policy passed by the Biden-Harris administration that you thought was bad?
Well, no, I mean, just to me, grocery prices. I'm talking about like stuff that immediately impacted me. I'm not like,
what do they do that immediately impacted you negatively?
I mean, you got to think like grocery prices were really high. Going to the store was really expensive.
Well, I mean, grocery prices have only gotten more expensive. And I'd argue in the first place under the Biden-Harris administration, they didn't make the grocery prices expensive. That was onset by instabilities in global supply chains related to the pandemic. That's why we saw inflation not just in America, but literally in every other country on the face of planet Earth. I think that you are fighting an incredibly uphill and difficult battle in an attempt to attribute that to the efficacy of the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay. I mean, to me, like gas prices were extremely high. Everybody knew that, and everybody was affected by that. And then
what did the Biden-Harris administration do to make gas more expensive?
I don't, like I said, when I started this, I don't know everything, I don't know, like, I'm not as extremely versed as you are probably. I just know like what extremely impacted me firsthand.
Okay. Well, it just doesn't really sound like you're here to talk about the efficacy of the administrations, but you're more so just here to talk about your own like personal anecdotal experiences. So your anecdotal experiences aren't always reflecting of the administration nor the policy that they're passing. This is why I can't blame COVID on Trump, even though it happened under his first term. This is why I can't blame the fact that close to 15% of the labor force was unemployed under Trump in April of 2020, even though it happened under his administration. Right? We just can't do that. Right. And I mean, if all that your political knowledge goes, it all just goes to the extent of saying that you support Trump because you feel like you're living a better life under his administration. Well, then I'd argue that you base your political positions not on fact, but rather in feeling. Right. And I think that it's important that we try to track fact. We support administrations with good reason, especially considering the fact that you're supporting the worst administration of your life. The Trump administration is terrible. They're violating human rights. They're having 3-year-old girls represent themselves in immigration court facing deportation. They're illegally deporting people to be beaten and tortured in El Salvador. He's attacking the Constitution. He's an adjudicated rapist. What's that? Go ahead.
How are they violating human rights?
Yeah, a really good example of human rights abuse would be when they illegally deported Abrigo Garcia to Sicat in El Salvador, where he was forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And when he fell out of exhaustion, he was beat by the guards, and then he came back home 30 pounds lighter.
Okay.
That's an example of human rights abuse. Or like the human rights abuse that Donald Trump is personally engaged in, like when he raped E. Jean Carroll or sexually exploited the women and girls that were competing at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. He's also called for human rights violations, such as 2 weeks ago when he went on Truth Social and he said that he just literally wanted Democrats to be executed.
Right. So do you say that our borders should be open?
Okay, I'm going to ask you to please respond to any of the things that I just said. If you don't, I'm going to go ahead and move on.
Okay. I mean, you control it, so go ahead.
So you're not going to respond? Because I brought up like 5 things. You're telling me that you're not going to respond to even one of the 5 things that I mentioned? Sir?
You can go to the next one. Take care of my son.
Yeah, take care of your son, man. Evelyn, do you support Trump?
I did not mean to come up here.
No worries. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up instead of the queue. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, please, I'd really appreciate that. If you're watching the stream and you would like to support this stream, support me. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube. Appreciate you guys so much for all the love today. There's somebody that I would like to thank over on PayPal. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Yeah, there we go. Justin. Thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, man. I want to see 300 Justin W's down below in that comment section. And Justin, I just read your message. I'm going to keep it to myself. I think that you might have a point. Thank you for the $30. And then Joe, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Show some love to Joe down below in that comment section. And then Jacqueline with the $5 who says thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Jacqueline, Joe, and Justin for the 4 J's. What's going on? Do you support Trump? High times don't last.
I do not support Trump, but I do have a couple.
I'm sorry. I'm going to go and have to kick you and move on then. We're going to go to put the rules back up on screen. As well as I'd just like to thank everybody on Super Chat real quick that's been showing some love. Like Rebecca, thank you for the $2. Andy with a 2. Sean with a 5. Rebecca with another 5. Rust Belt with a 5. Hello with a 2. Calamity with a 2. Crooks with a 2. Silence with a 5. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Make sure that we're following the rules if you find yourself in the queue. Everybody just do give us a minute. I don't know what's going on today. It is like particularly hard to find a debate today. It is particularly hard. What is up? Do you support Trump?
I like Mega Knight.
Okay. This guy, he's been in the queue the whole time. This guy's literally the only Trump supporter. So I have a question. You're a Trump supporter. Why do you think that the other Trump supporters watching the live don't want to debate me?
They don't want to debate you because they know all you're going to do is call them names that they're not. That's exactly why.
The only person I do that to is you. But don't you think that like
no,
genuinely
you do that to a lot of other people too. Dude.
Don't you think that like genuinely demonstrates that like I'm just simply smarter?
You're not smarter than nobody.
You gotta calm down, Phil.
Dude, already and get this guy out the box.
Phil, come on, Phil.
Who does he think he is? I mean.
So I'm going to kick you, Phil, because I already talked to you today.
My name's a dude. Stop right now.
I already talked to you today. We're gonna try to find a Trump supporter to debate. I want to debate somebody on politics. So, here we go, everybody. Just hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. What's up? Do you support Trump? Dude, so like honestly, guys, I'm getting a little pissed. If we don't get a Trump supporter in here in like the next 10 minutes to debate, we're gonna go and end the stream early today. We've been live for 2 hours. We've maybe had like one fluent debate. Hello, Seabass. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you
2007, February.
Okay, so
February,
why do you support Trump?
2007. I don't know. I'm not big on politics, but at the same time, I've heard a lot about him and shit. Saying I've heard that he's good, and I think abortion should be banned.
Oh, Jesus Christ, why?
Only because you have people going and not getting married. I don't think you should fuck before marriage to get a baby. And
so are you saying that married women should be able to access abortion?
No. I don't think abortion should happen at all.
So then the fact that you just don't think that people should have sex before marriage has nothing to do with why you think abortion should be banned.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
I'm just trying to determine why you think abortion should be banned.
Yes. And I'm like big on Trump for doing that.
Why do you think abortion should be banned? Please tell us.
Okay, so I have a friend, and he is 16, and he got a girl pregnant, and I told him that was wrong because they're still in school.
Yeah, 1 second.
And I told her to go.
Ken Sear, do you support Trump? No, they're not here. Go ahead. Go ahead, Seabass.
And my bad. I think they should be banned because I have a friend. He's 16. He got a girl pregnant in school. he got his girl pregnant in school, and I told her to go get an abortion because she still has a whole life away of, like, she still has a long time of going to do stuff that she wants to do. You know what I'm saying?
So you think that abortion should be banned because you told somebody to get an abortion?
No, not that. Like, you know what I'm saying? You mean what I know.
You mean what I know?
Yes,
What?
you know what I mean.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean.
If the IQ is below 35, we're kicking. We're kicking. Sorry, guys. I can't torture myself.
Yeah.
Joe, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Who says, "Do you think that
Dude.
Phil lives in Philly?" I think there's a
Dude, why are you
big
doing this
possibility.
again,
Thank you for the
Dean? I'm just trying to
$15 on
debate.
Venmo, Phil. I mean, sorry, not Phil. Joe, thank you for the $15. Okay, I guess last time you were up, we didn't really even have a debate.
Yes, we didn't.
So
because you're a piece of crap.
So why do you support Trump?
Because he's the greatest president of my life.
Okay, and why is that? Yeah, I guess the last time you came up here, you tried to argue it's because of mass deportation, how that opens jobs for Americans,
exactly
but we already disputed that.
I don't think we did. I think you're wrong. Show me the statistics that prove that it doesn't help.
Yeah, for sure. Because you have more jobs in a more prosperous economy. I could give you a study done by, including statistics by the American Immigration Council that tells us that mass deportation really hurts our economy.
Okay, show me. Is there statistics on how the economy would look after 5 years after deporting them?
Well, those consumers certainly aren't coming back as they'll be permanently removed from the market. So we just have a permanent restriction. We would still experience economic growth, but just at a lower level.
Yeah, but you're also getting the illegal aliens who cause destruction to the country.
Okay, so if we need to remove people from the country that cause destruction to it,
that are illegal, yes.
Our crosshairs wouldn't be on undocumented immigrants, considering the fact that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 4 times less likely to commit petty crimes.
Yes, they're less likely because they're like, there's not as many illegal immigrants as there are U.S. citizens.
So I understand that you're not that smart, but we're talking about per capita.
I'm not that smart. Okay, I'm smarter than you.
Then what does per capita mean?
What?
What does per capita mean?
I'm not getting in this with you, dude. Just can we get back to the debate? I know what it means, but you tell me I don't believe you know what it means.
You're not going to pull the Uno reverse card on me? Define per capita?
There's no Uno reverse card. What are you talking about? Just let's get to the debate. Come on.
So what I'm saying is that per person, okay, the average undocumented immigrant is 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime compared to the average American citizen, accounting for discrepancies in population size. We're basically saying for every 100 undocumented immigrants, maybe 2 of them will commit a violent crime, but for every 100 U.S. citizens, maybe only 0.8 of them will commit a violent crime.
Okay. Can you show me where something says that?
Yeah, so this is coming from pnas.org. They've been tracking crime rates and related statistics in this country since the 19th century, and they've consistently and continue to report the statistics that I just shared. That would be my source. Phil.
Dude, you're all right. I'm done. No, I'm done.
You're gonna run away?
You just can't debate me. You just can't debate me.
You're gonna run away. You're gonna run away.
No, I win. I'm done. No, I'm done. I win.
Wait. Wait. So you're just gonna claim victory after I give you an argument that you can't respond to?
Yep, I'm claiming victory. Yep, it's over. I won. I beat you.
How did you
You're
win?
not good at debating.
How did you win?
I win because we're 2 minutes into the debate and you already go to name calling. That's
It was an accident.
It was not an accident. You're a liar.
It was an accident. I did not mean to call you Phil.
Then apologize.
I'm sorry for calling you Phil.
Good boy. All right, now let's get to the debate.
Good boy?
Yes.
God, I mean, I don't know. For the most part, you seem to like bad boys. Maybe that's why you support the 34-count felon adjudicated rapist as president, right?
What? Repeat that. There's chaos going on. I didn't hear you. What?
Just don't worry about it. Please respond to the argument that I gave you.
Okay, what was the argument? Can you repeat that?
The argument that I gave you was in response to your claim that undocumented immigrants were destroying this country by bringing up related crime statistics to demonstrate that they're significantly less likely to commit violent crimes. Meanwhile, the president that you support actually has. In this circumstance, I'd be referencing the fact that he raped E. Jean Carroll, boasted about sexually exploiting
There's
women.
No proof of that. He never got convicted of it.
There's enough proof to find him guilty in a court of law, sir.
Wrongfully convicted. He did not do that.
Wrongfully convicted.
There was not enough proof.
So name
Yep.
one. So name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
I mean, I don't know, but I just know Trump wouldn't do that. It's Donald Trump.
Okay, well, I mean, actually, Donald Trump has told us that he likes to do that because what he did to E.G. Carroll is exactly what he said he likes to do in the Access Hollywood tapes that leaked from 2005. Remember on the Access Hollywood tapes when Trump was like, yeah, I could just walk up to women, grab them by the P word, I don't even need to ask first. That is exactly what he did to E.G. Carroll. He walked up to her, he didn't ask her, and he inserted his fingers into her member. Okay, and that was grape. And that's what led the court to determining that he raped her. So your argument here, just simply saying, well, I know Donald Trump, he wouldn't do something like that. Donald Trump says that he would do something like that.
Okay, show me the clip where he said that.
You've never heard the Access Hollywood tapes before?
I've heard the AI ones.
You've heard the AI ones. Okay, so let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Do you think that this is
I moved
AI?
on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and fuck her. She was married.
That's huge news there.
No, Nancy. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch. But I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
Jeez, your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored!
Whoa!
Oh, my man! Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out. You're like,
sets this up.
That is very
Will you give me the thumbs
Look
up?
at you. You are a
You gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up.
Can't be too happy. Else off first? Yeah, let me.
It's very
You
fun.
gotta give me the thumbs up.
All right, you and I will walk in.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist.
Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah, that's it, with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
And that's exactly what he did to E.G. Carroll.
I mean, okay, yeah. Did she say that that's what happened? I mean, I'm not too, you know.
That's what the court proved is what happened.
Okay, well, I might, you know, I didn't hear nothing about saying that wasn't non-consensual, but either way, it's still disgusting.
He
that he'd
says
say
that he
that.
doesn't even need to ask first, okay? So the way that you determine if somebody's consenting to a sexual advance is by asking them. By asking for their consent. That's pretty typical. Okay, especially, right? When it's somebody who is not your partner, who's somebody whose like body language isn't clear, is somebody who's not advancing on you first. Okay, you have to make sure that consent is present in all scenarios, at all points, always.
Yep, I agree with that. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to defend that on that one, but
you don't know how to defend that.
There is no defending on it, but I mean, I think that he could still be a good president even though he has a bad character.
Here's him admitting to sexually exploiting women and girls.
No, I never admitted to that. I just don't know.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I think my internet's cutting out. Hold on.
Your internet's fine. On TikTok, I have bars that I see over the guest's name.
Yeah, me too.
To ensure your connection.
It's starting to like go
your
down.
connection is fine.
No, I think I'm cutting out right now.
You just tried to talk to make it sound like you were cutting out like this, but you're not actually cutting out. What the fuck is going on?
Give a second, okay?
Dude, what are you doing? This is fucking embarrassing.
Okay, I'm back. All right.
What, dude? Dude, Phil, you're fucking embarrassing yourself.
Dude, I'm not my dude. Oh my gosh.
Patsy, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that
we
love.
were going so
For
good.
everybody watching, please show some love to Patsy down below in that chat for the 50 big ones. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much,
We were
Patsy.
doing so good, dude.
Thank you, Patsy. Everybody, please show some love to Patsy down below in that comment section, as well as Colin. Appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, hi, Phil, if you're still watching. Well, now he's on the live. So now please respond to the last point I made. Don't be scared. Don't run. Don't run like a child. Please respond to the
I'm
last
not
point that I
running.
made.
Okay, response to the last point you made. I don't think I have a response to the last point you made.
Okay,
You're right.
so you're gagged, and you no longer support Trump as president.
Well, I mean, technically, I still would have to support him as president because he's still the president. So
Yeah, you don't have to support the president just because they're the president of anything that calls for you to be more critical of them.
Okay, well, there's nothing that you could do anyway. He's still the president, so it doesn't change anything.
Okay, but we could put more social pressure on his administration to not do bad things by calling them out when they do bad things and revoking our support from them as well.
Okay, how long ago were those things whenever you said that?
Yeah, so he said that he likes to sexually exploit women and girls in 2005. So is the predator changed? Is that your argument?
I think he could change.
Oh yeah, he just used to take advantage.
I think he could
take advantage of kids anymore. He just used to do it. He's changed.
Yes, exactly. But I think it's very sick that he did that, and I don't think he should have ever been able to run for president, maybe, but he did. And he was better than the...
Yeah, I'm done with you, Phil. Moving on to the next guest. Sorry, guys. I've honestly just been a little scarred by the Trump supporters over the course of the last couple days saying, oh, yeah, no, I'm just going to downplay him, like sexually exploiting women and girls. I honestly feel like I'm not really looking to do that today. If I'm just going to keep it real with you guys, I don't know if I can do it. Woof. Cole, what's up? Do you support Trump? You sound 14. I'm kicking you. Hello, Alex. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to make some history? Your bio says born to make history. Oh, maybe he's... Oh, are you ready to make some history?
Go ahead.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Sorry, my friend. You cannot be driving on TikTok Live. We're going to go and give you the boot. When you're not driving, feel free to hop back inside of the guest request. Moving on to our next Trump supporter. Hastings, hello. Do you support Trump as president?
I do.
All right. You have a little bit of background noise. Is there anywhere that you could go that's a little bit more quiet?
Let me see here. Let me get out of here. I was just curious. I watched your interview with that Emily chick, the hot one. Super interesting interview. Like, well, entertaining. I don't know so much interesting, but
yeah.
Entertaining.
You mean the person that said that she'd be okay with slavery? That one?
I mean, I don't think she quite put it there like that. I think she was more or less being ridiculous. But have you guys talked any times?
One second, I'll let you hear her say that. It's really easy to pull up for me. I don't post as much as I should on TikTok, and that is a video that I did post on TikTok. So, excuse me, just gonna require a couple scrolls here real quick. Yeah, here we go. That, overturn Roe v. Wade, rescinding the right to get an abortion back to the state, leading like
I think it should be state by
65,000
state.
victims of sexual abuse. Okay, why?
That's fine. I think if everyone in a state wants something, go ahead and have it.
So if everyone in Alabama wanted slavery back, you'd be okay with that?
Sure. If everyone in the state wants it, go ahead. What do I give a
All right. Well, let's go next topic.
So she didn't quite put it that way? Is that the argument? I think that she put it that way. I think that she made it clear.
Yeah, I mean, you know what that is. That's being a bit over the top. What I'm asking is, I do support Trump, but I don't argue with you because you do this for a living. Why don't you do more with her? Because I think the whole world was entertained with that whole interview. That watched it anyways.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that I'd be closed off to debating her again, but I kind of try to debate people to change their mind or to change the minds of the viewers. If an opportunity were to present itself, or that's something that I could do with another conversation with her, I might. However, right, it doesn't just reduce down to entertainment, but you said that you don't have debate, sir. Unfortunately, today I'm looking for some debates, so I'm going to go and remove you and move on to the next guest. Just make sure if you're in the guest request that you're a Trump supporter. I would really appreciate that. Oh, I think that we found one. I think that we found a Trump supporter.
We met earlier.
Yeah, we met on Crazy Sports Mamas Live. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, so just to clarify, remember when I was asking that MAGA guy, his name was Champion, to come over here and have a debate with me? He's nowhere to be seen. He's just completely AFK. He went dark, and he hasn't been back on since.
Wow.
Yeah, he's trembling. He's trembling in fear. But you're not trembling in fear. You joined the live. You took initiative.
Yes.
So
I want this. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, precisely. Here, I'm going to thank a couple of people, then we'll pass you the mic. Michael, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Oh my God, dude. Thank you so much for your kindness. Please show some love to Michael down below in that comment section for the 100 big ones saying Phil, Bo Bill, Banana Fana, Faux Phil, Fee, Faux. I'm losing track here, Michael. But anyways, it just sounds like Michael dropped $100 to make fun of Phil. So I appreciate you for the love, Michael. I'll never pass up an opportunity to make fun of Phil. I want to see 1,000. I want to see 1,000 Michael W's down below in that comment section. I'd also like to thank Benjamin for the $2, Brianna with the $5, and Brett for the $1 who says, active shooter at Brown University. Yeah, I got a text about that, man. Oh my God. I'm probably going to make a video about that and just the epidemic of gun violence as a whole once I'm done with my live. I'm so sad to hear that. I'm going to go pass the mic to you, man. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life. And quite frankly, before I do, if you're watching and you do want to support me.
He is the greatest man on earth.
You think that Trump is the greatest?
He's the greatest man on earth.
Ooh.
Yes, I do think he is the greatest.
And
here's why.
I would assume that you're trolling if I didn't know that you were a Trump supporter because I talked to you earlier. Because that's crazy.
So I know we talked earlier. Now, I'll explain everything on why I like Trump. I'm all for that. So I don't think people should come over here illegally. I think they should try to get citizenship and have a certain amount of time to get citizenship. If not, and they're not trying, they get the boot.
Okay. Before we talk about immigration, can I just ask you why you think that Donald Trump is literally the greatest human on earth?
Okay. Policy. I like all of his policies. As in supporting Israel because that's our friend. I like the economy where it's at right now. I like the fact that he doesn't fall asleep during meetings. That
Dude, he fell asleep in an emergency meeting like less than a week ago.
Well, where's the evidence on that, buddy?
A video, because it was fucking recorded. A video.
I saw that same video.
A video,
he was
my
awake.
friend. A video, my friend.
I saw the same video. But he was
No,
awake.
dude, he fell asleep. He dead ass fell asleep.
Well, let me continue. So the other reason
also,
is
listen, one moment. Everybody in the chat is saying that you're following kids. If there's any evidence of him following kids, drop it in a private ticket on the Discord. Y'all might be looking for a while though, because he follows 10,000 people. Go ahead.
So I might have, but I don't talk to him.
Oh.
I don't. So let me just be clear, Dean. Anyone that's willing to follow me, that's fine by me. I don't talk to him. I don't have any type of thing.
Okay.
With
okay, so we hear this all the time, right? With this whole maybe I follow some kids because they follow me, then I follow them back. You are like you follow 10,000 people and you have 11,000 followers. So I would say I believe you. But I think I want to take this as a moment to just like imprint on you that it is really bad to be an adult following minors on social media, and it's just for the sake of minor safety.
And I'm gonna go.
It's for the sake of minor
No,
safety.
I get what you're saying.
Minor safety is very important. Minor safety is very, very important. And I think that's something that, we as a world need to be more conscious of. It's something that I think that is of the utmost importance. And I think that you should look through your following lists. And if you follow any kids, which you said that you do, so unfollow the kids on your following list. But you said that you follow everybody that follows you.
I have no problem doing that.
I get told that a lot. I never really believe it. But, like I said, you have 11,000 followers and you follow close to 10,000 people. So I would say that, you're probably telling the truth when you just say that you follow everyone who follows you. But do you understand why it's important not to follow children on social media?
Yes, I do understand that, sir.
Okay. And you also understand
and
that looks, right?
I'm going to go through my following. Yes, and I'm going to go through my following tonight. And if I find anyone under the age of 18, I will get rid of them.
You know what? How about this? Love to have a debate with you. I'm going to remove you from the live, but feel free to come back once you unfollow all the kids on the list. And once you do, and you don't follow any more kids, okay, we'll bring you up and we'll debate. How about that? How about that? Well, we're going to move on to the next guest. Like I said, if you achieve that goal, if you unfollow all the kids, I'll debate you. But we're going to move on to the next guest. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here right now. The only reason why I believe him when he was saying that, I follow everyone back is because it looks like he literally did. 10,000 following. So most of the time what we hear is somebody will follow 200 people, 500 people, and there'll be kids on there and they'll be like, oh, I just follow everybody that follows me. But then they follow more people than those that followed them. He followed 10,000 fucking people. So, I mean, I believe him, right? But simultaneously, it is, just important, and follow the kids, very bad. Feel free to come back once you do. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. What's up, Taylor? Do you support Trump?
I support some of his things, but I don't support him as a person.
Okay, well, how about this? So, knowing everything that you do now about Trump and his administration, if you were teleported back to last November, would you vote for him?
There's a good chance that probably not, but I also wouldn't vote for Kamala.
Yeah. You're saying that if you were offered a cup of water and a cup of bleach, that you'd be really torn on the choice. So, Kamala Harris was Jesus compared to Trump. Her policy. She said, "Hey, we want to cut taxes for 100." Wait, sorry. First, how old are you?
18. I was born in July 2007.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to go to remove you, Taylor, just because you said that you want to specifically vote for Trump, and we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. But I hope that you watched the live. The Monster, do you support Trump?
I'm actually a Canadian, so I don't really do any of that. Is that okay for me to still be?
Unfortunately, no, it is not, because we are just looking for Americans to talk to that support Donald J. Trump as president. I would really appreciate it if you guys could try to follow those rules, please. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could try to follow those rules. And hey, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, Super Heavy Metal Demon. Thank you for the $20 who says, take my money. I wish I could get my facts straight like you. I appreciate you for the love. Listen, there's a lot of people that will watch these streams, binge watch them, and then the next thing they know, they are an absolute killer in debates. So you definitely can. Welcome in. Never mind, that next guest didn't even join. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter of the night, everybody. We're still looking for that next Trump supporter of the night. They're just simply nowhere to be seen. And by the way, if you're watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. It's also that handle at the top of the phone screen. And it is also alternatively located in the pin message over on that YouTube stream. Moving on to the next guest right now. This guy's not loading in, so we're going to go to remove him. We got Mac loading in. We're just looking for any Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind. I don't know what it is today, but today is notably worse than other days, and I just feel as if it's nearly impossible to find somebody to debate. What is going on? Do you support? We literally have 4 people on the panel. We're gonna go bottom to top. Adhav, do you support Trump?
I do. Also, my name is pronounced a dove, by the way.
A dove. Okay, a dove.
Yep.
Okay, Duff. Awesome. Mac, do you support Trump?
Dean, the other day you were going to talk about evolution, and I just wanted to let you know I have my degree in anthropology, archaeology, and a minor in history. I'm always camped out in the comments, and I'm ready to come up and debate them and destroy them with you anytime. I did it with Parker once; it was great. So anytime, man.
I've seen you in here before, so I'll keep that in mind whenever we have a silly evolution denier, joining up. Ben, do you support Trump? No. So out of like 4 people that I brought up, only one of them was a Trump supporter. Chat, that's the fucking issue. Please follow my rules. A Dove? A Dove, there we go. A Dove, take it away. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your lifetime, Mr. Tyrannical wannabe dictator, Donald Trump?
All right, so I support the worst president of my lifetime because as a gay man myself, I just love the way he's been treating homosexual people.
Like terribly?
You see, with Baba Gate and all that, I just thought his homosexual representation.
So 0. So 0 out of the 4 people that we had join the live were Trump supporters. Okay. Moving on, guys. We got.
Yes.
How old are you?
42.
What year were you born in?
83.
Okay.
Hey Dean, how come you haven't got a fucking haircut, buddy?
Because I kind of like the mop head. Big fan of it. Obviously, you are too, since you
with the receding hairline, buddy.
Talk about
your
it.
receding hairline.
I don't think
I
I
got a receding hairline.
I don't think I have a receding hairline.
Bro, you do. You want pull it back real quick.
I got you.
Holy fucking shit, bro.
That is the most perfectly normal and average hairline you've ever seen.
Hey Dean, remember when you admitted to being on fucking hair treatment, buddy, at 21?
Oh yeah, I'm on hair treatment, and that's why I don't have a receding hairline.
That's a problem, dude. You shouldn't be on hair treatment at 21 years old, you clown.
Yeah, I agree, but that's kind of what happens when you cortisol max by talking to
that's
sub
what
35
happens when you
IQ
say
conservatives
goddamn
like
all
you
the
all
time.
day.
The problem is, Dean, is you say goddamn a lot, and then God's punishing you.
So if God's punishing me for using his name in vain, how is he going to punish Donald Trump?
Why do you say it so much, Dean?
One moment, David. I'm just talking. So if God's punishing me for using his name in vain, then what's going to inevitably happen to Donald Trump for cheating on all 3 of his wives? What's going to happen to Donald Trump for engaging in sex outside of the context of marriage? What's going to happen to Donald Trump for sexually exploiting the women and girls that competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA? What's going to happen to Donald Trump for raping Eugene Carroll? What's going to happen to Trump for sexually...
He didn't rape her, dude.
One moment.
He didn't rape her.
What's going to happen to Donald Trump because he hit on a 10-year-old girl in the 90s, sexualizing her? What's going to happen to Trump for sexualizing his own daughter, agreeing with Howard Stern, calling her a hot piece of ass? What's going to happen to Trump for lying about the valuation of his properties and to a bank in New York, leading to civil litigation? And what's going to happen to Trump for breaking the law 34 times, committing 34 different felonies?
Hey, Dean, do you have a girlfriend?
I'm just not done going over all of Trump's sins yet.
But do you have a girlfriend, though?
Yeah, but I was in the middle of an argument, and you went and interrupted me.
Okay, so imagine 20 years from now, she says that you raped her. How would you feel about that, Dean?
So I would.
There's
feel
no
bad.
evidence, buddy. Where's the semen at?
I would feel bad if she said that because it wouldn't be true.
Dean, where's
right?
the semen at, bro? Where's the semen? Where's the?
Come
on, buddy. Where's the evidence? There's no evidence, Dean.
Name one piece of evidence suggested in the Eugene Carroll court case.
It's hearsay, buddy. You can't just say someone raped you 20 years ago, bud.
Okay. Well, would you like me to go over the facts of the case?
I don't need you to. I already know the facts. She's a bum loser, buddy. She went on CNN and told Anderson Cooper that she loved being raped. Remember?
How much money do you want to bet?
She said, "Oh, I love it. I like talking about this." Remember,
How much money do you want to bet?
Pull it up. Go right now. Pull it up right now.
I just want to make sure that we take the grape apologists, victim blamers' money. So how much money do you want to put on the claim that she said that she loved being grape?
I'll bet $5,000.
Yo!
Dean,
freest $5,000 of my life, brother.
Dean,
oh my God.
On the interview.
Oh
with
my
him, dude.
God. We are getting rich tonight. Yo, dude, this is so fucking free. One second. I gotta see
if you're getting rich. Hey, Dean, if you're getting rich, can you get a fucking haircut, buddy?
Yeah, buddy. I know that you're obsessed with my hair. You said that you're a Christian. How long was Jesus' hair?
I mean, buddy, but the thing is, dude,
pipe down for a second, David. I'm on the phone with Parker. Hey, Parker. Hey man, I just wanted to tell you. I don't know if like you're busy. I just super random call. I just wanted to see if you wanted to get on this. We have some Trump supporter on live that just bet me $5,000 that E. Jean Carroll told Anderson Cooper that she loved being graped. It's just like literally free money. So I wanted to see if like.
Yeah. I'll put $5,000 on it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Call your fucking boyfriend, buddy.
Would you be down to also bet Parker 5K?
Yeah, put your boyfriend on, bud.
He just said yes. He just said yes, Parker. You're locked in. All right, Parker. You're gonna have a paycheck coming your way, my friend.
Tell him my Venmo and PayPal are Linktree in my bio.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make sure.
You guys are such
I'll make sure you get your money.
You're
okay.
a fucking grifter, buddy.
Sure, I'll be on
You have him on speed dial, bud.
See you, Parker. Dude, I'm just looking out for my boys. Okay, we're getting rich together. Oh my God, we're getting rich together. Yes, that's what a real friend looks like.
Though, bud.
Yeah, because we're getting rich together. That's precisely what's happening. All the people in the chat are like, let me get into this too. Okay, so let's go ahead and just pull it up. E. Jean Carroll, CNN, Anderson, CNN, grape is sexy. So you made the claim that E. Jean Carroll went on CNN and told Anderson Cooper that she loved being grape. In all reality, what happened is E. Jean Carroll went on CNN and told Anderson Cooper that a lot of people think that grape is sexy. And this was a part of a larger conversation about how grape's not sexy, it's fucking violent. It's not romantic, it's fucking violent. And
Hey
here's
Dean,
the
how
clip.
come she didn't? How come when she first got raped, she didn't come out?
So many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt.
But I think most people think rape.
Why didn't she talk about it when she first got raped? Then Dean,
assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape.
Hey
as
Dean,
being
how come
sexy.
she didn't talk about it when she first got raped?
Hey, David, I'm trying to win a bet with you. Can you please stop
answer
talking?
the question.
You asked me
Dean, answer the question.
David.
20 years ago, how come she didn't say anything, bro?
David, you asked me to pull up a clip of E. Jean Carroll talking to Anderson Cooper on CNN.
I'm asking you why she didn't say anything 20 years ago, bud.
So I understand and I hear you.
So hold on, Dean. She literally came out of the woodworks. Nobody knows who the fuck this lady is.
Okay.
And she just randomly gets to say Donald Trump raped her from... Where's the fucking evidence at, guy?
So David, what I try to have, the kind of conversations that I like to attempt to engage in on
Hey, Dean, you raped me last year, buddy. Hey, Dean, you raped me last year. You know that?
David, is it possible
I'm
that
suing
you can
the
allow
fuck
me to
out of you.
speak?
Hey, Dean, I'm suing you because you raped me last year.
Okay. So the kind of conversations that I try to have on this live are linear conversations. And a linear conversation is where
You
we
don't
go.
believe in evidence, you clown. You don't fucking believe in any evidence.
What are the
Hey,
Jaden,
Dean,
I appreciate it for
you
me
know
to
why
remember,
he
it's
was
okay.
prosecuted in New York? Because people in New York, those fucking people don't like him, buddy.
Hey, David, all that I'm asking for is the availability to speak without you interrupting me.
Hey, Dean, if your girlfriend 20 years from now said that you raped her.
So you've asked me that question. You've asked me many questions. Can you just let me speak? Oh, he's gone. But you owe me $5,000, David. My Venmo and my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio. It's also at the top of the phone screen, and it's in the pin message over on YouTube. You owe me $5,000. I'm $5,000 in the red, guys, because he owes me $5K. Pay up, David. Pay fucking up. You owe me $5,000, David. You need to pay. He got banned, by the way. Yeah, Parker just sent me a text saying that we're never getting it. No, bro, we fucking better. You owe both me and Parker $5,000. Amanda, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, 2 dead and 8 in critical condition but stable. Brown University shooting. Well, I appreciate you for keeping me up to date on the specifics, Amanda. Oh my God, that's so fucking terrible. And what's going to happen? Nothing. Our legislators might give thoughts and prayers if enough people talk about it, and that's it. That'll be the end of the story. Hello, do you support Trump?
No, I'm from Australia, but I just want to say I appreciate
that, man, but we are just looking to talk to some Trump supporters, so unfortunately I'm going to be removing you at this point in time. To move on to the next guest that hopefully is a Trump supporter, make sure that we're following those rules, everyone. Hello, do you support Trump?
Trump? Nah.
Okay. All right, chat. So here's what we're going to do just for the health and the safety of the live stream. We are going to go ahead and hit a quick restart on it on TikTok. Also, hopefully to get a new group of Trump supporters in here.
The fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, she goes to the other school. You're not married.
The other school, like I said, I'm 30 years old.
You're not fucking married, bro. Cut the shit.
You want to bet? I'll show you my wedding ring right now.
Oh God, it's gonna be one of those fucking ring pops that you saved from the one
See,
time
this is all code, dude. This is all
a
just
classmate showed some interest to you in 4th grade. I
This is
miss
how you
her.
cope.
I miss
This is how
her,
you-
bro. She was just trying to make friends. She gave you that ring pop not because she was into you. She was just new to the area. She moved to the district. Her parents had new work. She was just trying to make friends. Okay, take it off, dude. It's been 20 years. Take it off.
You think you're like owning me right now or something, as you guys say? Is that what the little kids say? Little D? Is this are you owning me right now?
You definitely know what little kids say because you listen to one every day for 8 hours. Maybe the one place you have insight into.
8 hours? You're the only one who streams for multiple hours during the day. Nick does a show at 11 o'clock at night for about an hour and a half.
I know.
You're the one who sits on here for 8 hours a day.
What a lazy excuse of a man with no real work ethic. Okay, streaming is like one of the easiest jobs anybody could have, and he could only go for 60 minutes.
He doesn't stream. He does a show.
Oh,
he covers the topic of the
know,
day.
it's just super
you
lazy.
sit on
No
here,
work
and guess
ethic.
you know what's crazy?
No work ethic.
He gets $6,000 a night in super chats in 1 hour and a half. While you have to sit on here all day and you don't even get $6,000. He also has a Telegram group that he gets $100 a month from every person that's in the group, and we have about 2,000 people in there. So you can do the math, little D.
Oh, dude,
How much is that?
listen. One critique I will not make of Nick is that he is a poor man, okay? He's a very rich man, which in turn, right, is actually one of the reasons why I critique you. Instead of spending that valuable income that you get as that monthly
You don't know what
allowance
I do for a living.
from the rich cousin that doesn't want you to starve, instead of spending that on rent, which is why you're still in your mother's basement, you just send it to Nick, dude. Like, yeah, no, trust me, I know Nick makes a lot of money, 110%, because of people like you. You're like, oh, Galactic Emperor Nick, I could spend this money. I could spend this money on, I don't know, an education. I don't know, a trade school, but no, you said Team Hitler. So my $5,000 is yours, Nick. I'm gonna send you $100 per month,
Dean,
Nick.
does it bother you?
So I could be a part of your Telegram group chat. That's right.
Does it bother you that Nick is on like Pierce Morgan, Tucker Carlson?
Logan, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Jessica, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Who says, I just discovered you this weekend. I've been watching you every day, Dean. You're a huge inspiration. I hope that I become a lot like you. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Jessica.
Those are your
Show
Sims.
some love to Jessica down below in that chat for the $30. You said that those are quote unquote your Sims. But then you talked about how you give money to Nick Fuentes. You just self-identified as a Fuentes
I was
simp.
just telling you how
That's
much
great.
money he makes.
Tyler, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Then Amanda,
Yeah, he doesn't
thank you for the
accept $5
over
super
on Venmo.
chats either.
Thank
His
you so much for
minimum
the
is
love.
like $25 or $30.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, the horror. I will still read off a message from somebody that sends a dollar on Venmo because I care about what they have to say.
You know what? That's enough. I'll give.
By the way, the Venmo and the PayPal are in the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on YouTube. Top of the phone screen too.
I will give you that, Dean. You are a lot more gracious and humble to your guest. He likes to crash out on them. So I will say, not on your guest, on your people who send you money. I don't send them money because he crashes out on everyone who does. But as I was
because
saying,
he fucking hates you.
I don't send them money.
That's why, because he hates you. Dude, like, Nick doesn't actually believe the things that he says he does. He just says them because he knows that he'll garner an audience from them. The incel 45-year-old chuds, right?
Dean, so
but in all reality,
does it bother
the
you that-
reason why he crashes out on the viewers is because he fucking hates you guys. And then Useless Dave, appreciate you so much for the $10 over at YouTube Super Chat, who said, just because I got something to spare and you a great man, sir. Oh, thank you for the love, Dave. Show some love to Dave down below in that comment section. Amy, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo from your sip. Thank you for the love, Amy. Logan, thank you for the $2. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much for your kindness. Show some love to all the donors down below in that chat.
So does it bother you that he goes on with like Bradley Martin, Pierce Morgan, Clavicular, like that, and you're just not doing any of that? Does that bother you?
It's funny, like the names that you just said. Bradley Martin sent me a text inviting me on his podcast. Piers Morgan was somebody who was on Jubilee not even 2 weeks ago. I passed up on the opportunity to join his episode to debate him because I was busy. Then Clavicular talked about me on his stream and said that he actually wanted to come on mine to debate me. So it's the 3 specific names, okay, that you
but they're
were
cool.
people
They're cool.
that I've had an opportunity to talk to them. And actually, I've already talked to Bradley Martin. I sat down with him on a podcast maybe 6 months ago. So you're trying to say, oh, he's hanging out with all these people. But like in all reality, I mean, I don't really care, right? Why would I care about people that hang out with Nazis? But then in the same sense, the 3 specific people that you named are all people that have either personally extended an invite for me to come on their show, like Bradley Martin and his podcast, personally extended, an opportunity for me to host them on my show, like Clavicular. He said he wanted to come on and debate me. I told him he can, and he just, hasn't yet. He's pretty scared. Or I personally had an opportunity to talk to them, like Piers Morgan on Jubilee 2 weeks ago. So
Cool. Yeah, I don't think it's because they
misled.
think you have motion
Very
or
misled.
anything. They do it to clown you. But yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, you came up here to clown me, and you're walking away with the red nose on, dude. I mean, this has been a very bad 10 minutes.
You just talked the whole time and muted me. So how is that? What do you mean?
You don't even understand how I clowned you, because the only thing you could follow is like 5 words written in crayon on polka dot paper, my friend.
Yeah, Nick's vocabulary is a lot higher than yours, buddy.
I like that you didn't say yours. I like that you didn't say yours. Eli, that's funny. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, Eli, who says, I kind of lean right, but after listening to the crazy MAGAs, I lean more towards the left now.
I'm not MAGA.
It's working.
MAGA's
Thank you so much.
You know
for the
what?
love,
Let me
Eli.
tell you why I'm not MAGA anymore.
Dude, honestly, like I should have kicked you a while ago, but I'm just really enjoying this as an opportunity to like just clown.
Let me tell you why I'm not. Because the Conservative Party, we call them the Conservatives now, because they've allowed too many browns, too many gays.
Yeah.
Nah, we're done with that shit. We're going far right.
Yeah.
We're going far right.
So Jesus, what was the color of his skin? Fucking idiot.
Who said I was a Christian?
You did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you told us that you follow Nick Fuentes. You agree with all of his takes politically speaking. He wants a Catholic theocracy. You goddamn idiot.
Because I follow Nick Fuentes, that makes me a Christian.
So he wants a Catholic theocracy.
The Christian.
You said that you agree with Nick politically. That does mean that you're a Christian, or just like just nuts. Because he wants a Catholic theocracy.
There's too much faggotry in the in the.
There he goes. He knows how to get out. He knows how to get out. He knows how he gets me to kick him by just dropping a slur. Run away, little bro. Run away. Dude, oh my God, got clowned on literally every single step along the way. Moving on to the next guest. Yeah, that guy fucking ran. Moving on, guys, only up inside of the cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Mary, thank you so much for the rhythmic bear. That's incredibly kind of you. Everyone, dude, just gotta give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. Only up inside of the cube. You happen to be one. Thank you. We got Jaden Reloaded connected into the stream. Hello. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Why would I?
Well, you shouldn't. So we're going to move on to the next guest. We got the next guest, Alex, connecting into the stream. This guy was driving earlier. I told him to come back when he wasn't driving. At least I think I'm talking about the same person. You do.
Hold on one second. I'll join right back. Hold on. I don't know why.
Okay. Moving on to the next guy. He said I didn't have music playing. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. Over on YouTube Super Chat. Damien, thank you for the $10 who says Nick Fuentes supporters are among the wimpiest among us. Dude, abso-fucking-lutely. Dude, such a wimp. Thank you so much, Mia, for the $2 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mia. Katie, thank you for the $1. And Valerie, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Valerie down below in that comment section for the $10. That is Valerie. Thank you so much. What's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, Gracie's gone. Swear to God, dude, I'm trying to find anybody that's willing to debate me. No one is. Everyone's scared. It's just like insufferable. How many debates have we had today? Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why do you support the worst president of your life? Want to be dictator, tyrannical.
I mean,
idiot.
first, before we start the debate, I respect everybody's views on politically. You understand?
You respect the last guys?
That's a great country. Listen, everybody has their own political views, and I respect that. I respect yours. I respect mine.
But
everybody else.
Do you respect the last guys? Just curious.
The last guys.
Do you respect his political views?
Whose political views?
Wait, I don't even know if he's here. Okay, whatever. Just take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Oh, bruh, are you leaving? We can't hear you when you're on pause. You have to be in the TikTok app. Okay, dude. Guys, how many, okay, we're kicking him because he left. Seriously, how many debates have we had today? How many debates? How many debates?
Hello, wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Gracie. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, well, I have, a lot of conservative views, but I also do, I have some liberal views, too. And I respect your opinions. I think you're, a very smart person.
Oh, that's very kind of you. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, April 28th.
Okay, well, yeah, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Well, I just think, he has, a lot of good views, I like how he doesn't really take money away from, people who have money and give it to other people just because I feel like taking away the money I don't know, I just don't agree with that. I understand helping and volunteering and stuff like that, me I volunteer all the time, but Mom Donnie, he's taxing wider neighborhoods. I don't believe in that. That's what I don't believe in, and all of this.
Okay, so Mom Donnie's saying that he is taxing quote-unquote wider neighborhoods was probably not the most politically advantageous way to say what he wanted to do, just because, that leads to the right to go, oh my God! But in all reality, the actual proposed policy is just increasing taxes on neighborhoods, that are with higher incomes. So what I want to propose to you is, okay, everyone in the comment section is spamming she's in high school. Guys,
I'm in my senior year.
Yeah, you could be 18 and be a senior. But
yeah.
anyways. Just to go back to the debate. So why do you think it's wrong to tax people and then to use their tax dollars to fund social safety nets to ensure that children don't starve to death?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Why do you think it's wrong to tax people and then to use the revenue generated by taxing people to fund social safety nets to stop people from starving to death?
Okay, wait. I get where you're coming from, but I just feel like I get the taxing, but overly taxing, I feel like that's just horrible. You know what I mean?
Well, honestly, I think the group of people that are being taxed more than they should right now, overly taxing, that is a problem, 110%, but it's not a problem that the top 1% is experiencing, since they pay a lower effective tax rate, averaging out at 28 to 29%, which is lower than that of the average working class American. Okay? The group of Americans that are being overtaxed today are the working class, okay? The middle class, the average American, the low class. We need to shift that taxable burden off of the working class more than it already is and put it more so on that top 1%. Put it on the ruling class. Put it on the billionaires, okay? There's no reason, right, why somebody making $1 million per year should be paying a lower effective tax rate than a working mother of 5. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm middle income, not me, but my parents, my family, and I definitely feel how they're just my parents, we're getting taxed a lot recently, and it's been kind of bad.
Recently? So you said they've been getting taxed a lot recently? We've been under Donald Trump's tax plan since 2018.
I thought he was planning lower taxes. Isn't that in his whole entire thing?
So once again, we've been under Donald Trump's tax plan since 2018. That's when the TCJ went into effect. It was in effect 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and then now 2025, right, when the big beautiful bill was passed on July 1st, that retroactively applied from January 1st of this year until the end of this year. So we're already under his new tax policy, that being the big beautiful bill. But then the tax policy that we're under before the big beautiful bill was also his tax policy, that being the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2018. So if you feel like you're being taxed too much right now, you have nobody else to thank but Trump himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense if you're in the middle class, according to the CBPP, the Center for the CBPP. Why am I forgetting what that stands for? The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. There we go. The big beautiful bill is reducing the purchasing power of the average American and everybody making less than them, taking social safety nets away from the low class, like kicking 10 million people off of Medicaid, 3 million people off of food stamps, while then giving more tax cuts to the high income earners. The top 1% is expected to get an additional 3% back this year, compared to what they were getting last year because of new provisions under the big beautiful bill.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to be so honest here. I don't think like I am like probably educated on taxing enough because like I'm only 18. I'm a senior in high school. I've never had like a full-time job.
Yep.
So like
just keep in mind, it's you're never too young to get politically informed. I started doing what I do now when I was 19 years old. Actually,
good for you.
No. I was 18. I was 18 because I remember having my 19th birthday on TikTok. So I started doing what I do right now when I was your age.
Okay, that like good for you. Like I think like your platform, it's definitely like I watch a lot of your stuff. I watch a lot of your live videos. I definitely think like it's like just like it is very educating. It is like I agree with a lot of your views, but I definitely think there's just some stuff that like I'm more conservative about. And like I respect everyone's opinions, you know, but like I definitely think like I literally just wrote like an essay about like what makes like people human. And it's like to be able to like express your like opinions freely. And yeah.
Is there any other reasons that you want to go over insofar as why you support Trump as president?
No.
Okay, Grace. Well, sorry, Gracie. Yeah, Gracie. Oh, she left. All right, well, you have a good one. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. If you're in the queue, make sure that it's because you're an American adult that supports Trump. We're going to put the rules up on screen. Do not break the rules, please, guys. Do not break the rules. Be 18 plus, be American, be MAGA. All rule breakers will be permanently banned. There's no exceptions to these rules. Hello, Lily. Do you support Trump?
Debate.
Oh, we're getting
what?
Debating.
What does that mean?
It's Team Withers. You have to debate him.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. Well, it looks like you got ambushed by who I would assume is your daughter. Just to fill you in, I'm running a debate live. You know, we're bringing up Trump supporters to have a conversation with about why they support Trump. Anybody could tune in. They just have to send a request. Your daughter sent in a request to, tune into the live, hop up here and have a debate. And then as soon as I accepted her request, she passed the phone off to you. So I guess
she bombarded me.
Yeah, do. Are you interested and willing to have a discussion with me about why you support Trump as president?
Sure.
Wow. Okay. You really rise to the moment. Well, the way that we typically do this is, I just give you the mic. You tell us why you think Trump is a good president, and more likely than not, I'll tell you why I think you're wrong.
Short couple of points for me. I work in law enforcement, and he's definitely pro law enforcement, which I like a lot. The stuff with our border obviously has gotten out of control under other presidencies, and obviously working where I work, I see it firsthand. And under Trump, it hasn't stopped fully, but it definitely has minimized and gotten way better. I also think that I don't want to say you have more power back, but we are backed better now than we were before.
Yeah.
And then obviously with the tariffs and stuff that are happening, I think it'll be a long-term play to actually see how it truly affects everything. Not more than just a couple months, but it needs to probably be a full year or some change. But they definitely have already brought in a ton of revenue, which I think in the long run will help us hopefully start knocking our national debt down.
So
Okay, well, we'll go over all those points. I think the first point that I want to address is the first point you made, saying that Donald Trump is definitely law enforcement. I think Donald Trump has told us that he hates law enforcement. Most notably with his full and complete presidential pardons of the 173 J6 rioters that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol on January 6, 2021. A man by the name, I'll give you an example, a man by the name of DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into another man by the name of Officer Fanone's neck. And he gave Officer Fanone a heart attack because of the electricity. And this was after Officer Fanone was beat to the ground by DJ Rodriguez and other J6 rioters who used metal poles to beat him over the back while one person was screaming, "Grab his gun." Another person was actually trying to grab his gun, which then took Officer Fanone's attention away from anybody else to, struggle to fight to keep his gun on his belt, which then led to DJ Rodriguez going to the other side of his belt, grabbing his taser and driving it in his neck. DJ Rodriguez was caught on Officer Fanone's body camera doing this. And eventually, after J6, this was all investigated by the FBI, and the FBI got a hold of Officer Fanone's body camera and his testimony, went out and arrested DJ Rodriguez. DJ Rodriguez was like, "Shit, I'm caught. Okay, the officer I did this to is testifying to that fact, and it's on video." So he pled guilty, got a reduced sentence, and went to jail for 12 years. Now, 4 years into that term, January of 2025, Trump turned around. He called DJ Rodriguez a patriot and gave him a full and complete presidential pardon. Now, you said that you're a member of law enforcement. I'm just going to make an assumption here. When you hear people saying, all cops are bastards, you're like, they definitely don't support law enforcement. When you hear people, saying that I hate cops and, throwing the middle finger at them, you definitely assume that they don't support law enforcement. So why don't you hold that same energy towards somebody that's not just, saying words, but engaging in material actions to legitimately reward people that have tried to kill police officers, letting them out of jail and labeling them as patriots?
So I think that January 6th thing is obviously a mess. And I think there's a lot more to that situation than the public actually knows. And very aware of a lot of the stuff that's gone on. And I think obviously we don't get told the whole story, right? And so on that note, now granted, I don't think it's good to pardon people who assault anybody, right? Whether it doesn't matter if you're assaulting a cop or a regular civilian, you should not be pardoned, right? That's not good. But I do think that there's a lot more that goes into the event as a total, and a lot more than we're actually all told, right? And the civilian population is told, I would say.
Well, I feel like now, you're just giving me an answer that I wouldn't expect from a cop. You're saying that although DJ Rodriguez tried to kill Officer Fanone, there was some aspect of his environment that caused him to do so, meaning that we shouldn't hold DJ Rodriguez personally accountable for what he did, and the person who let him out of jail and labeled him as a patriot, right, could still back the blue simultaneously. I feel like that's just so antithetical to law enforcement as a whole. I mean, I feel like you guys, look at somebody commit a crime, you guys look at somebody murder, you guys look at somebody steal, and you say, this is what you did. You decided to engage in this action. Now you're going to face the consequences. But then when it's about the individual people that try to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, well, there's some facts of their environment that we don't know that caused them to do that, or for whatever reason, shift the burden of blame off them to somebody or something else. Maybe that environment was Donald Trump, telling them to fight like hell to, win their country back. And if they don't fight like hell, then they're going to lose our country, which led to the insurrection, which led to the violent assault and attack on police officers on the steps of the Capitol, which led to them carrying the flag of the Confederacy inside and smearing their shit on the walls, and then gave Donald Trump 4 years to think it over, 4 years to determine that those actions were inexcusable, but then still turned around and gave them full and complete pardons.
Yes, I don't think I agreed that. I didn't say that people deserve to be. I specifically said no matter who you're assaulting, you should do your sentence. That's what I said.
Yeah, but doesn't this make it clear that he doesn't back the blue?
No, I don't think this specifically makes that at all.
But he's okay with violence towards the blue.
No, I don't think he's okay with it. I think.
Well, then why would he reward it?
Because I think it was a mass thing that he was doing when he was pardoning a whole bunch of people.
He could have
that-
very easily chosen to only give a blanket pardon
You're right.
to the people that
You're
were
right, but I think a lot of people obviously were blanketed arrested, right? They do that, right? When well, I don't know if you know, but when mass casualties happen or things happen, and there's so many people involved that it's such a place like that, it's hard to determine pinpoint who's involved at the moment. Now, as things uncover, you get body cam footage, you get video surveillance footage, then you can start to narrow down who actually was the culprits and who wasn't. But at the time, they arrested tons and tons of people, right?
But he pardoned them 4 years after January 6th.
Correct. I know, that's what I'm saying. So
4 years wasn't enough?
No, it is. I'm not disagreeing with you that I think that guy should have been pardoned.
But I think if he backed the blue, then he wouldn't be okay with DJ Rodriguez's violence. But him letting DJ Rodriguez out of jail and calling him a patriot means that he was okay with DJ Rodriguez's violence.
I don't think that's what that means at all. But I disagree with you on that. That's okay. That's why we live in this country. We can disagree.
I could give good reason why you should agree with me, though.
I can't agree with you on that because there's a lot of other incidents where he does back the blue and he does support everything that we do. So I think.
So as a cop, why do you arrest people who do bad things?
Why do I?
Yeah.
Well, for one, it's my job and I'm required to by law. Two, because when they do bad things, they should be dealt with, the consequences. There are statutes in place for people that do things.
Okay. And if there was a cop serving on your force, right, that saw a murderer, okay, watched it unfold in front of their eyes, but then turned around and ignored them, told their friend that maybe they thought they were a patriot, and just continued on with their day, right? Wouldn't this make it clear that he doesn't think that murderer should face the consequences for his crime? And if he doesn't think that murderer should face the consequences for his crime, then maybe he doesn't think that action should have had many consequences. And because he didn't think that action should have had many consequences, maybe he didn't think that action was all too bad, because we typically consequent bad actions.
Yeah, so I think you're talking about two different things. One, somebody in law enforcement is held to a standard. We are required by law to do so. It's not open to interpretation when there's certain acts committed, right?
Yeah, we're not talking about like the legal implications of him ignoring the murdering. We're more so talking about the psychological implications of what we can take away from that to kind of determine a mental state in ignoring that action. And I mean, you as a cop, you should be pretty familiar with this. Like they try to prove mental states in a court of law, right? I'm sure
all the time. Yeah,
I'm sure that you've seen that. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to prove Donald Trump's mental state by bringing up obvious examples where, if a cop ignored a murder, right? They saw somebody murder and they just didn't arrest them, told their friend they thought they're a patriot. I feel like if that went to a court of law, maybe one could prove their mental state was the fact that they didn't really think it was too wrong when that person murdered. Similarly,
I think
the reflection here would be when Donald Trump called DJ Rodriguez a patriot and let him out of jail, maybe he didn't think it was too wrong when DJ Rodriguez tried to kill Officer Fanon.
That might be, I don't know. Like I said, I can't speak on his mental state, but I can tell you that I think what you're comparing is somebody, like you said, Donald Trump's obviously not a law enforcement officer. He's not held to that, and he can have opinions of his own that are not in line with what law enforcement like. But again, as a whole, you're looking at one very small instance. I think as a whole, he's done a lot for us and continues to. And I see it because I've been under multiple different presidencies where it was totally different.
Yeah.
And so I'm just speaking from my own opinion, which, but other than that, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think anybody should be pardoned that commits a heinous act like that. But I don't think that makes you.
We could talk about, all the good things that you think the Trump administration is doing. And, we'll talk about that. Just the one last thing I think I want to say on this topic is the fact that Donald Trump is worse than the people that you arrest on a daily basis. And taking a guess, I don't think you'd vote for one of the people you arrest on a daily basis to be president. He was found guilty of 34 felonies in the state of New York. A civil court found him guilty for raping E. Jean Carroll. Another civil court found him guilty for lying about the valuations of his properties to a bank in New York. He intentionally concealed classified documents following the end of his first term at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago. In the last 10 months, he's infringed on our Constitution many times, more specifically 4 of our 22nd Amendments. In the 80s, a civil court sued him for violating the Civil Rights Act and refusing to rent to black people at his properties in New York. He is a con man, and he is a criminal that has lived a criminal life. Oh, I missed this. In 2005, he boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls. And I just feel like if you were servicing the arrest warrant of somebody that was wanted on the sexual exploitation of women and girls, the rape of another woman, this is a civil infraction. We're going to play make-believe, and you could arrest people for civil infractions now. For lying about the valuation of his properties to a bank in New York, for the 34 Class C felonies that he committed in the state of New York, for concealing classified documents, for violating the Constitution. If you were arresting somebody like that, I just don't believe that you would ever think in a billion years somebody like that should be president. But when you're not arresting somebody like that, and it's a billionaire white man from New York, Donald Trump, you look up to them and you say that they're a great president that you do support. I just find that hypocritical. It's almost like, law and order for thee, but not for him. Law and order for the strangers that you run into on a daily basis, patrolling the streets of wherever you live, but not for the most powerful man alive serving as the president of the United States of America. In some circumstances, you want to condemn crime, but in others, you want to reward it with the Oval Office.
I don't think that's a fair evaluation at all. I agree with, so I know what you're saying about all these things that potentially he was, found guilty for and all these things, right? But I also think that you need to take into consideration there was a witch hunt against him, right? To where he has been persecuted more than any other president. Whether you believe it's right or wrong, the left has gone after him more than any other president in history. And I think that a lot of this has been, I don't want to say overglorified. Again, it's tough for people, civilians, who don't get a lot of intel or whatever. You're just hearing baseline stuff, what media puts out. It is very tough. And I think that on the onset, from what you see, yeah, it looks terrible, right? But if you get to know more and you actually get deeper in depth of the actual case and read actually documents that were, pertaining to this, it might change your opinion, right? And I know that the problem is a lot of those, they don't let surface, and that's tough.
Well, I'll happily go through them with you, because the thing is I am well educated on
I'm
the
not saying you're not
legal
well educated.
proceedings surrounding the criminal court in New York, the civil court that concluded he raped Eugene Carroll. I am educated about those things, and you're now trying to paint him as a victim of a witch hunt. He's been prosecuted more than any other politician in history. That's actually, by the way, not fucking true. Okay. Nixon was facing impeachment and had to step down. Nixon was forced out of office. Donald Trump is still serving as president today. All right. Just a thought. We've actually had other presidents, quote unquote, prosecuted for less. Now, Donald Trump, on the other hand, okay, well, here's the thing. The reason why he's attacked by the mainstream media, singled out by all these courts, is because he's a bad guy. It's because he's guilty. It's because he's done all these bad things. In the same way, you can't think of another president in history that's been prosecuted and attacked this much. I can't name another president in history that has raped a woman while simultaneously also boasted about sexually exploiting another woman and other girls, while simultaneously also tried to coup and rig the outcome of a presidential election, while simultaneously and also launched an attack on 4 of our 22nd Amendments, while simultaneously and also committed 34 felonies, concealed the documents, lied about the valuations of his properties, refused to rent to black people, so on and so forth, right? Best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, so on and so forth. I could talk all day. The reason why he's faced all these attacks, right, and all these forms of prosecution is because he did it, is because he's guilty, is because he's a criminal, is because he's a con man, is because he's apathetic to the consent of women and girls, because he doesn't really care about anybody else outside of his own self and the furtherance of his own goals. And I can prove this. I want you to pick one of these attacks, one of these court cases, one example of these legal proceedings, one mentioned, infringement on our law, order, so on and so forth. And I could prove to you that it's not baseless. I could prove to you that it was prosecution with good reason.
So also on that, if somebody rapes somebody, as you're calling it, that is not a civil act. That is a federal act, and it is prosecuted, right? So you can't just rape somebody and then not go to jail. That is not a real thing.
Buddy. Dude, you're a cop. You should know this.
I do know this. I see it every day,
the
bud.
classifications are not civil acts versus quote unquote federal acts. It would be civil acts versus quote unquote criminal acts. So there's civil
Yes,
courts.
criminal, yes.
And there's
You're right.
criminal courts.
You're correct. You're correct.
Okay.
And that is a federal law. You cannot rape anybody. That is a federal law.
Right.
Again, every state, you cannot rape somebody. So if he quote unquote raped somebody, as you say he did, and he was not persecuted or prosecuted, then one of two things happened. They didn't have evidence to prove that he actually raped that person. Otherwise, he would be doing time. So
you know what statute of limitations is because you're.
I sure do. Absolutely.
Right? And guess what? The statute of limitations on the state rape charge inside of New York had expired by that point in time because she came forward about this 23 years after, and it happened in the 90s. So she could not pursue any criminal proceedings surrounding the fact that Donald Trump raped her. So instead, her only option was to take this to a civil court. So grape is something that you could sue somebody for. We usually see grape inside of a civil court after somebody's found guilty of grape in a criminal court. So they're sent to jail and the victim gets financial restitution. You should really know these things. You're a cop. I mean, I'm still happy to have this conversation with you though. But in her case, because the statute of limitations had expired on her bringing this to a criminal court and she could only take it to a civil court, she did take it to a civil court. And she won the case. She convinced the unanimous jury of 9 because she had a lot of evidence. And I'll go over a couple pieces of that evidence. One piece of evidence was therapist notes from the 90s where she indicated she was raped by Donald Trump that corroborated with her own testimony and the testimony of 7 other women that she had told over the years. She also said that she had a dress that she wore when she was raped by Donald Trump that still had his DNA on it. She submitted it to the court. The court took it to the lab. The lab determined it did have quote unquote unknown male DNA on it. Then the court asked Donald Trump to provide his own to provide his own DNA to be tested against the DNA on the dress. You're a cop. You should know this. You can't subpoena somebody for DNA inside of a civil court. You can only politely request it. So after it was politely requested, Donald Trump said no. I feel like, it's something a guilty man would do. And then the last, in my mind, most meaningful basis of evidence to demonstrate that he did this to her is the fact that he said he likes to do what he did to her to women. Okay? What the court found him guilty of was the forceful penetration of her female member with his fingers. Grabbed her by the P word. Okay? And he said he likes to grab women by the P word, and he doesn't even need to ask first because he's a star on the Access Hollywood tapes in 2005. And also because you're a cop, you should know, right, that when somebody commits, makes them significantly more likely to recommit. And you could almost build a profile on criminals. And Donald Trump's profile indicates an increased likelihood to rape a woman like E. Jean Carroll, predicated on circumstantial facts. Like in 2005, he boasted to Howard Stern about how he would unconsensually barge into the dressing rooms of the women that were competing at Miss USA and the teens that were competing at Miss Teen USA. Obviously, somebody who would sexually exploit women and girls could also possibly rape a woman. Obviously, somebody who says they can just grab women by the P word without asking first would be at an increased likelihood of actually doing that, which is what the court specifically determined he did to E. Jean Carroll. Somebody who was best friends with Epstein, taking pictures with him and all these women and girls sending him letters depicting the naked body of a girl with the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Then we now have an email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying that Trump knew what he was doing with his girls all along. This profile that we're now building around Trump, I would argue, corroborates the outcome of that civil court that determined he raped E. Jean Carroll to damn near certainty.
You done?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that was a lot,
No,
all right? But,
yeah,
this is like seriously how much reason and evidence we have to believe that he's guilty of doing this.
Okay. Well, again, like you said, civilly, he was found. Yes, you're right. And I think you have to uphold the same standard to everyone, right? So I see this in the court, right? It is frustrating sometimes that people go free from statute of limitations, or they can't prove evidence, or things like that. But it stays the same with everybody. Everybody has the same rights in this country, right? So you're talking about, oh, we should hold him and do this, when for the same person, if it wasn't him and it was somebody else, unfortunately, the fact that it did take so long for her to come out and all that stuff, that's the same rights that go with every single person in this country. And I'm not, again, nobody knows for sure. You're speaking on opinion, right? Which is what, without knowing for certainty. I mean, unless the only way you knew is if you were there. That would be the only way you knew, and you'd be a witness, which you weren't. So
yeah, and how often is it, right?
Never. Never.
That you end up, arresting somebody for a crime that they're then convicted of that you believe they committed when you're not there? How many domestic violence? How many domestic violence calls have you responded to where a man beat his wife without you in the room that led to you hauling him away in the back of your van? See, I think that you're just treating E. Jean Carroll's case significantly different than you would treat the daily calls that you respond to, because in E. Jean Carroll's case, it's your favorite president who raped her. Now, something else I'll say is you're trying to make this distinction between legal fact and interpersonal opinion. Well, if you want to just follow the legal facts, you should probably follow the legal fact that it's innocent until proven guilty. Then when you're guilty, you're proven guilty. And he was proven guilty. He was held liable. And the unanimous jury of 9 did determine that predicated on a preponderance of evidence, and it's more likely than not that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
You're right. And on a preponderance of evidence, there's a lower form of evidence, right? So in a criminal case, you have to have evidence that is beyond reasonable doubt, not preponderance of evidence, right? It's a very much higher level of evidence that it requires to actually convict somebody in a criminal court.
The minimum requirement is higher in a criminal court than it is in a civil court. That is true. However, for all the reasons that I gave you, I believe that the jury's outcome that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll inside of that civil court was well beyond the minimum. In fact, to me, it suggests a near certainty. Definitely, I would hold to the position, and feel free to refute this, that there's a no reasonable doubt to the set of facts that I gave you at this point around 3 minutes ago to demonstrate that he's guilty. Okay? I just don't find any reasonable doubt to the corroborating facts of his profile and what he's done and said in the past. Sexual exploitation of women and girls, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA. Him saying that he literally likes to do what he was found guilty of doing to E. Jean Carroll to other women. Being best friends with Epstein, the emails where, basically depicted the fact that he was okay with what Epstein was doing to those girls. And other related statements like sexualizing a 10-year-old girl in the 90s, sexualizing his own daughter. I'd say all of these facts, right, are very clear. But I want to ask, like an interesting question now, a little bit more of an abstract hypothetical one. If you knew that Donald Trump was guilty of sexual violence, then would you still continue to support him as president?
No.
Okay. So him raping E. Jean Carroll is not the only circumstance of sexual violence that I'd argue we have a very strong case to prove.
You're right. You have a very strong.
I would argue a certain case in reference to the sexual violence that he engaged in directed towards women and girls at beauty pageants in the 90s and early 2000s. I'm about to play you a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence.
I know what's. Okay, go ahead.
I'm about to play you a clip of Donald Trump telling Howard Stern in 2005, April 11th, that he would sexually exploit the women and girls that competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, once again in the 90s and early 2000s. Now, if you're a genuine guy, the moment you hear this, and we could agree on this base rudimentary set of facts, you should no longer be a Trump supporter. And I actually want to make this a little bit less escapable for you. Can we first agree that the definition of sexual exploitation or sexual violence is a little bit of a broader, more umbrella term that we could use to refer to these things, would include a man abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman or a girl might be in to further unconsensual sexual conduct?
That was a lot of words, but yes. So if it's unconsensual sexual conduct, yes.
Okay. Right. And would unconsensual sexual conduct include unconsensually looking at somebody while they're naked?
It definitely can, yes.
Okay. When you have no clothes on, are you naked?
Yeah.
Perfect. then you shouldn't be a Trump supporter in 30 seconds from now. Here's Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that to women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, affirming that they were naked when he unconsensually did this to them by saying they have no clothes on. Here we go.
Say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
You have two paths forward. The first path forward would to surprise us all, take that red hat off, and retract your loyalty from Trump, because you told me if I could prove to you that Donald Trump has engaged in sexual violence, that you would no longer support him as president. We agreed that this umbrella term of sexual violence, sexual exploitation would include furthering unconsensual sexual conduct. You said that would include unconsensually looking at somebody while they're naked, and then you affirmed that people are naked when they have no clothes on. You just listened to Donald Trump say that he would allow himself to unconsensually barge into the women and girls' dressing rooms at these beauty pageants to then look at them while they had no clothes on, which would be unconsensually looking at them while they're naked. Now, the second path would be the typical one that a lot of Trump supporters inevitably take on my life. It's super sad. It's becoming a raging, spineless hypocrite. It is contradicting the values and the principles that you shared with us not even a minute ago, and continuing to try to find a way to justify your support for Trump, even though he's engaged in sexual violence, and even though you told us if he were to engage in sexual violence, you'd stop supporting him as president. Now, of course, I'm going to let you make the decision what path you go down. The mic is yours and the attention is yours.
So I think using the term sexual violence is a very different, right? So especially if you're talking about like legally, right? Sexual violence compared to maybe sexual misconduct is two different things, right? As far as how you look at them. Now, I don't think walking in on somebody that's not ready for you to walk in is a good thing. But like he said, if he's able to do so, they are aware of that. They know that he can walk in at any moment. So to say that he wasn't, do I agree that maybe he should have? Probably not. But is it within his realm and bounds to do so? According to what he said, it is. Obviously, do I agree that I would probably do that? Probably not. But if he was within his right to do so, and they knew that he was potentially going to do that or was able to do that, then I wouldn't say that it is completely out of bounds, right? As far as, now granted, would I do it? No.
Yeah.
Do I think that he had the ability to do it? If it was his property and his whatever it was, and he can walk in at any moment, then again, I wouldn't do it, but he had the ability to do it. So to say that he was sexually violent towards them, that's not true at all.
Yeah.
Now, do I think it's right? No.
You chose the second path. With all due respect, sir, you chose the I am now a spineless hypocrite path.
I think you speaking have no way to talk, right? So is this what you do for a living? I'm just asking.
Yes.
Not that I'm okay. Cool.
This is what I do as a living, but I could point out the hypocrisy clear as day.
It's great.
Before I even played you that clip, I got you to agree that minimally the definition of sexual violence.
No, not sexual violence.
Sexual exploitation
is what you said.
Yeah,
which is not sexual violence. It's totally different.
So sexual exploitation is sexual violence.
Not the same. So when you're sexually violent towards somebody, right, it requires a act of violence, right?
Yeah,
that is not what happens.
Unconsensual sexual conduct is violent.
You're saying like touching or just seeing? What are you talking about?
Well, can we agree that all unconsensual sexual conduct is an act of sexual violence?
Well, sometimes depending on where you're at, if people see you naked, that is not you. Depending on where you're at, you have terms of privacy and you don't. Again, into the statute, right?
Okay.
So
I basically assume that you do have those terms of privacy when you're in a private women's only dressing room. I mean, it's kind of self-implied by the describer of the space.
Not necessarily when they go to these, like when they do not drag shows, when they do like runway shows and stuff like that, where they're all changing in the back. There is no terms of privacy back there. Yes. I don't know if you've ever.
Yeah, well, there's always terms of privacy, and in any private woman's
Depending
own
on where
changing
you're
room.
at.
And this
Yes,
is why.
depending
And
where
by
you're
the way,
at,
by the way, Donald Trump even recognized this in the clip. He recognized that there's terms of privacy for the women and girls in these dressing rooms because he said that there was no men back there and that he had to have special justification to allow himself to go back there. He said that he had to use the special justification of the fact that he was the owner and that he was going in under the quote unquote guise of an inspection to bypass their quote unquote terms of privacy, which of course doesn't amount to a legitimate one, but rather an incredibly illegitimate one. Additionally, we're also talking about Teen USA here. Okay, we had 4 teens, age 15 through 19, come forward. One by the name of Mariah Belgado, and they told us that Donald Trump would just unconsensually barge into their dressing rooms, and he would look at them while they were naked, and he'd tell them, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." But now that we understand there was terms of privacy for the women in this space, and in fact was actually made clear because Donald Trump said that there's no men around. Donald Trump said that they had no clothes on, and they were in this space where they were getting ready, describing a woman's dressing room. And Donald Trump described that he had to use special justification to even enter into that space to begin with, starting with the fact that he was the owner and he allowed himself to do an inspection. I find it to be incredibly clear that this was unconsensual sexual conduct. And maybe it'd be good to start there. Can we agree that this is unconsensual sexual conduct? It's just not complicated at all. Man unconsensually walks into private woman's space to look at them while they're naked and changing. Unconsensual sexual conduct. Should be easy.
I want to say yes, but I think there's more to. I'd like to listen to the whole clip first too, as well, not just that little snippet that you pulled, and see if there's any other context right with that.
Do you want to listen to more? I could play you more.
Not this moment, because I'm supposed to be eating right now. My daughter brought me this. You know, she bombarded me in the middle of dinner. But so I do want to say this. Before you call somebody spineless, right, think about what you do as a job and think about what I do as a job, right? And I'm not trying to diss you or anything like that. I wish I had your job, right, to be able to sit inside and chill and be safe all day. That is phenomenal. So to call somebody spineless is actually a very... Doing what you do, I think, is kind of a joke, right? To call me spineless, saying that I'm
gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest when I say this. I think the fact that you're a cop saying what you are makes you even more spineless, because I think that you exist in a position where you should be familiar with the fact that unconsensual sexual conduct is wrong. You should be familiar with the fact that when a man barges in to a dressing room to unconsensually look at the women and girls inside, that is unconsensual sexual conduct. You should be familiar with the fact that when you hear a man telling his buddy on live TV on this clip from 2005 that he just walked back there and look at them while they're naked, and that he knew he was doing something wrong and he got away with it, that is bad. All right? Like, if there was anybody that I wouldn't responsibly hopefully have to convince that what Donald Trump admitted to there is sexual violence, is sexual exploitation, is unconsensual sexual conduct, I would hope that it's a cop. Okay? And every single day, okay, I get Trump supporters that will come up here. They say the same thing you did. They say that they would stop supporting Trump if I could prove that he's guilty of engaging in unconsensual sexual conduct, sexual exploitation. And then they give the same reaction to that clip. They try to downplay Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. But God, dude, I mean, I look at them and, you know, they're all like the basement dwellers. You know, they're the incels. You know, they're the people that probably haven't had a nuanced thought about what sexual violence is a day in their life. But I mean, it is your job to understand what sexual violence is. It is your job to understand that unconsensual sexual conduct is wrong. It is your job to know these things. And that's why I argue that it makes you more spineless than maybe the typical Trump supporter that will come up here and say these things. And I understand those are hurtful words, okay? It does not feel good to get called spineless. It doesn't feel good to call somebody spineless. But the truth matters. Sometimes reality is harsh. And hopefully my honesty could promote change and introspection. And you'll be going to bed one night asking yourself, did that 21-year-old white boy on TikTok Live have a point when he was saying that I probably should stop supporting Trump as president because I told him I would if he engaged in unconsensual sexual conduct, and then he proved that to me, and then I denied it even after hearing Donald Trump admitting to it like a spineless coward, you know?
So I'll tell you this, and I'm not saying, again, not agreeing with, I wouldn't have done that, right? If that was me in that position, I wouldn't go in there. But I think a lot of people say a lot of things, right? And in this country, you cannot convict on what you say alone, right? And unfortunately, you can't, right? So I think if this was held up in the court of law and he went on stand and he admitted openly that, yes, this is what happened and everything like that, that would be different, right? Saying something on a talk show that is designed to be, which we all know Howard Stern's a very raunchy show, very, which I don't know if you do, you're 21, it's been a long time, but very not a great show, right? I mean, it's designed to be kind of inappropriate and everything like that. And I'm not saying, again, not agreeing with it, not saying that I would do it if I was in the position of power like that. But I think that you have to take everything into consideration, right? What was going on, where he was at. Was he saying it just for clickbait, right? Was he trying to, kind of like he did when he was on The Apprentice, right? He said all kinds of crazy shit on there.
He clarified that it wasn't.
It drove views is what it did.
He clarified that he wasn't. Howard Stern actually had him clarify that. So you're right. Like Howard Stern was,
again,
you know, like the shock jock. And Howard Stern was shocked when Donald Trump was like, yeah, no, I'll look at them while they're naked. So then Howard Stern was like, so Trump, you actually do this? And then Trump was like, yes, I'll actually do this. So I take that as a fucking admission of guilt from the perpetuator of this heinous action. And that admission of guilt is only further corroborated by the 4 teens that confirmed that he did this to them and gave their own testimony from Miss Teen USA in 1997. And then Miss Arizona from 2001, and many other beauty pageant contestants over the years. You're saying that this won't hold up in court? Okay, well, you added the word unfortunately on to that fact. So even if it weren't, as you said, what it quote unquote, when it unfortunately hold up in court, well, the reason why you call that unfortunate is because you're telling us that you still know he did it, even if he were not to be found guilty of it inside of a court of law. And just another fact here is you continue to repeat that you wouldn't personally do it. Why wouldn't you personally do it? Is it because it's unconsensual sexual conduct?
I wouldn't do it because of multiple reasons, but I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't probably be at one of those beauty contests.
Is one of the reasons is because it's unconsensual sexual conduct?
No, I just believe in giving people space. I believe that I wouldn't walk in on somebody unless I knocked, right, and made sure that they were decent. That's just what I do.
You just said no. You just said it's not unconsensual sexual conduct.
That's not what I said. I said no, because you were asking why I wouldn't do it. I said, no, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying that I wouldn't do it because I would knock before I walked in anybody's room. That's what I said.
Okay. Can you I don't know if like you understand what you're saying here. Like hopefully one of the reasons why
I said that I would not walk in without knocking on somebody's door. That's what I said.
Because if you were to walk in without knocking on their door and look at them while they're naked, that would be unconsensual sexual conduct, right?
So you need to learn the law, right? So unfortunately, that does happen, right? People walk in on people in dressing rooms every day across the world. It happens every single day. I hope you know this.
Yeah, just like child marriage happens in 38 over 50 states. You're going to defend that too?
No, I'm not.
There you go. Go ahead.
But I think that if you happen to walk in on someone, right? And I'm not saying this is the case for the situation, but it happens all the time, every day, where people walk in on people in dressing rooms. It doesn't mean that you sexually assaulted somebody. It was sometimes an accident, right? Sometimes the door wasn't locked, whatever it may be, and you happen to walk in on that person. Now, I'm not saying that was the case for this. I'm not. But I'm just saying that it doesn't, just because you walk in on somebody, make it sexual contact.
Yeah, but so we already agreed that unconsensually looking at somebody's naked body is unconsensual sexual conduct. You agreed to that earlier. And you're bringing up maybe some of the reasons why this wouldn't be considered as such by the law. And one of the things there that you mentioned was intention. Well, we know that Donald Trump intentionally did this because he told us he intentionally did it.
Potentially.
Intentionally. He told us that he intentionally did it. Right? And I know that you would agree with me if it happened to your daughter. Okay? You're at Kohl's, a local department store, shopping for a new dress for your daughter. You're standing outside of the women's dressing room while she's trying it on. Store manager brushes past you, takes out the master key, puts it in the door, unlocks it, just to look at her while she's naked and trying that dress on. I mean, all this shit would go out the window. Like the sympathetics would be gone, and then you'd be looking at a man, and you'd be looking at him with rage in your eyes because he just sexually exploited your daughter.
I think what you're talking about is potentially if I didn't say anything and he didn't know somebody was in there.
Oh no, we're assuming that he did. We're assuming that he did know that your daughter was in there and she was dressing, and he went in there to look at her while she was dressing and naked, just like Donald Trump said in the clip.
Well, I wouldn't let that happen as a father if I was standing there. Period.
Right, and you added the emphasis to that period onto the end because you understand how much of a massive infringement that is onto the consent and well-being of your daughter. Why can't we say the same thing about the women and the girls that competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA? Now you're starting to get it. Now you're starting to get it, right? 10 minutes ago, when we were talking about the beauty pageant contestants, it was, well, yeah, I don't know if it's sexual exploitation. Not every single time you look at somebody when they're naked, it's, unconsensual sexual conduct. Now, when it's your daughter, as a father, I wouldn't let that happen, period. That's as a guy with common sense, I don't think that we should really hold a different standard towards sexual exploitation, regardless if it's your daughter or somebody else's daughter.
You're right. I don't think so either.
Right. So then why is that exactly what you're doing?
We do agree on that.
Then why is that exactly what you're doing? Because in this hypothetical about it being your daughter, you say, I won't let that happen, period. But in the real world about Donald Trump doing it to multiple beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, when it does happen, you implicitly defend it, and then you'll leave this live and continue to support him as the most powerful man alive.
Was there a question there?
No, that was a statement. Okay.
Okay, I thought so. I just want to make sure.
That was a statement. Yeah. And I want to draw this statement back to earlier when you told us that if he did this, you would stop supporting him as president. Actually, I'm going to go and just take a moment to find that clip.
That was a lot of words, but yes. So if it's unconsensual sexual conduct, yes.
Okay. Right. And what for you? Can we first agree that the definition of sexual exploitation or sexual violence is a little bit of a broader, more umbrella term that we could use to refer to these things, would include a man abusing their position of power over the position of vulnerability that a woman or a girl might be in to further unconsensual sexual conduct.
That was a lot of words, but yes. So if it's unconsensual sexual conduct, yes.
Before I told you that Trump did it, you gave me a firm yes. You said if it's a man looking at the naked body of a woman or girl abusing their position of power to do so, like Trump owning that pageant, you said firmly yes. That's sexual violence. That's sexual exploitation. We're going to go back a minute before that, too, when you told us that if he engaged in these actions, you'd stop supporting him as president. Let's go ahead and find that now. A certain case in reference to the sexual violence that he engaged in directed towards women and girls at beauty pageants in the 90s and early 2000s. I'm about to play you a clip. 5 that can now, if you're a genuine guy, the moment you hear this, and we could agree, violence is a little bit of that. The definition of sexual exploitation things. Okay, would include, I think I lost it.
That's fine.
I'll look for it. But do you remember telling me that?
I remember us having a conversation. Yes.
Do you remember telling me that you'd stop supporting Donald Trump as president if you knew that he engaged in sexual violence?
Yes, but I did. Yes,
Okay.
if for sure.
So you told us that you'd stop supporting Trump as president if he engaged in sexual violence. You agreed that the definition of sexual violence would include unconsensual sexual conduct. Then you agreed that unconsensual sexual conduct would include unconsensually looking at somebody's naked body. We listened to Donald Trump in that clip argue and tell Howard Stern that he'd just barge into the beauty pageants, dressing rooms, backstage, where there's quote-unquote no men around, so then he could look at the naked bodies of the women and girls inside of that space when they had no clothes on. It shouldn't be more complicated than that. That in accordance with the definition of sexual violence that you agreed to is sexual violence, and that in accordance with the principle that you set forth, that principle being that you would stop supporting Donald Trump as president if you knew he engaged in sexual violence, should entail the very obvious and immediate conclusion that you're no longer a Trump supporter. But it's not. Why?
Well, again, I think what we're talking about is somebody's saying something on a talk show compared to actually proving and holding somebody up to that, right? And I get what you're saying. Again, I'm not disagreeing with you. We've talked about that. I think in context and what's being said, and what was being said on a talk show 20 years ago.
Come on, dude. He
totally
admitted
different.
he admitted to it on the talk show. He clarified that he actually did that, and then after he said that, his admission of guilt was corroborated by the victim testimony of 4 beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and 1 beauty pageant contestant at Miss USA, Miss Arizona in 2001, on top of many others. I don't think that there could be more evidence for this happening. What? Tell me why. Like the perpetuator of sexual violence admitting to it. And then the victim saying that corroborating their admission is not enough evidence for you to believe that this happened.
You're saying, say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Tell me why the perpetuator of sexual violence confessing to it, and then that confession being corroborated by the victims he told you he did it to, is not enough reason for you to believe that this happened.
I feel like the fact that it's just merely him saying it, right? And then obviously there was nothing taking place actually against him because they didn't have enough evidence, right, to prove that he did this. And I'm not saying that he did or did not. And I'm not saying, like I said, if I was in that position, I wouldn't do it. We can move on.
This is just crazy. Yeah, dude. Okay, if you had a friend and you knew this friend was at a party last night, and you came home from that party and he told you, last night at this party I raped a woman, and you're a cop, so you investigate. You go find the woman that he told you that he raped, and you asked her, did this guy rape you at this party last night? And she said yes. Would that be enough evidence for you to believe that he raped her?
Potentially. I mean, it's not up to me to decide, right? I would then have to.
No, we're talking about
listen.
you. We're not talking about the criminal justice system. We're talking about you. Okay, the criminal justice
My
system
opinion?
never determined that the Earth was round, but you believe that the Earth is round. We're talking about you and your opinion.
My opinion.
Okay? So would that give you
Yes.
enough evidence for your opinion to
my
be
opinion
that
that
he raped her?
If my friend told me, hey, I raped somebody last night, and this girl I went to investigate and I saw, and she told me that yes. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and then she said, yeah, she corroborated his confession. Would you believe that he raped her?
More than likely, yes.
But then when your friend's Donald Trump and the victim is the beauty pageant
He's not my
contestants, right? All of a sudden, it's a different story. Why?
Well, for one, he's not my friend. 2, Donald Trump talks and says a lot of things, like I said, for clickbait and just to get recognition, right? And I'm not saying that's what happened in this situation. I don't know for sure because I wasn't there.
Okay,
That's what the court of law is there for. That's what the court of law is there
Yeah,
for.
yeah. That is just. Oh my god.
But
I'm
it's
gonna
It's
thank
not
you.
my job to
I'm sorry,
prove.
sir. I'm just gonna cut you off. I'm gonna thank a couple people here. Elizabeth, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Elizabeth down below in that comment section for the $50. And Elizabeth, I just read your message. I really wish that I would have solved that donation like an hour ago when you sent it, because I would have loved to, use that against the guest. But thank you for the $50. Let's get 100 Elizabeth W's down below. Sorry, 500 Elizabeth W's. I'd also like to thank Emery for the $25, who says 57-year-old Canadian here. When I was a kid in school, somebody looked.
Parker?
Who's Parker? This is my friend. He debates with me sometimes.
Oh, okay. I just saw him pop up.
Emery with the $25 says, when I was a kid in school, somebody looked into the stall from above when I was using the restroom and made fun of me. I now have a fear of using public restrooms, except if I'm peeing. I froze up if somebody comes in. I love your debate, Steen. Dude, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I'm so sorry, that the current guest is, just brushing shit like that off as if it's, maybe not too big of a deal. Jackie, thank you for the $3 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jackie. Michelle with a 1, Daisy with a 2, Jessica with a 2, Lauren with a $10, who says, I walked in a teen runway shows as a young girl, and I promise you that not one man was allowed into the dressing room. Yeah, because it's a private woman's only space. Joe, thank you for the $10, who says, as somebody who's done pageants, men have never been allowed while we were changing. Only people who are allowed were our moms, and even they had to ask first. Courtney, thank you for the $5. And Maze, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Maze down below in that chat. Then Natalie with the $3 and Hannah with the $5. And then Haley, this just came through, but thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I think that we're all caught up. Parker, I'm going to go and let you talk to this guest for a little bit if you want.
Hey, hold on. I'm his daughter. Hi, thank you for debating him. He has to eat dinner. I feel really bad because I bombarded him. Thank you for debating him though. I love you.
Yeah, you take care, okay?
Okay, you too.
Parker, that was a cop, dude.
Diabolical. Absolutely. Was he defending the January 6th violent rioters beating police officers?
Yeah, he said
Did you ask
that,
him about that?
So, I mean, I ran the arc. He said that doesn't prove that Donald Trump, was okay with what they did. And that whole
How's my
time-
favorent grifter doing, Dean?
Shut up, bitch.
Even though he was
1
pardoning
second.
them? That's
yeah,
kind of crazy.
Yeah, even though he was pardoning them. And then that whole time he was defending Donald Trump just admitting to sexual exploitation. I'm like, honestly, like, I don't know if I want to like bring up that conversation too much anymore. Just because like every time I do, it is just like the worst thing ever. It is the worst thing ever to try to convince
thanks
somebody.
for the SpongeBob.
Shut up,
Yo,
bitch.
Dean,
It is the worst thing ever to try to convince somebody that he did it, predicated on the fact that he admitted to doing it. They're gone. They're hopeless. They're completely hopeless.
Dean, you said people who say the N-word hate black people. Was there a time where you hated black people?
There was not a time when I hated black people.
But you said the N-word, Dean.
So yeah, when I was 14, I called my white friend the N-word in response
But you
to a
said
Fortnite edit.
people who say the N-word.
Well, definitely. If you interrupt me
And
every
first
3
of all,
seconds,
Bryce Hall is not your
won't
friend.
get
Bryce Hall does not like you.
Well, I wasn't sending it to Bryce Hall.
SpongeBob.
If you let me speak for more
Bryce
than
Hall?
3 words, I could clear this up in less than 15 seconds, but it doesn't really
Go
sound
ahead.
like you
Go
want me
ahead and try to clear it up.
Yeah, good
Go
boy.
ahead.
Well, I understand that you don't like context beyond that of 1 dimension and 5 words crayon on paper, but I got you. So I specifically said the individuals joining my stream absolutely.
Yo, thanks for the roses, guys. I appreciate it.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Thanking my donors.
No, you're good, man. Just let me know when you're done. Peasy, thank you for the galaxy. So the difference between me and the guests that are joining my stream is when I was 14 and I referred to somebody over Instagram DMs as the N-word, responding to a Fortnite edit that they sent to me, and I said, hella goated edit.
Thanks
my
for the
N-word.
galaxy.
Hey, King Duffy, what are you doing? Do you even care? 1 second. It's okay. You could stop muting him. I just want him to be able to control himself.
Why? I just think it's important to thank my donors, Dean.
Yeah, but
Don't you do the same?
Do you even care about hearing a response from me to what you're saying here?
I do. I mean,
Okay,
you do the
so-
same
so
when
then-
your guests
so
are
then
talking.
I'm gonna ask you just to allow me to finish
No, tell-
speaking here.
What's
Is
the
that fair?
difference between me and you?
So I'm trying to respond. So if we want to engage in a linear dialogue, we're gonna have to go 1 point at a time. So I'm gonna start with your first point. By the way, leave it to King Duffy to defend the Nazis. Yeah, you didn't think about that. Yeah, you're coming up here trying to defend the individuals that are joining my stream, calling at Santana, screaming the hard R, saying I hate the quote unquote blacks, and then arguing in defense of Nick Fuentes. Leave it to you to do that. But anyways, to try to finally respond to what to the question that you asked me, the big difference between me referring to somebody in Instagram DMs as my N-word at 14 and the way that the guests will join my stream and scream the N-word today is, although in both scenarios it's racist because white people should never use the N-word and it is always wrong. One was in reference to somebody I viewed as a friend, and I was attempting to use the N-word to refer to him as my friend. Obviously, no white person should do this. I was a stupid little racist 14-year-old. That completely unacceptable.
You were racist.
But
You were
then,
previous.
when the people come up onto this stream and scream the N-word, they're doing so with the intention of hating black people. They're doing so with the intention of attempting to condemn Santana for having black skin. They're doing so with the intention of disseminating their propaganda that is onset, corroborated, and just inflamed by Donald Trump saying that Somali individuals are garbage, right? So if you want to sit here and tell me that me using the N-word when I was 14 was identical and one and the same to a guest coming up on this stream earlier, looking at Santana, calling him an N-word, and then I kicked him before he got to say something even worse to him, are identical with the same intentions, then I'm going to call you intentionally dense, and even you know that you are wrong.
You said everyone. You guys can go back in the stream and replay it. He said everyone. People who use the N-word. That's what it's your own words, dude. What are you talking about? Thanks for the galaxy.
And then when I clear it up,
thank you.
And then when I clear it up, you don't care. When I clear it up, you ignore it. You're just up here to rage bait. I'm sorry that I'm more intelligent than you.
Going back on what you said now?
I gave you a description of what I said and the specific differences between me using the N-word in 14 and the individuals that will come up on this stream and use the N-word. It's dependent upon intent, right? I think that it's wrong for white people to use the N-word regardless of intent, However, right, the intent is what would lead to the conclusion of hating black people in one scenario, but not hating black people in the other scenario.
So like you said, you go back on what you said. You're always changing.
Stephanie, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, Stephanie.
Trying to make a point
Stephanie,
here, but
I'm sorry. I just got to thank my donor real quick. I just got to thank my donor. Let's get 250 Stephanie W's down below in that chat for the $25. Who says this cop is infuriating and disappointing? Thank you for doing what you do. It is so important, and I hope that you keep doing it. Thank you for the love, Stephanie.
You're always switching up. You're always switching up, just like you did with the ASMR.
Oh, super! Thank you so much for the 20 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Super. Super with the 20 euros says it saddens me that people protect a person like Trump, even with all the facts of his wrongdoings and the evil person he is. No, absolutely, Super. Thank you for the 20 euros. Everybody, look at this fucking clown. So he came up here. He tried to make an argument rooted within me telling a guest earlier that he fucking hated black people because of his racist attack directed towards Santana. And then I was like, hey, buddy, if you use your brain for 3 seconds, obviously it's always wrong for white people to use the N-word, but the difference in which in one scenario would entail the reasonable conclusion that they hate black people, but not in the other, would be dependent on the intent, and then he just gets completely fucking stunlocked. He gets completely fucking destroyed. So then he wants to completely change the topic of conversation and starts bringing up ASMR. So, I mean, thank you for conceding the fact that you could absolutely dog walk.
It's my point. If you let me finish my point, you keep switching things up like you did with the ASMR.
Molly, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says thank you. Thank you for the love, Molly. Peach, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Peach. I appreciate you guys. Oh, so if interrupting the other person to thank donors means that you know that they're right, then that means that you knew that I was right earlier when you interrupted me.
I know, I was making a point.
Also, look at your phone screen. What did you just get?
I know what's going to happen.
Yeah, get fucked, bud. You got a restriction. You know, I love TikTok for that. Every single time they do it to him, they restrict him in like less than 5 minutes for like no reason.
I don't think I've ever heard Duffy make like an actual argument.
It's because he doesn't have
as to
them.
why he supports Trump.
It's because
genuinely.
It's because he doesn't have them. Yeah, we've talked to Duffy on like more than 20 occasions. Never heard him make a single argument why Trump is a good president. Honestly, like I'm about to end my stream. Duffy, get back in that queue, even though you have that restriction and it will limit the For You page push of the live. Let's hear an actual argument from you insofar as why Trump is a good president. Unless you're scared. Unless you're scared.
I think he's scared.
No, he came back. Yeah, so the live
finish
is
my point.
No, we want to hear an actual argument from you insofar as why Trump is a good president.
Yeah, but
every time you come up here, you whine, complain, and moan about me and Parker, but you never defend the president that you support.
I just wanted to finish my point because you keep muting me.
Wait, what about the point of the live? The topic of the live?
Well, I've come up and tried debating that, but especially on Parker's stream, but he ends up blocking me for some reason.
Let's do it right now. Give a reason why Trump is a good
Duffy,
president.
one, I didn't block you, and two, you never even came up to actually do that on my live.
Parker,
wait, actually, when you came up, Duffy, when you came up on my live, all you did was just call me an addict.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, because you are.
Yo, Ali, thank you for the $10. Who says just interrupt King Duffy again? Luke, thank you for the $10 for being awesome. Thank you, Ali and Luke. Then Benjamin, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Minx, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Minx. And then Caleb with the $5 and Ondine with the $1. So go ahead and respond to the topic of the live.
With the roses. I appreciate that, Alex.
If you're not scared, you'll respond to the prompt of the live and give us a reason why Trump is a good president.
I'm not scared of you. Nobody's scared of you, dude.
Okay,
you're 5'4", 130 pounds.
Well, I mean, exactly. That literally proves that you are scared about me because you have to lie about my height and weight in order to pretend that you aren't. Fucking idiot.
What's the height and weight?
Yeah, I'm 5'9", 155, lean muscle, Magu till the end of days. Now, give us a reason why you support Trump as president. Thank you.
Okay, I've come up here and give him a reason. I can't side with a party that's politically violent. They if you disagree with them, they will attack you. And I'm a prime example of that. I have been attacked multiple times. I've been jumped. I've been slapped. Everyone in here has seen the video of me getting slapped for wearing my hat.
You posted that video on your own account.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
I
it was.
have a video of me reacting to the video of the girl who posted it.
No. You posted that video on your account. You forgot to. I saw that video, and you forgot to change the account name from King Duffy until after you posted it.
What are you talking about?
That was one of your friends recording off of your phone, who you had walk up to you and then slap you.
That's not true, and I've been jumped too. There's videos of that. Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, we condemn any violence against you. The point we would make is that you should then say that you shouldn't support Trump
It's your
because he
fault.
called.
It's your
Hold
guys'
up.
fault that I've been attacked.
Can I
She's a
please
Dean
finish?
Withers supporter.
Can I please finish?
Yeah, finish.
Yeah, so I think you should see this as a reason as to why you should support Trump when he is called for the execution of his political opponents who said to not abide by unlawful orders, right? And who has literally pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, released them onto the streets, and he called them patriots.
Right.
Yeah, but these are your fans. These are people who support you guys. And I just can't side with that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Is there not going to be a response to what I just said?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think there is.
Oh my God.
No, thank you so much for the Diamond Gym Gun. And then Susan, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat.
Yeah,
Let's get
but,
200
like,
Susan W's, and thank you so much for the
Back to
Diamond
what I
Gym
was
Gun.
saying earlier, like,
Well, I'd like you to respond to what Parker
you
just
can't
said.
even really trust anything what Dean says. He's an untrustworthy guy. He's always switching up his niche and everything. Like,
Duffy, are you going to respond to what I said, please?
Yeah, I'm putting you on mute because you're not responding to what Parker said. And I honestly have some to add on to what Parker said, but I obviously you need it in bite-sized chunks, so I'll add that on after you address what he said. If you need him to remind you, just feel free to ask.
No, I don't. I do not support political violence on either side. So is that a good enough response to that?
No, it's not, because I asked you, why would you still support Trump if he's done these exact things, like call for the execution of his political opponents for saying to not follow unlawful orders and releasing violent criminals who beat police officers onto the streets by pardoning them?
Oh,
thank patriots.
you. Thank you. Thank you for donating. Parker, how does it feel that I'm mogging the shit out of you right now?
He doesn't have a response. I'll actually
You just got intellectually dog walked, Duffy. You have no response. You're getting mogged repeatedly, brother.
Yeah, and I'll even build off of
your question. So
I'll even build off of what Parker said there. So I'd say that, of course, we do see political violence on both sides of the aisles interpersonally. I just think that's a fact. Obviously, from my perspective, I think that we see it disproportionately on the right. But ultimately, when you have a large group of people, over 100 million liberals, over 100 million conservatives, you're bound to have some people on both sides that are violent. Okay. That's just statistics. However, I'd argue that the violence that we see on the left is, for the most part, not systemic. Meanwhile, the violence that we see on the right, for the most part, is systemic. Because although, maybe some chronically online 14-year-olds will go on Twitter and post some AI slop and say that Charlie Kirk, deserved it. That is just compartmentally different and non-identical to the president of the United States of America, for instance, using his position of power from the Oval Office of the White House to go on social media and call for the execution via the means of hanging of his political opponent, such as he did on Truth Social 3 weeks ago. Maybe some 16-year-old going on Instagram saying that conservatives need to die, right? That's bad. Okay, it's parasocial, but it's also fundamentally different than the president issuing an executive order, right? That has now led to, the creation of an emboldened ICE that is kidnapping college students, black bagging them, and then illegally taking them to an ICE detention center 1,000 miles away, violating the withholding order of a judge, or, deporting 3-year-old unaccompanied minors, or sending, Abrigo Garcia illegally to CCOT where he was beaten and tortured. But more so, I think the angle that I would like to take on this is, rhetorically speaking, we see that the thought leaders on the left condemn violence, and the thought leaders on the right call for violence, right? And it's those thought leaders who people look to. It's those thought leaders who people champion. And in many scenarios, it is those thought leaders who people will try to emulate, right? So, of course, when we see people on the right like Donald Trump going on social media saying that these Democrats deserve to die, people like Donald Trump going in front of the camera saying that journalists are the enemy of the people, people like Donald Trump saying fight like hell, which then led to 1,700 of his supporters raiding the Capitol, smearing their shit on the walls inside, trying to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, and then Donald Trump using his systemic power as the president of the United States of America to allow that violence, to let them out of jail, and to label them as patriots. Truly, at the end of the day, right, if you are an individual that cares about political violence, yes, you will condemn the interpersonal political violence, both on the left and the right. However, simultaneously, you would definitely not associate yourself with the right because of the systemic nature of the political violence perpetuated, either rhetorically or legislatively, through the means and the examples in which I just described, which are true of Trump.
Bro, you're talking forever. Holy shit. How is anyone, not even your chat can grasp what you said. Not even your fucking chat.
So
it's insane.
In a formal
you go
debate,
on these long rants.
In a formal debate,
Let
usually,
me talk.
You're just complaining. I'm not going to let you talk when you're complaining. I'll let you talk when you're given a counter argument. I just wanted to quickly let you know, in a formal debate, typically each person will have like 5 minutes to talk as much as they
Oh my-
want. I'm sorry if my 45 seconds was too much for you. I just think that you're pretty fucking dumb if you can't track. But go ahead.
The only 45 seconds for too long is you, bro, and your girl. Don't talk to me about 45 seconds being too long.
Well, I mean, shit, you're certainly one to know, dude. You shot for 30, couldn't get there. So now you need to turn around and say that 45 seconds is too long. I get it. You're the underdog. 45
Steal
seconds
my
is
joke.
too long.
Steal my joke. Okay.
No, you just
Steal my
made the
joke.
you just made the joke incorrectly. You made the joke incorrectly. 45 seconds wouldn't be too long. That'd be too short. You said that 45 seconds was too long. You self-fucking dunked. Now get out of the weeds, stop being a little baby, and actually respond to the cogent points that me and Parker made surrounding why if you condemn political violence, you should never support somebody like Trump as president.
So yeah, there are different levels to power, but you have a huge amount of power, and what you do is inciting political violence. 100%. You're demonizing the right. That's what you're doing, and people are now effectively attacking the right because of it. This nonstop attacks on everyone. It's insane, Dean. And I feel like chat can agree with me now, can't you? Now, can't you, chat? I mean, they're donating. They seem to agree with me. And when I came up here, I was still making a point before you cut me off. How can anyone trust what you say when you're an A1 grifter? A1 grifter, you've never cared about the people of this country. You don't give a shit. Even when your own friend who gave you this platform got what is it, canceled? You cut him off. What did you get canceled for? Talking to multiple women? Come on. Are you for real? You cut off. Hey,
Did you say Harry gave him this platform? What are you talking about?
Don't act like you did, Parker.
He doesn't know.
Harry started this. And dude, nobody can trust what you said. Like, what, 4 years ago, you were selling courses? Selling courses? What? Come on, bro. Nobody can trust you. It's always switching up. And the same thing with Charlie Kirk. Oh, I don't support this. We can't have this. And then you go ahead. Parker making the little neck joke. I saw that clip. And Dean laughing at the music. You guys can respond, Thanks for letting me talk finally.
Okay. Well,
yeah, that quote unquote neck joke, that had nothing to do with me. I wasn't making fun of Charlie dying.
Yes, you
I was
were.
talking. You know what? Please stop. Let me speak. I was talking about the person pivoting. It's dishonest for you to say that I was saying that, because I've clarified multiple times that's not what I was meaning.
Yeah. And maybe you'd have a case if Parker started making that joke when people would pivot. When Charlie Kirk was assassinated, but because he also made that joke when people would pivot prior to Charlie Kirk being assassinated, I'd argue that your case is dead in the water. Now, in relation now in relation to everything else that you said, I don't mind responding to it after you could address the reasons that me and Parker gave you insofar as why you shouldn't support Trump if you care about political violence. I allowed you to speak uninterrupted, but instead of using that time to rebuttal the cogent positions that me and Parker granted you, you instead just use that time to come after me and Parker. And of course, this is a political debate. The topic of the live is, how do you still support Trump as president? You argued that you support Trump as president because you think that the left is politically violent. We argued that although there exists interpersonal political violence on both sides of the aisles, that's bound to happen when you have groups of hundreds of millions of people. We see more of that violence on the right because it's systemically perpetuated. I give you very specific examples, like Donald Trump calling for the deaths of his political opponents backed by the office of the presidency, and then Donald Trump legislatively awarding political violence by extending full and complete presidential pardons to the 173 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol and labeled them as patriots. And then I also kind of broke down on a more conceptual level that the thought leaders on the left and the thought leaders on the right, the people that people look towards, the people that people follow, the people that individuals try to emulate, do not call for political violence.
You are one of them.
But then they do call for political violence.
You may not call for it, but people, after listening to your live, 100% insist on attacking the right. You know what you're doing.
Okay,
and you want to switch up. You want to switch up your niche, but you're scared. You are scared.
You're still using this time to talk about me compared to respond to the argument. So could at this point you please respond? To the argument?
I'm trying to make a response to the argument, and I can't even trust what you say or even go based off of anything you say, Dean. You're an untrustworthy man. You lie all the time.
Feel free to ask for evidence for any of the claims that I made, and I could provide it to you.
Like what? What do you want me to ask about? I can't trust you. What are you gonna cite? Some source that another dude made? Come on. What if they're lying? We can't trust anything.
Dude, I think
you are an A1 example.
Duffy is like an ad hom on wheels.
Green card, Parker.
Did you really just say that?
Yeah, go get your girl a green card. I did.
That's so fucked up, dude. That is so fucked up. Yeah. Dude, my girlfriend was born in this country, and you're only saying that because she's a Mexican American. That's so fucking sick.
I actually think
seriously, get the fuck off, dude. I'm going to start my line live.
Yeah, you're good. I actually think that this is a prime and perfect example, Duffy, of the right perpetuating systemic violence. So what you just said is that because Parker's girlfriend is Mexican, she's an illegal immigrant.
I did not.
And when individuals are
I didn't just
illegal
say
immigrants,
that.
yeah,
I
you
didn't say that.
Yeah, you told her to go
What
get
are
her
you
green
talking
card. Yeah, that's you calling her an illegal immigrant in America with no documentation because you said that she needs to go get that documentation, right? That is violence, okay? That causes violence. That
no idea
leads to something that we saw happen less
who she
than
is.
2 months ago, okay? When we saw a fiance go to Google, type in, is it illegal to kill an illegal? Because you, alongside all other Trump supporters and Trump himself, has spent the last 5 years of their lives dehumanizing undocumented immigrants, saying that they're all vicious gang members, terrorists, violent, so on and so forth. And now this is the trap. You turn around and you say, everybody that's a Mexican is an undocumented immigrant. And you know what I think you are? You're a balding 5'4" chud with no future, no friends, no family. And whenever you get outsmarted by somebody that is superior to yourself, like me or Parker, you crash out, you get angry, and then you start the violence. Okay? Right?
Hey, I
but
just
you
wanna
have
make it known,
a hard time directing violence towards me because I'm a straight cis white man in a position of power with close to 10 million followers. You have a hard time directing violence towards Parker because he's also a straight cis white man in a position of power with close to 5 million followers. So who do you go for instead? Parker's girlfriend, Parker's Latina girlfriend. Right? I think that this actually perfectly proves everything that the left says about the right is completely true. He can't attack the white man, so instead he's going to start attacking the Latina woman. Okay? So introspect upon yourself. You are a dirty piece of shit. And the male loneliness epidemic is created by yourself. You ask yourself, why don't women want me? Well, maybe it's because you refer to women as illegals because their skin is brown. Why don't women want me? Well, maybe it's because you want to come on TikTok
Dude,
and
you're a
argue
joke.
that the adjudicated rapist, right, should serve as the most powerful man alive. The only joke here is you, King Duffy. The only joke here is you. And now you're begging to let you speak. And I'm sorry that I take reality more important than you do. I'm sorry that I'm able to sit here and recognize that when we call. I think I'm gonna let you shut the fuck up instead. I think that I'm not gonna apologize for taking reality like more serious than you do. I'm not gonna apologize for saying that it is obviously wrong to suggest that if you're brown, therefore you're an illegal immigrant, knowing that illegal immigrants are being illegally deported to a center for terrorists in El Salvador with no due process where they're beaten and tortured. Yeah, I guess maybe I take people getting beaten and tortured more seriously than you do. And honestly, your admission there, telling me to calm down, taking it too seriously, it's a joke. I think that this proves that the right is more violent than the left. Because you look at legitimate violence. You look at a stripping of constitutional rights. You look at infringements of human rights, and you call it a joke. Oh, hey, buddy, you know what you're doing with your hand right there? That motion? You're practicing for what you're going to be doing with your hand with your cock for the rest of your life because you're never going to find somebody that likes you and loves you and is willing to engage in intercourse with you if you keep this attitude up. Jared, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, does King Goofy even have an original thought or talking points? It's all just talking points. Thank you so much for the love, Jared. Rita, thank you for the $10, who says, Duffy's extremely jealous of you, Dean. That's the only reason he's doing this. No, of course, because I'm somebody that he will never be. Okay? What? He desires influence? You'll never have 10 million followers, dude. You're a fucking nobody. I know you want it. That's why you've been spamming your TikTok page with my face 5 times a day for the last 3 months. You have less than 1,000 followers. You'll never be as good as me on that level. Okay? Right? Or even, I mean, what about this? Intellectually? Okay? Right? He sees me absolutely intellectually outclassing everybody on my live, so then he wants to come up here, talk about how I said the N-word instead of telling me why he supports Trump. And then he gets so pissed when he's given an argument that he can't refute that he starts attacking brown women. Come on, dude. He's pissed. He's jealous. He's so mad. Or, I mean, even physically. Okay? Right? I mean, dude, Look at me. Look at you. I mean, I already see the Timu Dean Withers wannabe. All right? I go from the middle part to the mop head. All of a sudden, your hair's in your face. Fucking hell. Jealousy is a terrible, terrible thing. Solo Justin in my YouTube chat says, this ego this idiot Dean has. I genuinely feel better. I genuinely feel like I'm better than people like King Duffy. And you should too. You should too. It is okay to feel like you are a better person than people like that. Oh, and somebody over on YouTube said, this is kind of getting personal. No. This got personal when he attacked and went after Parker's girlfriend. It's kind of getting it's kind of getting personal. It's kind of getting personal. God. Valerie, thank you for the $14 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Who says, if you had more time to talk to that cop, I think there was hope there. I don't know. I think I kind of gave up on hope with that guy. Benjamin, thank you for the $10 who says violence is bad, especially when it's done by your friend who's filming it. Yeah. What a joke. Rami, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo who says, guest, please use your one brain cell to make a point. Don't worry. He just used that one brain cell to attack women instead. Thank you for the $25. Luke, thank you for the $10 for being awesome. Thank you so much for your kindness. I appreciate that. And then Mike, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Caleb with the $5. Thank you guys so much. All right, at this point in time, y'all, we are going to go and end the stream for the day. I will see you guys tomorrow. If you're on TikTok, make sure you hit that follow button. I'll be back tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, drop a like on the